Chapter 126 Bonfire Dinner. As the sun went down, hundreds of bonfires rose on the banks of the Trident River. The skinned beef and sheep are slowly turning on the grill, the fat is overflowing and the aroma is tangy. The servants quickly cut the roasted meat and put it on the plate, spread spices and salt, water, and serve it with some vegetable salad and cream, and finally delivered to the dining table. Of noble gentlemen, Sam, you scared the out of me. Natalie Dane carefully whispered in Samuel's ear. The little girl is wearing a sleeveless and collarless suspender dress today, revealing her fair and flawless shoulders in a pair of well-proportioned arms. Her soft long hair is tied into a simple bun, which is extremely cute. What scared you to death? Samuel cut a steak for the little girl and said with a smile, "Did I talk to the king?" "Yes." Natalie turned her eyes and looked around for a while, seeing that everyone was listening to the bard singing. She lowered her voice, "How dare you talk to the king like that? Don't you worry about him getting angry?" "Then is he angry?" It doesn't seem to be." "That's fine." Samuel shrugged. "Everyone's temper is different, like our king, he seems irritable. But as long as you can catch his eyes, you will find that he is actually very tolerant, easygoing." "Oh." Natalie seemed to understand, tilted her head, and asked again, "Then how can I get into the eyes of the king? What are you talking about?" Before Samuel could answer, Marjorie Tyrell walked over. This gayotting rose is also dressed very coolly. The skirt of the tulle silk dress only reaches the middle of the thigh, revealing a large area of white beauty. Her slender feet like snow jade are stepping on a pair of uniquely shaped sandals, making her look comfortable and carefree lazy. "We are talking about our respected Majesty the King." Samuel looked at the delicate rose in front of him, his eyes flickered slightly. He suddenly remembered that Duke Renly was secretly planning to dedicate Marjorie to Robert. Could it be that he had come to greet him this time just to arrange for the two to meet? Although in the original book, Duke Renly's plan did not succeed, it was also when Robert had never met Marjorie. Now that the plot has changed, will Robert be moved when he sees this rose from Highgarden? "Speaking of the king, Sam, you seem to know him very well." Marjorie sat down on the bench beside Samuel, her eyes full of inquiry. "How come?" Samuel shrugged. "It's the first time I've seen His Majesty today." "Then you are really courageous, to dare to provoke His Majesty like that." "Because I believe His Majesty is not the kind of narrow-minded person." "Then what kind of person do you think His Majesty is?" Margaret asked thoughtfully while sipping the wine. "Your Majesty." Samuel shook his wine glass and was thinking about his words when he suddenly heard a loud noise. "Enough." King Robert's loud voice quickly overwhelmed all voices. "Cersei, she is just a little girl. What do you care about with her?" Samuel saw Queen Cersei standing up with her skirt in her hands, wearing a snow mask on her face. She seemed to say something to the king, and then left the table. Afterwards, the voice of Duke Eddard, the hand of the king, was heard, but it was a little far away. And Samuel couldn't hear it clearly. He could only vaguely hear a few words of Arya and apologize. "Ed, needless to say, your daughter Arya is right, Cersei is really annoying, ha 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 ha." Robert's voice was clearly audible, after he comforted the Stark father and daughter. Turning to look at his son again, he reprimanded, "Joffrey, you are my son, the future king of the Seven Kingdoms. So I don't want to see you make such small reports again. This is not what a decent person should do." Joffrey was so dejected by the scolding that he dared not speak. Robert snorted again, let go of his son, and waved to everyone, go on drinking. Go on, eating." The banquet resumed its noise again. Samuel noticed that Arya Stark ran out regardless of her father's call, and seemed quite unconvinced. "What happened just now?" Natalie asked curiously. Samuel shrugged, saying that he didn't know either, he had never seen this episode. However, looking at Prince Joffrey with a livid face and distorted expression, he suddenly wanted to laugh. Margaret was also curious about this, so she got up and went back to the main table. After inquiring about it, she ran over to tell Samuel and Natalie. Only then did Samuel know that Prince Joffrey had complained to his mother just now, saying that during the day, Duke Ed's second daughter, Arya Stark, said that she hated the Queen, and then the Queen angrily questioned Elia Stark. Only the Duke of De had the scene just now. Do you know what the most interesting thing was just now? Marjorie gossiped with a smile on her face. The person who accused Arya of speaking ill of the queen, besides Prince Joffrey, was actually her own sister, Sansa Smith. Tucker. Samwell was not too surprised, because it really seemed like something that silly girl did. It seems that Miss Sansa really loves her fiancé. Samwell said meaningfully. He wanted to tease the Rose of Highgarden, who wanted to be queen by the way, but thought that Natalie was also there. I didn't say much. Although there was this unpleasant episode, the banquet soon became cheerful again. Several jugglers were bouncing around the bonfire, doing all kinds of difficult and dangerous moves, which caused the crowd to scream and applaud. During the period, Samwell noticed that Prince Joffrey left his seat secretly. It seemed that after being scolded by his father, he was in no mood to stay here anymore. Next came a gray-haired man in a red and black cloak, who seemed to be a bard, humming softly while playing the harp. The wives of the Dornishmen are fair as the sun. Her kisses are warmer than Yangchun. The swords of the Dornishmen are of black iron. Their kisses are terrifying. The man's voice is full-bodied, with a rough and unique charm, and he interprets the song, the wife of a Dornishman, so movingly that people even mistake him for sleeping with a Dornishman's wife, and then died in a duel with her husband. The wives of the Dornishmen sing when they bathe. A tone as sweet as a peach. The swords of the Dornishmen have their songs, sharp and cold as a leech. While everyone was immersed in the singing, Samwell narrowed his eyes and stared at the bard. This is a middle-aged man who is not tall, with an ordinary face, hard to recognize in the crowd. With a knobby chin, covered with a short beard, his complexion is yellowish, and his small eyes are almost narrowed into narrow slits. It seems that he doesn't want people to see his heart clearly through this window. Samwell knew that this person might not be a bard. Brother, my doom has come. The Dornishman took my life. It doesn't matter, mortals are mortal. I tasted the Dornishman's wife. Quote, when the last tune of the ballad fades away, there is applause and cheers. King Robert admired this person's playing very much, and specially rewarded him with a few silver stags. The bard bowed to thank him, then retreated to the sidelines, crouched in a deserted corner and enjoyed the barbecue and honey wine. Seeing this, Samwell also got up and left the table, walking to the man. I like your song very much, Samwell said with a smile. What's your name? Master, my name is Bell. The bard stood up and said respectfully. Bell. Samwell curled his lips. This is a good name, especially for bards. Really, legend has it that a bard with the same name was once a guest in Winterfell. Because he was dissatisfied with the Duke of the North's contempt for him, he eloped with the Duke's daughter, leaving only a winter snow rose and a legend. My lord, I am far worse than that Mr. Bell. The bard obviously knew who Samwell was talking about. That Bell wrote songs that will be passed down forever, but I can only cover songs written by others. What's more, I don't have the guts to abduct the noble lady. I don't think you are timid. Samwell stared into the bard's eyes and asked again, are you from the North? Yes, sir, I am a native of the North. Really? Samwell smiled meaningfully. A man from the North is singing the ballad of the Dorne. People in the southernmost part of the continent. People always yearn for what they can't get. I have seen a lot of wind and snow in my life, so I have always yearned for Dorne, which has red mountains and hot deserts. There is some truth. However, I don't think you are from the North. Then where do you think I am from? The bard said flatly. I think you should come from further north. The bard's eyes finally wavered. The northern border is further north, that is beyond the Great Wall of Desperation. My lord, the bard regained his indifference, at least on the outside. Do you think I look like a savage north of the Great Wall? No, Samwell shook his head. I don't think you're just an ordinary savage. The bard stopped talking, and stared down at the campfire. Samwell leaned into his ear and said softly, am I right, King beyond the wall, His Majesty Mance Rayder? For a moment, Samwell seemed to feel the severe cold from the extreme north. But soon, it disappeared in the humid heat of the south. It seems to be just an illusion. Seeing that his identity had been seen through, Mance Rayder smiled freely, and did not try to deny it anymore, but said curiously, how did you recognize me? Besides, I don't know your name yet. Samwell Caesar. Samwell reported himself. As for how I recognized you, hey, keep it secret for now. Since it's a temporary secret, you can tell me next time we meet. Mance said in an unquestionable tone. Samwell smiled noncommittally, but then his tone became cold. Your Majesty Mance, aren't you afraid that your true identity will be exposed, and you will be caught and beheaded? Chapter 127 Conflict. Your king will not chop off my head. Mance Rayder shrugged without any fear on his face, because I ate bread and salt at his banquet. I am protected by the guest's rights. Moreover, I have no interest in the iron chair under him. Why take the risk of offending the gods and kill a person who is not a threat to yourself? But you were once a night watchman who swore to protect the Great Wall, right? Samwell took a sip of his wine, with a half smile. If I remember correctly, once a night watchman defected, he would be beheaded. I believe that Lord de Stark would be more than happy to execute you with his own hands. I didn't expect you to know me so well. There was still no fear on Mance's face. However, you don't need to scare me. I don't see any malice in your eyes. Just like I came here this time, there is no malice. Seeing that he couldn't scare the other party, Samwell stopped pestering her and asked instead. Then, Your Majesty Mance, what are you doing here? You don't really want to taste a Dornish wife, do you? Mance laughed loudly. Don't call me Your Majesty, you are not my people. As for the purpose of my coming here, I just want to meet the king south of the Great Wall and see what kind of person he is. Now you see it, Samwell asked with great interest. What kind of person do you think Your Majesty Robert is? A rusty sword, Mance Rayder blurted out. Maybe it used to be sharp, but now it's blunt. Mance looked at the lively open-air banquet in the distance with his small eyes, and seemed to be able to see clearly the king who was drinking to his heart's content on the main seat. He is a typical summer knight. Living in a warm and humid climate, it is difficult to maintain toughness and sharpness. But Samwell spoke at the right time and added, for him, winter is coming. Mance took a serious look at the young man beside him. You are a vassal of the Stark family. Why don't I remember that there is a Caesar family in the north? Samwell shook his head and said, No, I'm from Huon. As you said, I'm also a summer knight. Mance looked Samwell up and down, his eyes full of inquiry. Few summer knights understand the harshness and danger of winter. Samwell's face also became serious. Your Excellency Mance, could it be that you have discovered something? What do you think we'll find? Mance asked back. Samwell tentatively. For example, the White Walker. Mance laughed again. The story of the White Walker has been told for thousands of years, but no one has seen it. Neither have we. Samwell breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the long summer was not over and the White Walkers would not appear, he was always worried that his butterfly wings would cause some inexplicable changes. Then, Mr. Mance, why are you so worried? You even took the risk to go south of the Great Wall. Because of it. Hearing that Samwell said he was worried, Mance did not deny it. He was silent for a moment and said after deliberation, although we didn't see the White Walkers, we saw giants, mammoths, and children of the forest. These ancient races that should have disappeared in the long river of time reappeared in the land of eternal winter. This is not a good sign. Moreover, this summer has lasted for more than 8 years, too long, too long. According to past experience, after a long summer, there will inevitably be a terrible long winter. Your Excellency Caesar, winter is coming. Quote, Mance's tone seemed to carry the extremely cold wind and snow blowing on his face, which made Samwell stand for a long time, lost in thought. In fact, he also knows that not only those ancient races, but even the strange ghosts will appear in the land of eternal winter with the end of the long summer. They will bring terrible disasters to this continent. Samwell wanted to sit on the Iron Throne wholeheartedly. Apart from his personal ambition, he also wanted to mobilize the forces of the Seven Kingdoms in a unified way when the White Walkers came, so as to survive this natural disaster. Otherwise, according to the chaos in Westeros in the original book, it may not be able to stop the pace of the White Walkers. Although several protagonists have faintly revealed the ability to save the world, Samwell does not want to pin his fate on others. Just when Samwell was planning to inquire more about the situation north of the Great Wall with Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, he discovered that a riot broke out in the main banquet venue. Summer night, huh? Mance sneered, as if he disdained this kind of conflict, and returned to Biting the barbecue in his hand, Samuel temporarily left the king beyond the wall and walked back to the main venue. She must be punished. She must be punished. Queen Cersei's sharp voice echoed in the air. Hand of the king, Duke Ed persuaded. Your Majesty, let's find out what happened first. What happened? Queen Cersei pointed at her son. Look at what she has done to Joffrey. Eddard Stark, you must hand her over. Samuel also saw Prince Joffrey at this time, and found that his right hand was dripping with blood. His face was full of tears, and he shrank behind his mother in a miserable appearance. No way, Samuel thought to himself, wouldn't Joffrey and Arya have conflicts like in the original book? Duke Renly looked at his nephew with a smile, and asked, Joffrey, how could you be made like this by a girl? She set the wolf on me. Joffrey shrieked, she won't let the wolf bite you for no reason. I just saw her practicing sword alone there, so I proposed a competition. You're going to fight a little girl. Lord Renly's sarcasm was barely concealed. I do it for my mother's honor, cried Prince Joffrey petulantly. She insulted my mother. That's why I want to teach her a lesson. Then you were taught a lesson by her. Good nephew, you really have. Shut up, King Robert yelled at his brother, then turned to look at his son. You challenged her. And she let the wolf bite you? Yes. Prince Joffrey's face was a bit hideous. She did it on purpose. She just wanted to break my arm. Robert, Queen Cersei gritted her teeth. That girl did this to your son. She must be punished. Okay. King Robert was also a little helpless. Ed, call your daughter, I want to ask her about her situation. Yes, Your Majesty. Duke Eddie sighed secretly, bowed and saluted, and then strode away. Samuel saw everything in his eyes, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Unexpectedly, the lion and the wolf still had a conflict, but the reason has changed slightly. This time there is no butcher's apprentice, but for the glory of the queen. Could it be that these two families are really incompatible? However, with the tempers of Arya Stark and Prince Joffrey, it is not surprising that conflicts occur. After this kind of thing happened, everyone was in no mood to entertain. The atmosphere of the banquet disappeared, and everyone was quietly waiting for Arya's arrival. But after waiting for a while, I saw Duke Ed's attendants rushing over and reporting. Your Majesty, Miss Arya is missing. The Duke has already arranged for someone to search for it. He asked me to apologize to you. Queen Cersei immediately began to sneer. Missing? Could it be that Eddard Stark hid his daughter? They wolf family. Shut up, woman, Robert growled impatiently. Afterwards, he stood up and announced, that's all for today. Let's discuss this matter after Ed finds his daughter. After finishing speaking, he left the banquet. Everyone also returned to the camp to rest. Early the next morning, after Samuel got up, he washed up briefly. When I was going to have breakfast, I found that the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, was still there. Good morning, Mr. Bell. Samuel stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Good morning, Lord Caesar. Mance also smiled back, as if he really regarded himself as a bard. Samuel also had to admire this person's courage, knowing that his identity was exposed and he did not run away. Did the little Stark girl find it later? Not yet. Duke Ed is very anxious. Mance shook his head. I heard from them that the king has sent people to Farmer's Castle and asked Earl Derry to bring people to assist in the search. Samuel nodded, knowing that Farmer's Castle is the closest castle nearby, and the Derry family is more familiar with this area. It seems that Arya is really wild enough to dare to run away alone at night. Waving goodbye to Mance Rayder, Samuel continued to walk towards the dining tent. On the way, Samuel suddenly felt that this might be a good opportunity to get in touch with the new hand of the king, Duke Ed, and he just wanted to see if this well-known honest man in Game of Thrones could become his next help in planning. So after breakfast, Samuel also volunteered to join the search team. Ellipsis. In the bushes by the river, Arya Stark was hungry and tired. She knew she was in trouble. It was no small matter that the wolves had bitten Prince Joffrey. They will kill Nymeria the wolf pup. So, Arya drove Nymeria away. At first, the wolf cub was unwilling to leave his master, until she beat him, scolded him, and threw stones at him. Then Nymeria went into the jungle sadly and disappeared. At this time, Arya couldn't help crying again. After crying, she still didn't dare to go back, just wandering aimlessly in the forest like an abandoned little beast. Suddenly, she heard an eagle cry. Looking up, she saw a falcon with pure white tail wings circling above her head. It's so beautiful, Arya thought. The next moment, there was a rustling sound in the forest, as if someone was chasing him. Arya panicked inexplicably, and ran away. Then, she heard the sound of galloping horses. Getting closer. Ah! A big hand grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. Don't be afraid, I'm your father's friend. Chapter 128 The Power of Destiny. Arya was put on the horse by the man, but she was still vigilant. Father's friend, but why don't I know you? Samwell looked at the little girl's bright gray eyes and said with a smile, your name is Arya Stark. Right, yes, how about you? My name is Samwell Caesar, Baron of Eagle's Nest. Arya had never heard of Caesar's surname, nor did she know where Yingzui Islet was. However, seeing that he was well dressed, spoke and behaved like an aristocrat, and had a kind attitude, she gradually let go of her vigilance. Do you want to take me back? Yes, otherwise your father will be worried. But, I will be scolded by him when I go back. Because you wounded Prince Joffrey, didn't you? Don't be afraid, it's normal for children to fight. He hit me first, Arya emphasized. I said I didn't want to fight him, but he wouldn't stop, and then the pup bit him. I believe in you. Samwell followed her words. Prince Joffrey likes to bully others, and he is also narrow-minded. He catches a word you say and makes a small report. Yes, I just said that I don't like the queen. Is this considered an insult? He actually told the king and queen. It's too much, Arya exclaimed angrily. No way, the Lannister family has always been proud and sensitive. Samwell said with a smile. So, I hate them too. Really? Arya's affection for the Baron of Yingzui Island suddenly increased. Of course it is true. Moreover, I was once robbed of my wife by a Lannister. Samwell pretended to be wronged. Establishing a common enemy is the best way to get closer. They're so bad, Arya yelled in unison, and then, the little girl suddenly rolled her eyes and said, Lord Caesar, why don't you marry my sister, so that she doesn't have to marry that villain Joff? Inside, Samwell laughed loudly, shook his head and said, Thank you for your approval, but I'm just a little baron, how dare I rob the prince for his wife? Hey, Arya said with a sad face, why is such a good person like you not a prince, but that villain? Joffrey is. Samwell touched the little girl's head, then asked, Where's your wolf? I drove Nymeria away, or they'll kill her. Arya's head drooped, her eyes sparkled, and she seemed about to cry again. Samwell sighed. Unexpectedly, the little wolf still failed to escape the fate of being expelled. I just don't know if the future life trajectory of the little wolf in front of me will be the same as in the original book. Nymeria, what a good name. Samwell smiled and praised, and then asked tentatively, Do all the wolves of your brothers and sisters have names? That's right. Robb's is Grey Wind, John's is White Spirit, Sansa's is Lady, Rickon's is Shaggy Dog. And Bran. Samwell's eyes flickered slightly. What's the name of Bran's? Bran hasn't decided on a name yet. Arya's mood became more and more depressed, and he fell from the tower. I don't know if he has woken up now. It really happened. Samwell sighed. Is the fate of these people really doomed? Or is some crow playing tricks? The gods will bless him. Samwell said no more after getting the information he wanted, and walked towards the camp at a faster speed. But when Samwell arrived at the camp, he saw that there were no tents here, but fortunately, there were people on duty. Samwell saw that the opponent was playing the banner of a direwolf, so he went up to meet him. Miss Arya, it's really you. The northerner hurriedly thanked Samwell. Lord Caesar, thank you so much. Miss, please leave it to us. Samwell hugged Arya, and then asked, Your Majesty, have they left? Yes, Lord Caesar, Your Majesty has gone to the farmer's castle of the Derry family. Samwell nodded, and followed them to Farmer's Fort. When the castle appeared in sight, Samwell reminded, I suggest you go back and report to Duke Ed and ask him to come out of the city to pick him up. Seeing that the northern soldiers hesitated, Samwell explained again, I saw soldiers from the Lannister family at the gate of the city. If you entered the city so recklessly, what if they detain Miss Arya? The soldiers in the northern border came to their senses at this moment, thanked them quickly, and then sent one person back to report. Not long after, Samwell saw a serious middle-aged man riding over on horseback. He has a long horse face, brown hair flying in the wind, a little white silk in his neat beard, gray eyes revealing seriousness and staidness, as well as a trace of suppressed anger. Arya, father. Arya was afraid to look into her father's eyes. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Duke Ed carried his daughter into his arms, but he still didn't curse. Are you hurt? No. Arya snuggled into her father's arms. It's just that I'm so hungry. I will prepare food for you when I get back. Duke Ed turned his head to look at Samwell again, and said, Baron Caesar, thank you for helping. To find Arya. You're welcome. Sam Weller immediately stepped forward, walking side by side with Duke Ed, and said, My lord, you have a lovely daughter. It's just too stubborn. Duke Ed said helplessly, Children, it's normal to fight and fight. Seeing that Duke Ed was frowning, Samwell suggested, Actually, considering the relationship between you and His Majesty, this is really just a trivial matter, but it's the best thing to do. Solve it privately, once there are too many people. Your Majesty will not be able to handle it. Duke Ed nodded thoughtfully, and then said sincerely, Thank you for your suggestion. It's my honor. Samwell smiled slightly, thinking that something could be changed this time. A group of people returned to the castle. When they were at the gate of the city, they were stopped by members of the Lannister family. Duke Ed, have you found your daughter? The person speaking was a handsome middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a set of intricately carved and enameled white armor, which was as brilliant as the earth after the first snowfall. The white silver threads and clasps glistened in the sunlight. There was a gilded long sword with gorgeous patterns on his waist. A pure white cloak that symbolizes the identity of the White Knight of the Kingsguard hangs on the shoulders. Samwell knew that this person was Jaime Lannister, the eldest son of Duke Tywin, guardian of the West, twin brother of Queen Cersei, and one of the 7 Kingsguard. This person's biggest dream is to become a great and legendary knight like Don Excalibur. Arthur Dayne. Unfortunately, fate tricked people, but James only got the title of King Slayer, and became a disgrace to the knight. During the War of the Reavers, it was this man who killed the monarch he swore to protect. Mad King, Aerys Targaryen. Yes, Duke Ed replied stiffly, and then walked into the castle, obviously not wanting to talk to the Kingslayer. Wait a minute. James stopped in front of Duke Ed, with a signature slutty smile on his lips. Ever since he became a Kingslayer, this knight's attitude towards life has become more inclined to be bad. Maybe only his twin sister Cersei can make him care. Duke Ed snorted softly. What do you want? Kingslayer. James shrugged, pointed at Arya in Duke Ed's arms, and said, Your daughter hurt my nephew, so am I not qualified to ask? Duke Ed's tone suddenly weakened. Arya is still a child. But Joffrey is the prince. James emphasized, Well, His Majesty is in the castle drawing room now, so let him make this ruling. Duke Ed remembered Samwell's reminder just now, hesitantly said, It's just children fighting, don't make it so serious. Master Ed, do you want to protect your daughter? This has nothing to do with covering up, I just don't think it's necessary to disturb your lords. You just don't dare to face the king and the nobles. James sneered, It turns out that our king's hand is such a person. When it comes to his family, he always wants to cover up and get away with it. Is this what the glory of man is like? Joffrey attacked me first. Arya couldn't help crying. Shut up. Duke Ed stopped his daughter, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed, Okay, I'll go with you. Samwell secretly shook his head watching from behind. Another honest man who was trapped by the word, glory. You are the hand of the king. At this time, it is time to rush in directly. Kingslayer, dare to stop you. Looking at Duke Ed who was going to the living room with James, Samwell sighed, disappointed. In the king's hand, he can already predict the next plot. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the queen fanned the flames, the wicked prince sued the king, and the king was on the verge of riding a tiger. What was originally not a big event would instead become a rehearsal of the battle between lions and wolves. Is this the power of fate? Perhaps the so-called destiny is actually each person's own choice, and their choices all stem from their unchangeable personalities. Like Arya Stark and Prince Joffrey, the characters of these two people are destined to conflict when they are together. As for Ed Stark, his character is also doomed that he can't play with a woman like Cersei at all, let alone other conspirator with a higher rank. Samwell was suddenly thankful that he didn't expect the hand of the king to help him in his plan. Otherwise, he might be dragged down instead. Ed Stark is such an honest person, I am afraid that he is really not suitable for this Game of Thrones. However, honest people are quite suitable to be allies, at least you don't have to worry about being betrayed by them. So, Samwell felt that if he could pull Duke Ed, he should do his best. The friendship of the Stark family is still very useful, and the few little wolves are also people with great potential. Chapter 129 Killing the Wolf. When Ed Stark, the Duke of the North, walked into the hall, he saw that it was already full of people. King Robert, with a solemn face, sat high at the end of the long hall, and Queen Cersei stood beside him. She was wearing a crimson long-sleeved dress, her golden hair was covered by a long blue stone hair net, and she wore a proud and indifferent mask on her face. Her green eyes were fixed on Stark, who was coming in from the door. Father and daughter. Prince Joffrey stood beside the queen, one arm was covered with white bandages, and the expression on his face was equally fierce and resentful. Duke Eddard looked around, looking for friendly faces, but unfortunately, except for a few of his own retainers, there were very few of them. Lord Raymond Derry was expressionless, Duke Renly smiled half-smile, and Sir Barristan looked stern. As for the members of the Lannister family, are naturally full of hostility. At this time, Duke Ed regretted that he had not followed the advice of the Baron Caesar. It should be settled with Robert in private, it's not a big deal. But Duke Ed still had some luck in his heart. After all, he and the king were as close as brothers. He trusted Robert not to be too his daughter. So, he said, "Your Majesty, are you trying to judge my daughter?" Queen Cersei spoke first. "Ed Stark, how dare you speak to the king in such a tone?" Ellipsis. Samwell did not follow Duke Ed into the hall. He had already guessed the following plot, but he didn't want to watch how honest people were bullied again. Walking casually in the inner court, Samwell saw the figure of Sansa Stark. The eldest daughter of the Duke of the North was wearing a velvet dress, her long maroon hair was hanging over her shoulders, and she was wearing a flower wreath on her right wrist. She was squatting on the ground and feeding a little wolf. Different from Arya, who was eccentric and mischievous, Sansa is a standard lady, and because she inherited the exquisite cheekbones and clear blue eyes of the Tully family, Sansa is also more beautiful. At only 13 years old, she has a slender and soft figure, already very feminine. Samwell walked over. "Your sister is on trial, don't you go in and take a look." Sansa was in a trance, and didn't notice that someone was approaching, and was startled when she heard the sound. She got up quickly, and when she saw the person coming, she remembered that this was one of the nobles of the Riverbend who came to greet Duke Renly. By the way, it was Caesar. She was impressed by the Baron who dared to tease the king in his face. The girl brushed her loose hair around her ears, then pulled up her skirt, performed a standard etiquette, and said, "Lord Caesar, she suddenly didn't know how to answer this question. Actually, she was also worried about Arya, but she didn't dare to go in and face her sister. Before accusing her sister of speaking ill of the queen, Sansa felt very sorry for her sister. At that time, she actually thought about whether to help her sister hide it. The younger sister has always liked to cause trouble since she was a child, and this is not the first time she has helped her sister hide it, but facing the eyes of her fiancé, Prince Joffrey, Sansa dared not lie. "It's all Arya's fault, she's always messing things up." Sansa felt aggrieved and annoyed. At this moment, guilt welled up in her heart, and she almost shed tears. Samwell realized the girl's embarrassment, so he pointed to the little wolf and asked, "Is it called a lady?" "Yes." Sansa breathed a sigh of relief. Samwell also squatted down. "Can I touch it?" "Yes, the lady is very good, she never bites." Samwell originally wanted to say that he was not Joffrey's idiot who would be bitten by such a small wolf, but considering that the other party was Joffrey's fiancé after all, he didn't say it. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the top of the little wolf's head. The soft wolf fur glides over the palm like satin. "The lady is really good," she lets Samwell casually, and sticks out her tongue to lick his palm. From time to time, "Master Caesar." Sansa couldn't hold back after all, and asked, "Do you think my sister will be fine?" "What's the matter? It's just two children fighting, not to mention, the king and your father have such a good relationship." Samwell comforted. But there is one more sentence he didn't say. "Arya is all right, but your lady wolf is not." Sansa was finally relieved when she heard the words, her complexion improved a lot, and she began to tell Samuel all kinds of interesting things about her little wolf. And at this moment, a group of people suddenly poured out of the hall. The leader is Duke Ed. I saw him walking towards Sansa with a gloomy face. Father. It was the first time Sansa saw her father look so ugly, and her heart was in her throat. For a moment, then, she saw her crying sister Arya. Don't kill the lady. It wasn't there. Sansa suddenly felt dizzy, as if the world was collapsing. Father, are they going to kill the lady? Duke Ed glanced at his eldest daughter, but didn't know how to answer. Sansa was even more frightened. She quickly hugged her father's arm and begged. Don't, father, a lady never bites. Please, father, don't. Duke Ed looked back at the king who was walking out, and begged again. Robert, you can't let this wolf go. Queen Cersei smiled triumphantly, and shouted, Lord Ed, Joffrey's injury must be explained. Since that wolf has escaped, let's use this one instead. Duke Ed ignored the queen, he stared into the king's eyes, making the last effort. Robert, it's a pity that the king no longer has the patience to continue the argument. Okay, Ed, this matter is over. The dire wolf is wild and hard to change, and it may hurt your daughter one day. Give them a dog. Robert, Duke Eddard said loudly, for the sake of our friendship of many years, and for the sake of my sister, don't do this. Hearing Duke Ed talking about his sister, Queen Cersei screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Robert, don't you dare kill a beast. What kind of king are you? Shut up, everyone. Robert yelled out of patience, kill that wolf, that's all. Sansa burst into tears, shaking her father's arm constantly, asking him for help. Duke Ed suddenly felt an unprecedented exhaustion. He hugged his two daughters tightly, and then looked at the king in front of him. Robert, do it yourself. The person who pronounces the death sentence must be executed with his own sword. Robert stared at Ed blankly, and finally turned away without saying a word. Cersei smiled brightly, and couldn't wait to say, Sandor, go and peel off its skin, I will use it to make a bed. No, Duke Ed said coldly, if it must die, I will do it myself. Cersei narrowed her eyes. Ed Stark, what trick are you trying to play? Duke Ed's tone was cold and sad. The direwolves are the coat of arms of the Stark family, and I will never allow them to die at the hands of the butcher. His eyes were burning with rage, and he strode towards the direwolf amidst the mournful cries of his daughters. Everyone, please let me have some space. Duke Ed turned around and said, Lord Ed, don't play tricks. Cersei warned, I will not tarnish my reputation with lies. Duke Ed said coldly. Cersei snorted softly before leaving triumphantly. Others also left one after another, including the Duke's two crying daughters, who were also taken away by the guards. Lady. Duke Eddie squatted in front of the little wolf, trying to call its name. It responded by sticking out its tongue and licking his palm. Duke Ed discovered that the name Sansa gave it was really appropriate. It was the most well-behaved and most beautiful wolf in the pack, until he cut its throat with ice. It didn't struggle, but let out a long whine. Jory, you find someone to send its bones back to the north and bury it in Winterfell. The women of the Lannister family will never get this wolf skin. Yes, my lord. Duke Ed dragged his exhausted body towards the castle. In the darkness, figures came and went, as if all kinds of strange eyes were cast on him. In the first confrontation between the hand of the king and the queen, he lost miserably. At this time, Duke Ed couldn't help but think of the reminder from the Baron of Yingzeu again. At this moment, he wished that time could go back. Sam, what are you looking at? Samwell heard Natalie's voice before turning his gaze away from Duke Ed. I was watching that wolf be executed. Oh, Natalie shrank her neck, as if feeling a little cold. It's so pitiful. After a while, she whispered in Samwell's ear again, the queen is too much. Samwell glanced sideways at the little girl. It wasn't just the queen who killed it. Then who else? And Eddard Stark's honesty and stupidity. Samwell said something silently in his heart. He had thought of a backup plan before, which was to reveal to Ed Stark that Littlefinger, Petter Baelish and his secret lover, Lady Lisa, murdered Duke Jon Arryn. But now, he has decided to completely abandon this plan. According to Duke Ed's temperament, if Samwell really did this, he would definitely get a question from the Duke of the North. What about the evidence? Samwell really has no tangible evidence. Then, next, This upright and staid Duke of the North will definitely wonder if he is deliberately slandering John Arryn's widow. You must know that Lisa Tully is not only the widow of the adoptive father of the Duke of the North, but also the sister of his wife. With these two relationships, would Ed Stark be more willing to believe in a strange baron of Eaglemouth Island? Even Littlefinger, Pedder was the childhood playmate of Duke Eddard's wife, and the vassal most valued by his adoptive father. This is no better than Samwell, an outsider. Sparse but not intimate. Taking a 10,000 step back, even if Samwell really tried his best to make Ed Stark believe in him, he might not be able to rely on the Duke of the North to make a comeback. You know, in the original book, Duke Eddard actually ran to confront Cersei after learning the ironclad evidence of Queen Cersei's derailment, and persuaded her to run away quickly with her children on the grounds that she didn't want to kill women and children. This kind of intelligent extinguishing operation deserves to be played to death. It's not that you shouldn't stick to your glory, but that when facing conspirators, you must be more vicious than them in order to win and protect your own glory. So, Samwell understands that Ed Stark can continue to make friends, but he must never hand over the real chips to him. Fortunately, Samwell has also made other preparations. He has been in King's Landing for so many days. In addition to designing Hopper Redwyn and Geraldine, he is also preparing a big gift for Littlefinger. As for Ed Stark, Samwell can help him within the scope of his ability, but he will never regard him as a reliance. This wolf from the north is not a natural fit for Game of Thrones. I don't know if I can escape the fate of being decapitated in the original book. Outside the city gate, a northern cavalryman was heading north with the body of the direwolf. Samwell silently watched his figure disappear into the darkness, and an ancient prophecy from the northern border emerged in his mind. The wolves that went south, when they returned north, had nothing but dry bones left. The original plot has inertia, and the protagonist has just intervened. It is impossible to change beyond recognition all at once. Next, we will return to King's Landing. Because of new conflicts, the plot will change more and more. Please be patient. Chapter 130 The Failed Plan. Liquor. King Robert growled, "Damn it, didn't you see my flagon was empty?" The attendant Lancel Lannister hurriedly went to change a jug of wine. Robert gulped down a big gulp, then blew his nose at the attendant again and scolded. "Damn it, undress me. None of you Lannisters can give me peace of mind." Lancel lowered his head and stepped forward to help the king undress. Just as he unbuttoned his collar, he heard the door ring. Lancel ran to open the door again, and saw the king's younger brother, Duke Renly, standing outside. "Your Majesty hasn't slept yet." "No." Lord Renly walked into the room, greeted his brother, and then waved Lancel back. When there were only two brothers left in the room, Robert glanced at his younger brother expressionlessly, and said angrily, "What are you doing here?" Duke Renly smiled slightly, stepped forward to pour a glass of wine for his brother himself, and handed it to him. "Long time no see, let me visit my brother, can't I?" Robert sneered, as if he knew his younger brother's tricks well, and said bluntly, "Tell me, what do you want this time?" Duke Renly showed a hurt expression. "My good brother, do you think my brother is a person who only knows how to take but doesn't know what to give back? As long as you honestly be your Duke of Storm's End, that is the greatest reward for me. Brother, don't worry, the nobles in the Stormlands are very loyal to me." "Bullshit." Robert sneered again, "Smiling to you at the banquet, and a few more flattery is loyalty. It hasn't been tested by blood and fire, isn't their loyalty shit?" Duke Renly wisely knew not to quarrel with his brother in this regard, so he turned to say, "Brother, I'm here this time to give you a present." Robert took another sip of his wine and said casually, "What gift?" "A delicate rose." "What roses?" Robert waved his hand impatiently. "You might as well send me some barrels of good wine." Duke Renly had no choice but to explain. "Brother, I mean the rose from Highgarden, Miss Marjorie Tyrell, you have seen her before." "Pretty." Robert rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Beautiful. Of course it is beautiful. But brother, it's no problem for you to find a woman for my brother, but can you find someone who is not so troublesome? No matter how beautiful that rose is, but if I **** her, won't the Tyrell family bother me to death?" Duke Renly smiled. "Then you should marry her. In this way, the Tyrell family will only be grateful to you." What kind of idea is that? Cursed Robert. Are you going to help me find a woman, or help me find trouble? Marry that Rose, and what about Cersei's lioness? Hurry back to Castle Rock. Duke Renly said lightly, anyway, you've already been tired of her. I'm sick of every woman who stays in my bed for more than 3 days. Do you want me to change my queen every day? Robert added, with a flash of memory in his eyes, except Lyanna. But she's dead, Duke Renly tentatively said. Brother, don't you think that Miss Marjorie is very similar to that? Miss Lyanna, bullshit. Robert cursed again. You haven't seen Lyanna Stark, what nonsense. Duke Renly's eyes flashed a trace of astonishment, but he still persuaded. Even so, Marjorie is much smarter and more sensible than Cersei, and the Tyrell family is not as ambitious as the Lannister family. If you marry, what's the matter with you today? Robert looked at his brother suspiciously. Did that idiot, Mace Tyrell, come to you? Of course not, Lord Renly denied immediately. Robert snorted heavily. Cersei was well behaved and sensible back then, and that old lion of Tywin helped me capture King's Landing and gave me the Iron Throne. If I drive her daughter back now, Tywin will swallow it. What about this tone? And Cersei gave me 3 children anyway. So as long as she doesn't make too much trouble, I can bear it. Duke Renly's eyes flickered, and he seemed to want to say something, but he hesitated for a while, but he still didn't say it. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. But brother, the son Cersei gave birth to you, Joffrey, don't you know what he looks like? Enough. Robert slammed his glass on the table. I don't know why the gods gave me such a son, but what can I do? He is my eldest son, heir to the Iron Throne. So, Renly, you'd better show him some respect. Duke Renly seemed to want to say something more, but Robert had lost his patience and interrupted. Okay, that's it for this matter. If you want to say one more word, get the out of me and go back to Storm's End. Yes, Duke Renly said helplessly. Robert's expression slowed down a bit, and he asked instead, how is the situation in King's Landing? Everything is fine. It's just that there were 2 more lives in Riverbend and Dorne. Lord Renly briefly described what happened to Hobber Redwyn and Juro Dane. Robert sneered after hearing this. For a woman. Haha, these 2 sides can really quarrel. But he was obviously not interested in this incident, so he changed the subject after taking a sip of wine. How are the preparations for the trial about the murder of Jon Arryn going? Are the Red Viper and the nobles present at that time all present? They're all here, but Lady Lisa hasn't arrived yet. Robert frowned. Lisa Tully is still in the Eagle's Nest. Yes, she seemed genuinely terrified. I wrote 3 letters and she didn't want to come to King's Landing. How can this work? This trial is to bring justice to his husband, how can she not come? Besides, Jon's son is also in her hands. Yes, Robert Arryn, who is only 6 years old, is said to be in poor health and often falls ill. The child is named after me. I have to help him find a suitable adoptive father, otherwise what will happen if he grows up in the hands of a woman? Robert paused, and then ordered to his brother, you personally go to the Eyrie. Bring their mother and son back to King's Landing. Duke Renly did not expect that what he had been planning for so long failed to succeed, and instead he would be hit on the head by such an unlucky errand, but seeing his brother's serious eyes, he had no choice but to nod. Okay, bro. Ellipsis. The next morning, facing the bright morning light, the King's mighty team set off again. Samwell rode in the team and saw Duke Renly leaving the large army with dozens of guards in. Heading east, he rubbed his chin, guessing the whereabouts of the king's younger brother, and whether he had recommended Marjorie Tyrell to his elder brother. However, seeing Duke Renly being driven away, Samwell felt that this guy's plan was mostly rejected by the king. Hey, Sam, what were you thinking? A crisp and agile voice sounded behind him. Samwell turned his head and saw Marjorie Tyrell riding a horse to his side. She didn't wear a long skirt today, but changed into tight brown breeches, outlining a pair of shapely and straight long legs, wearing a light green chiffon shirt on her upper body, with a gold rose brooch, and a crown on her head, playful velvet hat with a circle of water waves decorated with gold thread on the brim, shining brightly in the sun. It was rare to see the heroic side of Highgarden Rose, and Samwell couldn't help but take a few more glances. I was thinking, Miss Marjorie, why are you in such a good mood today? Marjorie gave Samuel a white look. Should I be in a bad mood? Samuel smiled mysteriously, and said in a low voice, shouldn't you? After all, your dream of becoming a queen has been shattered. The expression on Marjorie's face froze slightly. She was surprised how Samuel would know such a confidential matter, but immediately, she heard the Baron say again. Prince Joffrey is already engaged to Miss Sansa of the Stark family. You shouldn't be heartbroken. Marjorie stretched out her hand to brush the messy black hair beside her ear, and felt a little relieved. However, she also had a little doubt. Why did Sam seem to be testing herself on purpose? It was the same in Starfall City last time. He wouldn't know anything, would he? Impossible. She immediately dismissed the idea. It should be just a coincidence. His Royal Highness Joffrey and Miss Sansa are very suitable. As for my dream, Marjorie smiled. Which little girl hasn't had an unrealistic dream? She didn't really expect it to come true. Samuel took a deep look at her. But it doesn't make you happier, does it? The sun is so beautiful, the breeze is so warm, and flowers, plants and butterflies surround you. Why not be happy? Marjorie said. The smile on her face became brighter and brighter than the summer sun. In fact, after learning from her younger brother Loras Tyrell last night that the king rejected Duke Renly's proposal, she felt an uncontrollable sense of relief and joy. She really didn't want to marry King Robert. After all, which lady has never dreamed of Prince Charming, and the fat and old king who likes to drink and flirt with girls obviously has nothing to do with Prince Charming. However, when her grandmother told her that the Tyrell family wanted to make her queen, Marjorie did not object. She knew that this was her duty as a Tyrell. The family gave her excellent living conditions, an incomparably noble status, and a reputation that everyone admired, but it also required her to make sacrifices for the interests of the family. When necessary, she doesn't want to live up to her grandmother's expectations, and doesn't want to shatter her father's dream, but occasionally in the dead of night, she will secretly pray to the seven gods. Now, it seems that the seven gods have responded. Although she felt a little guilty, Marjorie was really happy. There is still a chance. I believe you will be able to realize your dream. Samuel sincerely sent his blessings. Really? Marjorie giggled. Then when I become queen, I will definitely invite you to the wedding. And I will give you the best position. Samuel also laughed. Okay, then I will definitely prepare the best gift for you. Chapter 131 Rumor. North, Winterfell. After hearing the news from the maid, Duchess Catelyn Tully ran up the tower in 3 steps at a time, regardless of the broken bottle, and came to the room of her son Bran Stark. Then, she saw her son, who had been in a coma for half a month, miraculously woke up. Bran. Catelyn said a word, and tears welled up in her eyes. Mother. Bran looked weakly towards the door, where his little wolf was huddled on the bed, licking his cheek passionately with its hot tongue. This warm feeling moved Bran's heart, and he said, I've thought of the little wolf's name. I want to call it Summer. Catelyn finally threw herself on her son and burst into tears. It took a long time before she regained her composure. At the same time, the eldest son, Robb Stark, also hurried over to visit his waking brother. How did you fall, Bran? Robb asked. I don't know either. I don't remember anything. Bran, think again. Catelyn helped her son wipe her face. You know, you've never missed a shot before. Bran frowned tightly, as if he was trying his best to remember. After a long while, he uttered a word. Golden. Gold. Robb leaned forward. Brother, what gold? I don't know, I just remember seeing gold. Catelyn looked at her weak son and said distressedly, okay, Bran, don't think about it if you can't remember it. You have a good rest. After helping Bran cover the quilt, Catelyn took the eldest son and left the bedroom. Out the door, Robb said, Mother, do you suspect that Bran didn't accidentally fall? Bran has never missed a shot. Catelyn emphasized again. Did someone push Bran? But what does gold mean? Catelyn's eyes flickered. I checked carefully later. On the day Bran fell off the tower, your father accompanied the king to hunt in Wolfwood, but the queen didn't go. Robb was startled, and blurted out, the queen is blonde. Is that what Bran meant by golden? Catelyn probably thought of this, her body trembling slightly. Robb said again, but mother, why did the queen push Bran down the tower? He was just a child. And he didn't offend her. I'm afraid Bran accidentally heard something that shouldn't be heard, so she's going to kill him. Catelyn almost gritted her teeth. After a while, she calmed down and said, "No, I'm going to King's Landing and tell your father about it." "Mother, you don't have to go in person, I'll send someone." "No," Catelyn interrupted her son, "this matter is of great importance, I don't trust others, and as the acting Castellan of Winterfell, you can't leave at will, so I'm the only one going." Robb hesitated for a moment, but said, "Okay, I will send a team of guards to follow you." "No, too many people will attract unnecessary attention. I will go quietly this time, and only take Sir Roderick with me." "Okay, then you should be careful all the way." The king's convoy finally arrived in King's Landing smoothly. It's just that the weather was not good, and it was pouring rain, so there was no welcoming ceremony, and the nobles went straight to the Red Castle in a little embarrassment. Duke Ed finally comforted his two crying daughters, and he just wanted to take a quiet hot bath alone, but he didn't expect that the Imperial chief actually came to the door. "Lord Ed, today's Imperial meeting is being held. After the cabinet ministers learned that you have arrived, they specially sent me to invite you to attend." Duke Ed really wanted to tell the visitor that he was not in the mood to attend any Imperial meeting, but his words became, "Okay, please give me a few minutes to change." "Yes, my lord." When Duke Ed finished packing up and dragged his exhausted body to the chamber, he saw Varys, the chief intelligence officer whom he hated the most among several cabinet ministers, and greeted him with a smile. "Lord Ed, welcome to King's Landing." Smelling the strong scent of perfume on Varys, Duke Ed sniffled unnaturally. "Lord Varys." Turning a screen, Duke Eddard saw Petter, Littlefinger, Baelish, the Minister of Finance, and Grand Maester Pycelle. After greeting them one by one, Duke Eddard came to the long table and saw the crowned stag of the Baratheon family embroidered with gold thread on the back of the first seat. "This is the exclusive seat of the king, but obviously, His Majesty Robert, I'm afraid the number of times I've sat here can be counted on my fingers." Duke Ed sat down on the right-hand side of the king's seat, sorry for keeping everyone waiting. He looked around for a week, only to realize that there were only 4 people including himself. But in a normal imperial meeting, counting the king, there should be 8 people. He knew that Lord Renly, the Minister of Justice, had gone to Aerie Castle to pick up Lisa's mother and son, so he definitely couldn't come, but the other 3. "Should we wait for your Majesty and Sir Barristan to join us before we start?" Duke Eddard suggested. "Then you don't know when you will have to wait." Petter showed a faint mocking smile. "Our Honorable Majesty the King has too many things to worry about, so leave these trivial matters to us to deal with," Varys explained. Duke Eddard shook his head secretly, and asked again, "What about Lord Stannis, Lord of the Sea?" Varys smiled. "Lord Stannis left King's Landing and returned to Dragonstone after learning that you were about to be the hand of the king." Duke Ed frowned, thinking that he had not offended the eldest brother of the king. Varys added, "Don't get me wrong, Lord Stannis is not targeting you. Anyone, as long as it is not him, will not be satisfied with this seat." It was only then that Duke Eddard realized that Duke Stannis wanted to be the hand of the king himself. Unexpectedly, he had just arrived in King's Landing, and without doing anything, he had already offended an important official of the kingdom. Oh, more than one. And the Queen. "In this case, let's start," Duke Ed announced, cheering up. "As you wish." Varys smiled sweetly, and at the same time took out a piece of parchment from his wide sleeve and handed it to Duke Ed. "Master Ed, this is His Majesty sent a messenger back on the way home the day before yesterday, and ordered the urgent errands given to us must be completed as soon as possible." Duke Ed took the parchment, first confirmed the king's seal and Robert's signature on it, and then began to read the content. As a result, the more he read, the more his frown became tighter. It turned out that the king wanted to hold a tourney to celebrate the new prime minister's appointment. Duke Ed knew that the time when this order was issued should be right after he had a conflict with the queen. Obviously, Robert felt that he had done something wrong to his good brother in that matter, so he wanted to use this method to make up for it. But Duke Ed didn't want such a compensation at all. He looked at the prize money for the winner of the tournament written on it, and felt a burst of disbelief. Lance contest champion 40,000 gold dragons, runner-up 20,000 gold dragons, team melee. Champion 20,000 gold dragons, archery champion 10,000 gold dragons. In addition to other expenses, this is definitely an extremely huge number. How much money is left in the treasury? Duke Ed asked. Where did the treasury come from? Petter, the Minister of Finance, spread his hands. Master Ed. The treasury has been empty for many years. The daily expenses of the royal family. Borrow. Petter shrugged. This is the only way the tournament can be spent. Anyway, we already, O Lord Tywin, more than 3 million gold dragons, so it's nothing to borrow another few 100,000. 3 million. Duke Ed was extremely shocked. You mean, the royal family owes the Lannister family 3 million golden dragons? 3 million golden dragons are only debts owed to the Lannister family, and also owed to the Tyrell family, to the Church of the Seven Gods, to the Iron Bank of Bravos, to the Tyrosh Trading Company. 00 total added up, about 6 million. Duke Ed opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say anymore. After a long while, he said shyly, how could this be? We have a generous majesty. Petter chuckled. Aren't you going to persuade me? Duke Ed asked. Pycelle shook his head. Even Lord John can't persuade his majesty. Yes. Varys also echoed. Our majesty loves martial arts, hunting, food, wine, and what he hates the most is counting copper coins. I see. I will tell his majesty. Duke Ed said in a deep voice, feeling more and more heavy in his heart. It would be best if you could persuade his majesty to be frugal, but for this tournament, let's make a plan first. Petter suggested. I'll talk to his majesty later. Duke Ed ended the topic. Petter saw that Duke Eddard was planning to persuade his majesty not to hold a tournament, and secretly couldn't help laughing at his naivety. Next, several people discussed several other matters. After the meeting ended, Petter walked out of the meeting room, only to see Varys follow him. Again. Lord Varys, what do you want? Lord Petter, my little birds have recently heard some rumors about you in the city. Petter looked at the schadenfreude smile on the other person's face, couldn't help feeling bored. But still asked patiently, what rumor? There are rumors about you and Jon Arryn's widow Lady Lysa. Varys looked at Petter with a smile, as if looking forward to his next expression. Petter froze, but still tried to maintain calm. How could someone bring me together with Lady Lysa? It's a bit strange. However, rumors say that you have always admired Lady Lysa secretly, but because she married Duke Jon, you have always restrained your feelings. Now that Duke Jon has passed away, you are going to ask Lady Lysa proposal. Ridiculous. Petter tried his best to control his emotions, but failed. This is an intolerable slander. Perhaps. Varys shrugged. However, fortunately, this rumor only appeared in the last 2 weeks. And has not been completely spread. If you don't want it to damage the reputation of you and Lady Lysa, I suggest that you can come forward and clarify. Can you find out the source of the rumors? Petter asked shakily. I'm afraid this can't be helped. Varys looked embarrassed. There are too many people in King's Landing, and even my little birds can't find out who spread such a humble rumor. However, I think this rumor is also it's no big deal. Which aristocratic lord doesn't have some scandals? Those common people like to discuss these things. After speaking, Varys left with a weird smile, leaving Petter standing there alone, not moving for a while. Chapter 132 Panic. The rain has stopped, but the sky is even more gloomy, and the thick dark clouds are like a huge curtain, as if they will fall down at any time and cover the entire King's Landing. Petter, Littlefinger, Baelish stepped out of the bronze gates of the Red Keep, filled with rage and panic. Who is it? Who is spreading rumors about him and Lady Lysa? Petter knew that he had become someone's prey. What he did to Jon Arryn was actually spotted by someone. How can this be? Petter couldn't figure it out. He had already hidden so well. Why would anyone still focus on him? Shouldn't you all be trying a Baron Martell? Petter searched for names in his mind, looked at faces, and wanted to know who would be spreading the rumors. Varys told him that the rumor had begun to circulate in the city in the last 2 weeks. This allowed Petter to first rule out Ed Stark, the hand of the king who had just arrived, and turn his suspicious eyes to the group of Riverbend and Dorne nobles who arrived in King's Landing recently. Yes, it must be one of them. Jon Arryn died, they were all there, maybe they saw something. But Petter couldn't continue to narrow down the target. The opponent was very cautious and left no traces. Even Varys, Little birds couldn't find the source of the rumors. This is also because King's Landing is too big and the population is too large. Even if the octospider has thousands of claws, it is impossible to weave a web to monitor everyone. Especially in the slums where dragons and snakes are mixed. And spreading ambiguous rumors about a noble lord and his wife is so simple. Most people may think that this rumor is not a big deal. Almost every master has similar lace rumors, and some are even worse. But to Petter, this seemingly harmless rumor is extremely deadly, because this rumor connected him with Lady Lisa, and also vaguely pointed out a heart-wrenching fact. He will benefit from the death of Lord John Arryn. After all, if the Duke's widow marries him as the rumors say, then he and Lady Lisa will jointly rule the Eagle's Nest City. With such a huge benefit, then he has the motive to kill. For a long time, the reason why Petter was able to hide behind the scenes and complete one conspiracy after another without being discovered was because he hid his purpose well. Sometimes, he will deliberately do things that are not directly beneficial to him, just to prevent being discovered. But now, Petter only felt as if he had been stripped naked and exposed to the sun. This feeling made him extremely panicked and terrified. No, the spread of this rumor must be stopped, Petter thought, but soon, he realized his stupidity. Rumors, the harder you try to ban them, the faster they will spread, and the more people will believe their truth. It's not true, why are you so eager to deny it? Petter took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He knows that there is no way to stop the spread of rumors now. To get rid of the suspicion, the best way is to convict Prince Oberyn. This poisonous snake of Dorne was originally a scapegoat he had prepared for himself, but if he wanted to be convicted, a trial must be held as soon as possible. And the king has been reluctant to hold a trial for a long time, insisting on waiting for Lady Lisa to come to King's Landing. And Lady Lisa, that stupid and weak woman, dared not come. She was afraid. Petter cursed secretly, but had to admit, if this woman wasn't stupid and weak, how could she be controlled by him? This becomes a deadlock. Lady Lisa dared not come to King's Landing, so she would not be able to convict Prince Oberyn. The longer the delay, the wider the spread of the rumors, and the easier it would be for interested people to notice. Petter thought for a long time, and finally thought of another method, which is also the method he is best at: create confusion. As long as there is more chaos in King's Landing, no one will pay attention to this little rumor. Petter's gray-green eyes flickered with madness, and a mocking smile climbed up the corner of his mouth again. In the twilight of the morning light, Samwell slowly climbed up the hills of Visenya. Sam, is the great sept of Baelor in front? Natalie held the Baron's left hand and looked at the magnificent building at the top of the hill. Yes. Samwell lowered his voice slightly. You will also come to worship the 7 gods regularly in the future, otherwise your subjects will have doubts about you. But I serve the old gods. Natalie felt aggrieved. Who made your people all believers of the 7 gods? Samwell persuaded patiently. Especially now that your prestige is not enough, you have to use this method to win people's hearts. It's actually a show. This kind of performance, even if you still worship the old gods in private, but in public, you have to bow to the 7 gods. But like this, will the old gods blame me? No. Samwell began to flicker. The gods are benevolent, they can understand your difficulties. And they will only pay attention to the true belief in your heart. I will always serve the old gods in my heart. Natalie quickly vowed. The old gods will definitely see your piety. Samwell seemed to be declaring on behalf of the gods. After the psychological barrier was lifted, a smile appeared on Natalie's face again. Sam. Does the head bishop of the Church of the 7 Gods live in this church? Right. I heard people say that the archbishop has no name. Is this true? They used to exist, but after becoming the archbishop and wearing the crystal crown, they had to give up their names. From then on, they are the spokespersons of the 7 gods, and they can no longer use the names of mortals. Then how to distinguish the various archbishops? This is indeed a bit difficult. Fortunately, there will not be 2 archbishops at the same time. Samwell casually answered all kinds of strange questions from the girl, and saw the white marble dome of the sanctuary and the 7 towering crystal towers. Look, there are a lot of people over there. Natalie suddenly pointed at the square in front of the church and shouted. Indeed, a lot of people. But they all look like homeless people. They are dressed in brown coarse clothes, and they are Very dirty. It seems that they should come to receive the church's alms. These vagrants crowded the square in front of the Baylor Cathedral, and Samuel was going to take Natalie around the back door of the church. But within a few steps, he found a guard with a golden rose on his chest. How could the Tyrell family be here? Samuel stepped forward to inquire, only to learn that it was not the church that was organizing the charity, but the eldest lady of the Tyrell family. Miss Marjorie is so kind. Natalie said with emotion, I also want to give alms to the poor, so that I can be worthy of the name of generous Natalie. Your title really doesn't mean that. Samuel secretly laughed, but did not tell the little girl the truth. Then you go to Miss Marjorie, I will enter the church. Huh, then I'll go with you. Natalie hesitated for a while, but decided to follow Samuel. No, you can go to Miss Margaret, I need a little longer to pray to the 7 gods, you can come to me later. Oh, well, so you are so religious, Sam. Yes. Samuel nodded with a smile, I can't finish talking every time I see the 7 gods. After the two separated, Samuel walked into the Hall of Lights alone. There were countless, colorful glass **** hanging on this long corridor, and several monks were scrubbing the marble floor along the way. At the end of the Hall of Lights is a double door, through the door is the prayer hall. Colorful rainbow lights slanted in through the glazed windows on the dome, countless dusts were flying in the light beams, and the air was filled with the smell of incense. Right in front of the main hall were 7 altars dedicated to the 7 gods: Father, Mother, Warrior, Blacksmith, Maiden, Crone, Stranger. A dozen rude mercenaries kneel in front of the altar of the warriors, imploring the gods to bless the long swords at their feet. In front of the altar of the Virgin, a monk leads hundreds of children to chant hymns. In front of the altar of the Maiden, naturally many young ladies gathered, and one of them came up to meet Samuel after seeing him. This is a sweet-looking Dornish girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. She is wearing a pure white silk dress, and the coat of arms of the Fiery Sun's halberd is embroidered on her chest. Looks like the person I'm looking for, Samuel thought to himself, but he was a little puzzled that the other party seemed to be looking for him too. Excuse me, is this the Baron of Yingzhou, Lord Caesar? Yes, you are. My name is Tyene Sand, and Prince Abarin is my father. It turned out to be a sand snake. Samuel knew it in his heart. Miss Taryn, do you know me? Of course. Tyene showed a sweet smile. Master Caesar, your current name has been spread throughout Dorne. Of course I know you. Probably not a good reputation. I didn't expect that I would have such an honor. Samuel smiled slightly, and then asked, is Prince Abarin there? Father is praying in the small hall at the other end of the corridor. I'll take you there. Then I will trouble you, Miss Taryn. Following Tyene, Samuel left from the side door of the prayer hall, walked through a long corridor, and finally stopped in front of a small door. Lord Caesar, Father is inside, please. Samuel thanked again, then opened the door and entered. Then he froze, because Prince Abarin is not alone. He was riding another man. A woman, a naked woman. This **** is praying. Samuel turned his head and found that the girl who led the way just now had disappeared. He immediately realized that he had been tricked by that sweet-looking girl just now. Prince Abarin also saw Samuel at the door. He was not angry, and said in a flat tone, Samuel Caesar, are you looking for me? Sorry, I'll come back later. It's okay. Prince Abarin patted the woman's buttocks, motioning for her to stand up. Come in. We're done too. Chapter 133 Death Prayer. Lord Caesar, it's an honor to meet you. I am the illegitimate daughter of Prison Gate Castle, Elaria Sand. The woman greeted Samuel while wearing her clothes as if no one else was there. Hello, Mrs. Elaria. Samuel turned sideways, avoided looking, and responded politely. He knew that this woman was the most favored among Prince Abarin's many lovers, and she also bore her 4 illegitimate daughters. Under the circumstances that Prince Abarin has never married, Elaria is basically equivalent to the prince's wife. You are more shy than I imagined. Elaria put on her clothes, walked slowly to Samuel, and said, with a smile, you dare to charge the Dorne army with tens of thousands of people, why not dare to face a woman's naked body? Are these two the same thing? Samuel curled his lips quietly, really speechless to these bohemian Dornish women. Well, It seems that Lord Caesar doesn't want to waste his words with my illegitimate daughter. In that case, let's talk. After speaking, Ilaria walked out. Until the woman disappeared outside the door, Samuel was still a little embarrassed. And the strange smell in the room made him very uncomfortable. Come in and sit down. Prince Oberon was not embarrassed at all. Thinking of his purpose, Samuel walked in and closed the door behind him. His Royal Highness, I heard that you have been praying devoutly in the Baylor Cathedral these days. I didn't expect it to be so devout. Otherwise, Prince Oberon smiled frivolously, do you still expect me to kneel before the altar of the 7 gods and weep bitterly? That's true. How could Red Viper repent? What's more, he is really innocent in this matter. I thought you would at least put on a little appearance, so that your majesty and the nobles of King's Landing can see your piety. Samuel looked around the room and found 7 oil paintings hanging on the wall, each depicting the images of the 7 gods. Prince Oberon happened to be standing under the portrait of the father. The bearded, holding a scale, a symbol of the **** of justice, seems to be looking at the man in front of him with scrutiny. I'm already doing my best. Prince Oberon spread his hands, you know, I didn't poison John Arryn at all. The old duke knew this and admitted it himself. To be honest, if it wasn't for I promised him peace, and I will ignore this so-called **** trial. If Robert Baratheon wants to attack Dorne, come here. Back then Aegon Targaryen the Conqueror paid the price of tens of thousands of soldiers and a giant dragon. I want to see how many men the stag is going to die this time. Quote, I can feel your sincerity for peace. Samuel walked to the second oil painting and looked at the Madonna on the painting. His smile was full of compassion and love, which made people feel endless warmth and kindness. I also understand the sacrifice you made for this, Samuel said sincerely. Unfortunately, Prince Oberon didn't appreciate it. Okay, Sam, don't pretend to be with me. You are not a friend of the Martell family. Tell me, what can you do with me? I'm here to remind you of the rumors about Petyr Baelish, Littlefinger, and Lady Lisa. Of course, Samuel can't say that directly. He knew that for safety, it was better to hide in the shadows, so that no one could easily discover his existence. Otherwise, if he didn't kill Littlefinger this time, wouldn't he have to meet the other party's crazy revenge? When spreading rumors in King's Landing before, he was extremely cautious and restrained, only choosing to expose the ambiguous relationship between Littlefinger and Lady Lisa, not daring to reveal too much. In fact, there is no way to disclose more. If it is directly said that John Arryn was poisoned by Littlefinger and his wife, not many people will believe it, and the rumors will not spread. But caution and restraint also brought about a problem. This rumor is not popular enough, so it is still spreading in a small area and has not attracted much attention. Samuel worried that the rumor would disappear before anyone noticed, or wait until someone finally notices Littlefinger, only to find out that Prince Oberon's trial is over, and that Duke John's death is sealed. Then his efforts were wasted. That's why he wanted to directly disclose this rumor to Prince Oberon. But definitely can't say it directly, but reveal it in a natural and casual way, so as to hide your true purpose. Your Highness, I came this time to tell you. Don't continue the idea of Starfall City. Samuel walked to the third oil painting at this time. The warrior in the painting was holding a sharp long sword, just like him. The sonorous and cold words at this moment. Hey, Prince Oberon smiled contemptuously. Starfall City is originally Dorne's territory. You, a man from the Reach, have no right to dictate. But don't worry, since I promised John Arryn, I will not you will use force to take it by force. Instead of warning me, you should go back and take good care of that little girl. Don't act recklessly and provoke the resistance of the vassals of the Dane family. Otherwise, we may have to clean her up when the time comes. Mess. Prince Oberon saw Samuel walking to the fourth oil painting at this time, which was the image of a young girl. He was a symbol of purity, beauty, and innocence, and was also the patron saint of all noble ladies. Of course I will protect Miss Natalie, Samuel said with strong confidence. I will never let any troubles arise in Starfall City. I am here to remind you this time, in fact, with peace and sincerity. I don't want to see the conflict between Reach Bend and Dorne break out again because of this. Things like Sir Gerald Dane, it's best not to happen again. Prince Oberon curled his lips in disdain, but thought of his brother's plan, but did not refute. Peace is our common pursuit. To be honest, I really don't know about Geraldine, and I don't even know about his mess with the kid from the Redwing family. If I knew this guy was so impulsive and stupid, I would never have brought him to King's Landing. With your promise, I feel relieved, Samwell said with a smile, as if the purpose of this trip had finally been achieved. He continued to turn around the room, just in front of the fifth oil painting. The blacksmith in the painting is wielding a sledgehammer, concentrating on forging his weapon. And Samwell is also carefully crafting his weapon, a poisonous halberd. By the way, Your Royal Highness, is the trial time for Duke John's death set? Not yet, Prince Oberon yelled a little irritably. Lisa Tully is still hiding in the Eyrie, and I heard that Renly Baratheon refused to come to King's Landing even if he personally invited her. Hey, this woman is really cowardly. Is she still afraid that I will kill her in full view? You didn't kill her husband in full view. I didn't kill Jon Arryn. Prince Oberon paused, obviously suppressing his anger. Okay. Samwell spread his hands, and then seemed to suggest casually, actually, I think Lord Petter should invite Lady Lisa to King's Landing. Petter Baelish, yes, I heard he has a good relationship with Lady Lisa. Really? Prince Oberon frowned, as if he didn't agree with Samwell's point of view. That's right, isn't Lord Petter the adopted son of Duke Tully? He and Lady Lisa grew up together. And I heard that they were childhood sweethearts. Lord Tyr is still angrily going to duel with her fiancé. You remember wrong, boy. Prince Oberon sneered. That's Lisa's sister Caitlin, the wife of the Wolf King in Winterfell. Petter Baelish liked her, and she was with her at the beginning. Human. Duels are also for her. Really? Samwell revealed lack of confidence and doubts in his tone. Then how did I hear that? After the death of Duke John, Lord Petter is planning to marry Lady Lisa. Who did you listen to? Oh, it's at the market in Flea Nest. Of course, it could be those sparrows talking nonsense. At this time, Samwell came to the sixth oil painting. The old woman in the painting was holding a lantern, and her eyes revealed the wisdom of all the vicissitudes of life. Although Samwell didn't believe in gods in his heart, he couldn't help praying devoutly to the old woman at this moment, hoping that she would give Prince Oberon wisdom so that he could discover the strangeness in his own words. It is estimated that the untouchables are talking nonsense. Prince Oberon stopped suddenly in the middle of speaking. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind, almost making him unable to breathe. Petter Baelish, Lisa Tully, Petter Baelish, Lisa Tully. Yes, Petter likes her sister. Why can't she empathize with her sister who looks similar? If Petter has always maintained a secret lover relationship with Lisa, could it be that these two guys teamed up to murder Jon Arryn? Before going to Dorne, Lisa Tully was by Jon Arryn's side, and there were plenty of opportunities to strike. Prince Oberon's eyes lit up with a raging fire. Samwell, who turned his back to the prince, couldn't see the situation, but he had already obtained the desired result from the prince's reaction. He continued to turn his back on Prince Oberon, preventing him from seeing the strange expression on his face. I suddenly remembered something, so I'm leaving first, Prince Oberon hurriedly said, and then ran out without waiting for Samwell's response. Success. If it weren't for the fear of Prince Oberon's sudden return, Samwell would almost jump up and cheer. Holding the joy in his heart, he walked to the last oil painting. In the painting is the image of a ***** riding a pale mare, neither male nor female, neither human nor human, unknown and unknowable, with an oval black face, only a pair of star-like eyes, but always hidden behind the hood down. He is the stranger, the symbol of death and destruction. No one in Westeros sings praises to the stranger, but at this time Samwell prayed devoutly to his portrait. Dear God of death, please bring my gift to Petter Baelish. I believe he will like it. Chapter 134 Meet. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Prince Oberon held a long spear in his hand and roared with a ferocious expression. Don't be impulsive, Oberon. Ellaria Sand hugged Prince Oberon's waist tightly, trying to comfort her lover. If you rush to kill Petter Baelish now, then isn't your patience all in vain? This not only fails to clear your grievances, but adds new crimes. At that time, the Martell family will really become the public enemy of the whole land. Have you forgotten the death of Starfall City? Have you learned your lesson? Perhaps the lover's last words played a role. Prince Oberon panted heavily, forcing himself to calm down. But there was still a cold glint in his eyes. Then what should I do? He asked through gritted teeth. Elaria breathed a sigh of relief, but still hugged her lover. We should try to find evidence first. How to find this kind of evidence? Prince Oberon shouted violently. Since Petter dares to do this, he will not leave any trace. Lisa Tully, Elaria said, this is a weak woman, we can start with her. Lisa Tully, Lisa Tully. Prince Oberon gritted his teeth. How to do it? She will never admit such a thing. Believe me, Oberon, I know how to deal with this kind of woman. Besides, she has a son. Elaria showed a cold smile. But I don't think you can succeed. At least let me try. Elaria persuaded. Anyway, the trial won't be held for a while, we still have time. Your impulsiveness now will only ruin everything. I can make this suspicion public. Prince Oberon calmed down, and gradually came to an idea. Yes, as long as I make this suspicion public, I can let Petter stand trial with me. When the time comes, don't be stupid, Oberon. Lisa Tully is the widow of Duke John. If you make such an accusation so rashly, no one will believe it. They will only think it's you. Give me once opportunity, let me go to Eagle's Nest City to investigate, maybe I can find clues. Okay. Prince Oberon finally put down his spear. What is your reason for going? Of course I sincerely apologize to Mrs. Lisa for what you have done, and ask for her forgiveness. Aren't you admitting that I killed John Aaron? I'm just your lover, not your wife. Elaria said bitterly. What qualifications do I have to plead guilty on your behalf? It's just an excuse to get close to that woman. Okay, then go there as soon as possible. Prince Oberon nodded, pretending not to hear other meanings in the woman's tone. Then he remembered something again, and warned, by the way, don't tell anyone about this. Including Ariane, she can't hide anything. I understand. Elaria stood on tiptoe, kissed Prince Oberon, and then floated away. After his lover left, Prince Oberon sat alone in the room, not moving for a while. He suddenly thought of a question. Did Samuel Caesar deliberately lead himself to doubt Petter Baelish and Lisa Tully? But that kid can even confuse Lisa Tully and Caitlin Tully. Can he see through Littlefinger's plan? However, regarding the rumor that Samuel said, Prince Oberon suddenly got up, went out to find his attendants, and ordered, go to the flea nest and find out if there are any rumors about Petter Baelish and Lady Lisa Tully. Yes, my lord. Who? Hand of the king. Duke Ed was just about to go to bed when he heard a knock on the door. My lord, it's Lord Varys. Although he wondered why the Octospider was looking for him so late, Duke Ed still stood up, put on his clothes, and opened the door. Sorry, Lord Ed, I have to disturb you at such a late hour. What's up? Varys took a few steps closer, lowered his voice and said, your wife, Lady Caitlin, is in King's Landing. Caitlin, is she in King's Landing now? Duke Ed was stunned. Why didn't I know? She came quietly. However, my little bird saw it. Where is she? I will place her with Lord Petter Baelish. Why him? Varys spread his hands a little aggrieved. My lord, your wife doesn't want to attract attention. Of course I can't bring her to the Red Castle. Besides you, she is the closest to Lord Petter in this city. A trace of anger flashed in Duke Ed's eyes, but in the end he said, okay, take me there. How long until Ed arrives? Caitlin asked in a cold tone. Petter Baelish looked at the woman with complicated eyes. Caitlin, I haven't seen you for so many years, you have nothing to say to me. You should call me Mrs. Caitlin. Caitlin corrected. Okay, Lady Caitlin. Petter sighed. The woman's deliberate alienation seemed to make him very sad. Why did you sneak to King's Landing this time? As a wife, I miss my husband, can't I come and see him? Petter laughed. Then do you need to make it look like a sneaky lover meeting? Caitlin glared at the man beside her, but said nothing. Petter sighed again, with a hurt expression on his face. Caitlin, are you unwilling to tell me anything now? Back in Riverrun, we were as close as siblings. Caitlin looked at the man's gray-green eyes, and childhood memories flooded her heart, making her feel sad. As the adopted son of the Duke of Tully, Petter grew up with her in Riverrun, and they were indeed like siblings. But when the news of her engagement to the eldest son of the Stark family came, this brother suddenly wooed her like crazy, and even had a duel with her fiancé. If she hadn't interceded, he might have lost her. My life is over. Caitlin may never forget that day. This brother, who has always been clever and clever, swung his sword like a fool and rushed towards an opponent he could never defeat. Thinking of this, she still softened her heart. Petter, I have always regarded you as my younger brother. In this case, my good sister, why did you come here? Petter said with a sincere face, tell me. Maybe I can help. Okay. Caitlin finally said what her second son Bran Stark said after falling from a high tower and fell into a coma, after waking up, as well as her own conjecture. Petter listened quietly, his gray-green pupils shimmering in the night, and after a long while, he spoke again. You think Queen Cersei pushed your son off the tower? I'm so skeptical now. Caitlin didn't dare to finish her words. However, I can't figure out why the Queen would do this. I think of a possibility. Petter raised the corner of his mouth. What? Your son may accidentally see something he shouldn't. Petter played with the quill in his hand. For example, the Queen and her brother. The Queen and the Kingslayer. Caitlin froze for a moment before realizing, you don't mean. Petter shrugged. I just heard some rumors. Our Majesty often goes out for a change of taste, so it's not unbelievable that the Queen occasionally eats some desserts, right? But they are brothers and sisters. It's not like this kind of thing has happened before. Aegon Targaryen even married his own sister. Caitlin still had shock in her eyes, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that what Petter said made sense. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Oh, my dear brother-in-law is here. Petter whistled, went to open the door, and saw Duke Eddard and Varys standing at the door. Duke Ed ignored Petter, broke into the door, and hugged his wife. Caitlin poked her head out of her husband's arms, and said to Petter, can you give us a little space? Okay, this room is yours for the time being. But don't do anything bad, this is my study. After finishing speaking, he closed the door. Lord Varys. Petter looked at the asterisk outside the door with a smile, and lowered his voice, thank you so much this time. You're welcome, Varys said in a soft and greasy tone, we are old friends, and we should help each other. Exactly. Oh, by the way, there is another news, maybe you will be interested. What news? Varys smiled mysteriously, and said softly, Prince Oberyn's lover suddenly left King's Landing yesterday. Elaria Sand, where did she go? It looks like it should be Eagle's Nest City. Eagle's Nest City. Petter's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately asked, who went to see the Red Viper recently? Varys turned sideways, facing the darkness and whispered, the three brothers and sisters of the Tyrell family recently went to the Great Sept of Baelor to give alms. Tyrell. Petter gritted his teeth. Varys smiled secretly, and said goodbye immediately. Okay, it's getting late, I'll go back to rest first, good night, Lord Petter. Petter watched Varys take a few steps, and suddenly asked, why did you help me this time? Varys turned around, feeling a little bit sad. Well, maybe I'm getting older and becoming more and more nostalgic, so I really don't want to see a familiar face around me disappear like this. After finishing speaking, he turned and left without waiting for Petter's response. In the room, after listening to his wife's narration, Duke Ed's expression changed again and again. Queen. Duke Ed frowned, but why did the Queen kill Bran? I suspect that Bran may have accidentally seen the Queen's secret while climbing. What secret? I didn't know before, but just now, Petter told me that the Queen is very likely to have an affair with his own brother. Duke Ed was shocked by the news. He couldn't help but think of the ferocious face of the Queen when he forced himself to kill the wolf by the Trident River. It's no wonder the Queen is so hostile to herself. It turns out that this is the real reason. Duke Ed became more and more angry as he thought about it, and said, I'm going to find the king. Right now. No, Ed. Caitlin stopped her husband, we don't have any evidence right now. Duke Ed finally calmed down. He pondered for a while, and said to his wife, I will collect evidence of the Queen's infidelity, and then hand it over to Robert. In this way, I will avenge Bran. Okay, you must be careful. Caitlin reminded, even if you have evidence, you have to pay attention. I am afraid that Lannister will not give up easily. Hearing this, Duke Ed was startled. He couldn't help but think of Duke Tywin Lannister's expressionless face and a widely circulated sentence. Lannister, you must pay your debts. Chapter 135 Tournament. Duke Ed immediately said to his wife, you will leave in a moment. After returning to Winterfell, immediately send a letter to Herman. Talhart and Galbert Glover in my name, ordering them to lead 100 archers each to Garin Bay. 200 archers are enough to stop any army going north through the neck. In addition, the Earl of Mandalay was ordered to step up maintenance of the fortifications of White Harbor to ensure sufficient defenders. Also, from now on, you must pay special attention to Theon Greyjoy. If war breaks out, I will need his father's Iron Fleet. Quote, war broke out. Catelyn's face showed fear. Ed, will the situation be so bad? It may not be so bad, but we must prepare early. Okay. Catelyn breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help reminding again, you must be careful in King's Landing. Don't worry, I'll pretend nothing happened. Okay. Catelyn suddenly remembered something, and said again, actually, I plan to take a detour to the Eagle's Nest City when I returned. I heard that Lisa still doesn't want to come to King's Landing, right? Yes. Duke Eddard was also a little helpless. Duke Renly went to invite him personally, but she refused to come. How about I go to see her and persuade her by the way? No. Duke Eddard immediately refused. You can't say anything about your coming to King's Landing, and I need you to return to Winterfell as soon as possible. Lisa, let me go, Your Majesty. Has already lost his temper several times. We can't keep procrastinating like this. You go, that's fine, but, as the hand of the king, if you leave King's Landing, won't it affect government affairs? It should be okay to leave for a while. Duke Ed actually had some headaches. This is something I can't help. It's a pity that I really don't have anyone I can trust in King's Landing, otherwise I can help share some of it. The gray-green eyes naturally appeared in Catelyn's mind. Petter can be trusted. Petter Baelish. Duke Ed frowned subconsciously. Ed, I know you don't like him, because he used to treat me. However, those are old things. And, after all, he is my father's adopted son, and he is a confidant who was single-handedly picked up by Duke Jon Arryn. You can try to ask him to help you. Duke Ed was silent for a moment, and finally nodded, okay. Then, the two left the room, and Catelyn refused her husband's send-off, in order to avoid attracting attention. After watching his wife leave, Duke Ed looked at Petter beside him and said, Lord Petter, thank you for settling Catelyn this time, and for the news you provided. You are welcome. Duke Ed hesitated for a moment, and said, I am going to personally go to the Eagle's Nest City to persuade Lady Lisa to come to King's Landing. During my absence, you will have to worry about the Imperial meeting, and that tournament. I will hold it beautifully, and I will never disappoint your expectations. Petter said confidently, and then he changed the subject. However, if you follow the originally scheduled date, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back to participate. Do you want to postpone it? No, just go ahead as planned. But after all, this is a tournament for you. This is a tournament for the king. Duke Ed emphasized, I never asked for it from the beginning to the end. Whatever you say. Petter shrugged. Duke Ed sighed, and said, also, what happened tonight? Tight-lipped. The bright morning light dyed the world a golden yellow. The sky was as clean as indigo porcelain. Without a trace of cloud. Natalie Dane sat in the carriage of the Tyrell family and went to the tournament with Miss Marjorie. Lifting the curtain embroidered with golden roses, Natalie saw that hundreds of tents had been set up on the river bank, and thousands of civilians flocked to watch the competition. Of course there are also knights wearing shining armor, riding tall horses, and holding bright banners, just like in the song. Natalie blushed with excitement, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Yes, Marjorie took the arm of the little girl beside her and smiled, and they will also become the protagonists in the song. After arriving at the venue, the two were led by the guards to the seats specially arranged for the Tyrell family. All around were nobles from the Reach land. When they saw Natalie with the star and long sword emblem embroidered on her chest, they all showed meaningful smiles. It's a pity that Natalie didn't understand what was behind their smiles, so she was so foolishly pulled to sit down by Marjorie, completely oblivious to the angry and hostile gazes of the Dornay nobles next door to her. Marjorie leaned close to Natalie's ear and introduced to her the families represented by the various flags fluttering on the field. Natalie remembered it carefully at first, but soon became dizzy. That knight is so strong, Natalie exclaimed, pointing to a big man who looked like an armored giant. That's Esser Gregor Clegane, nicknamed Magic Mountain, a vassal of the Lannister family in the West. Oh, Where's the big bald head? Natalie couldn't help giggling when she saw a bald man in a red robe. That's Thoros, the warrior monk of Myr. During the last suppression of the Iron Islands rebellion, this man was the first to rush into Pike City with a flaming long sword. A flaming long sword? Lord Caesar also has one. Natalie turned her head and searched the crowd. Why didn't I see him? It's over there. With sharp eyes, Marjorie pointed to a double-headed eagle flag in the northwest corner of the arena. Natalie looked quickly, and sure enough, she saw Samwell wearing the armor with the help of his attendants. It was a piece of snow-white plate armor, similar in style to the White Knights of the Kingsguard. But his helmet had eagle wings on it, and he wore a sky-blue cloak trimmed with silver piping. Behind him, Natalie really wanted to say hello to Samwell, but unfortunately the two were too far away to hear her shouting. Samwell also didn't notice Natalie and the others. At this time, he was ambitious to win the spear champion reward of the tournament. That's 40,000 golden dragons. In addition, jousting is actually very suitable for Samwell to play to his strengths, and it also covers up his Achilles heel, lack of agility. So he felt that he still had hope of winning this grand prize. While thinking, the jousting has already begun. The cheers suddenly grew louder. Amidst the rumbling horseshoes, knights held spears in this field, colliding passionately, attracting bursts of applause. Soon, it was his first appearance. Samwell discovered that his opponent this round was actually Duke Renly Baratheon. The king's younger brother is very popular, and he attracted thunderous cheers as soon as he appeared on the stage, and Samwell looked much poorer. Only the nobles of the Reach are cheering for him. Samwell saw Natalie, who jumped the highest, and Marjorie, who smiled the most in the crowd. So he urged his horse to walk over. "Two beautiful ladies, I wonder if I am honored to be blessed by you." Natalie's face was red. She looked at the wooden lance stretched out in front of her. She was about to take off her hair tie and wrap it around it, but suddenly froze. The little girl hesitated when she remembered the tragic end of the two knights who had received her blessing. Marjorie on the side took out her handkerchief generously, tied it on the tip of the gun, and said, with a smile, "Come on, my knight." At this time, Natalie just woke up like a dream, and quickly wrapped her hair tie around it, and sent her blessings. Samwell leaned over the horse to express his thanks, and then rode back to the field. "Master Caesar, can he win?" Natalie couldn't help asking, clasping her hands over her heart. The corners of Marjorie's lips turned up, and she said proudly, "Sam is a knight who can lead 700 cavalry to defeat tens of thousands of Dornishmen, but Lord Renly, he has never been on a battlefield." Yes, Natalie felt relieved, but she still prayed to the gods secretly. Seeing the two knights on the field start to accelerate, Natalie's heart rose to her throat. She didn't dare to watch the final collision before, but this time, her purple eyes opened wide. Boom! Amid the loud crashing sound, the wooden lance shattered, and Duke Renly almost flew back from his horse. There was a loud bang when his head landed on the ground, causing the entire audience to gasp. Fortunately, Duke Renly's helmet was strong enough, and he finally got up staggeringly, but one of the antlers on the helmet was broken. The audience burst into warm cheers. Lord Renly bowed gracefully to the audience, as if the cheers were all because of him. Later, he picked up the broken antler on the ground and handed it to Samwell. "Baron Caesar, this is the spoil you deserve." This gesture immediately drew another wave of cheers. "I have to say that this king's younger brother is really good at showing off, no wonder he is so popular." Samwell curled his lips secretly. He didn't really like this kind of person in his heart, but when he found out that the antler was actually made of gold, he immediately put on a smiling face. "Thank you, Lord Renly, you are a respectable opponent." The tournament continues. Samwell played 5 more times, defeating 2 knights of the valley, a knight of the Stormlands, a knight of the Westlands, and once knocked off his old acquaintance Horace Redwyn. The eldest son of Chinting Island is not recovering from his injuries, but he insisted on coming to the competition. I really don't know what he was thinking. Although wooden lances are used in the joust, it cannot be said that there is no danger at all. For example, Sir Gregor Clegane, the Magic Mountain, from the Westland, created an extremely scene. I saw that when he was facing a valley knight, his spear was upturned and hit the opponent's throat armor. Because of the excessive force, the spear went straight through the throat, and the valley knight was killed on the spot. Death provoked waves of exclamations and cries. Natalie tightly hugged Marjorie, buried her head in her arms, not daring to look any further. The crimson blood flowed out, soaking the cloak of the Valley Knight, and dyed the crescent crest. On it blood red. The servants ran into the field quickly, carried the corpse away, and turned the soil with a shovel. To cover up the blood, everything is back to normal again, as if nothing happened. The tournament continues. Chapter 136 The Magic Mountain and the Hound. The martial arts tournament went on until the evening. At this time, there were not many knights left on the field, but all of them had extraordinary skills. Now playing is, Knight of 100 Flowers, Loris Tyrell. The third son of the Duke of Highgarden is dressed in a very flamboyant suit. The enamel of the silver armor is decorated with pairs of green vines and blue forget-me-nots. The white horse he rides under him is covered with a red blanket. Freshly picked roses. When the auditorium passed by, Loris took a red rose from the blanket and threw it at the ladies and wives in the crowd, causing bursts of exclamation. Finally, he stopped before the seats of the nobles of the north, and gave the last white rose to the hand of the king, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Winterfell, Sansa Stark. "Beautiful Miss Sansa," Loris said, "no great victory is half as glorious as yours." Sansa blushed suddenly, not knowing how to respond. It wasn't until she remembered that she still had a fiancé that she quickly came to her senses. Only to see that the Knight of Flowers had ridden away. Then Sansa noticed that Loris' opponent this round turned out to be the terrifying giant, Magic Mountain, Gregor Clegane. This man was more than 8 feet tall, with arms as thick as tree trunks, and the steed he rode seemed like a toy horse in comparison. And this person had just created a ***** incident before. Of course, this is commonplace for Magic Mountain. During the War of the Reavers, it was this person who raped and killed Prince Rhaegar Targaryen's wife, Princess Elia Martell from Dorne, and brutally killed her 2 children. This enmity has been remembered by the Martell family to this day. So as soon as the Magic Mountain appeared on the stage, there were bursts of shouting and cursing from the seats of the Dorne nobles. Princess Arianne looked at the huge knight in the arena with fiery eyes, and couldn't help saying to Prince Oberyn beside her, "Uncle, why don't you participate in the competition?" Prince Oberyn stared at the Magic Mountain, like a poisonous snake, and said, "I'm not interested in participating in this kind of game with wooden spears. If you really want a one-on-one duel, I can kill all the knights here. What about tomorrow's group hand-to-hand combat? It's a real sword and gun. I went to check, Magic Mountain didn't sign up for the group competition, otherwise I would have gone." Prince Oberyn took a sip of his wine, his expression a little helpless, "And now I'm suspected of murdering Jon Arryn. It's better to be honest." Princess Arianne nodded in agreement, thinking that after her uncle suffered a big loss, he could finally restrain himself. Looking at the field, she suddenly found that something was wrong with the war horse of Magic Mountain. It kept stomping its feet, shaking its head, screaming and neighing. "Uncle, is there something wrong with the war horse of Magic Mountain?" "There is something wrong with Loris, war horse." Prince Oberyn stared at the Knight of Flowers, with the corner of his mouth raised. "That's a mare in heat." While speaking, the 2 knights had already started sprinting. Magic Mountain, Gregor's war horse galloped in great strides, but it still couldn't run in a straight line. Just when the knight pulled the reins and tried to adjust, Loris on the opposite side had already killed like a silver lightning. Boom! The tip of the spear was just right, and Gregor the Magic Mountain was knocked down. Because of his huge size, he actually brought down the horse as well. The cheers sounded immediately. Samwell looked at this scene with a knowing smile. He knew that Loris had played a trick and found a mare in heat. Magic Mountain, Gregor has always liked to ride big, bad-tempered, wild and undisciplined war horses. Under normal circumstances, with his strength, it is naturally not a problem to subdue these war horses. But now when encountering a mare in heat, the rebellious wild horse under the buttocks will become a huge flaw. Just as Loris lifted his mask and accepted the cheers from the audience, Magic Mountain, Gregor roared angrily, "Bring me my sword." After the attendant handed Gregor the Magic Mountain, a huge sword that looked like a door panel, the crazy knight of the western region chopped off the entire head of his horse with one sword. Blood spurted out, drenching the whole body of Magic Mountain, making him look like a devil crawling out of hell. This scene instantly turned the cheers on the field into screams. Gregor the Magic Mountain charged at Loris with a long sword dripping with blood. Margaret realized that something was wrong, and quickly stood up to remind her brother, but her voice was already drowned out by the raging screams. Loris finally came to his senses, and hurriedly shouted to his attendant for a sword. But the Magic Mountain had rushed to him. Clang! Loris only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then he fell off the horse. He struggled to get up, but found that he couldn't use any strength at all, so he could only watch in horror as the giant sword flashing with cold light swung towards his neck. Clang! The giant sword was blocked. Loris let go suddenly, only to realize that it was Samuel who arrived. The tournament is over, Samuel yelled after blocking Gregor the Magic Mountain with his oaken shield. During the fight just now, he found that the terrifying knight of the western region in front of him was actually stronger than himself. His hand holding the shield was numb from the shock. Magic Mountain! Gregor let out a roar, and swung his sword again. At this time, the hound, Sandor Clegane also swung his sword and took the blow from his brother. Then, the Clegane brothers fought back and forth. Although these two are brothers, they are no different from enemies. When Hound Dog touched his brother's toys when he was a child, half of his face was burnt by being held in a brazier by him. While the two brothers were fighting, Samuel helped Loris up and took him to a safe place. Thank you, Sam. You saved my life. This is what I should do. Samuel laughed. In fact, without him, the hound would stop Magic Mountain, but since it can brush up the favor of the Tyrell family, why not Samuel? At this moment, Sandor the hound had already been beaten back again and again by his brother, and seemed about to be unable to hold on. Fortunately, the king's resonant voice finally sounded, "In the name of your king, stop me." Immediately, the hound, Sandor immediately knelt down on one knee when he heard the words, while Magic Mountain, Gregor's missed, and then he regained his rationality. He dropped his sword, snorted angrily, and turned away without saying a word. This farce finally came to an end. At this time, the joust has reached the final stage, and there are only 4 knights left on the field. Knight of Flowers, Loris Tyrell, the Hound, Sandor Clegane, Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, and Samwell Caesar. Samwell remounted his horse, brought his spear, and came to the field to stand still. Through the eye holes of his helmet, he looked at his opponent. The knight on the opposite side is indeed very heroic, handsome and unrestrained, and his background is even more top-notch. The younger brother of Queen Cersei, the eldest son of Duke Tywin in the west, and the White Knight of the Kingsguard. It is a pity that there is a King Slayer disgraceful title. No matter how many reasons he had for killing the Mad King, Aerys Targaryen, he had violated his oath after all. This stain would accompany the eldest son of Castle Rock City for his entire life. As the horn sounded, Samwell put aside distracting thoughts and began to charge faster. Boom! The 2 armored knights collided with each other, and then separated. Didn't even fall off the horse. Samwell threw away the broken lance, lifted his mask, and looked back. A formidable opponent. The 2 put on new lances and charged again. But after 3 rounds of this competition, there was still no winner. Samwell received the brand new lance handed over by his attendant Kadu, rode his horse back to the venue, and was preparing for the 4th round of competition. But who knows, a loud voice suddenly came from the grandstand. No need to compare, the winner is Samwell Caesar. Samwell turned around in astonishment, only to find that it was King Robert who made the verdict. Why? Queen Cersei's sharp voice rang out, defending her younger brother. Jaime didn't fall off his horse. Robert held the horned wine glass and shouted, "Woman, I know martial arts better than you." Just a few rounds, Samwell hit more accurately, and sat more firmly on the horse. "You are partial." The queen was still insistent, "You just don't want to see James win." "Shut up, woman, I'm the king, and whoever wins wins. You want to help your brother to judge, so you have to grow a first. Ha ha ha." The queen turned pale with anger and trembled all over. James was free and easy. He threw the lance directly, took off his helmet, and said lightly, "Yes, your majesty, Follow your decision. Samuel didn't expect that he could benefit from the conflict between the king and queen, so he saluted and thanked the main stand happily. As for whether he stabbed more accurately and sat more stably just now, who knows, since the king said yes, then it is. Samuel had just taken off his helmet and took a breath when he saw James the Kingslayer come to him on horseback. This handsome man with blonde hair had a cynical smile on his face, and said, "Boy, you have good strength. However, if you fight with real swords and guns, within 3 swords, I can finish you." After finishing speaking, he rode his horse and left without waiting for Samuel to respond. What a stinky man, Samuel pouted. Really want a life and death duel? Samuel believes that he holds Dawn, and can finish this King Slayer with a single sword. However, without the help of Excalibur, I'm afraid he really is no match for James. He also tried it out just now. This person's strength is only a little smaller than his own, but his riding skills are better than his own, and he also has the attribute of agility, which is a hindrance. If the duel is fair, there is a high probability of losing. But it doesn't matter, Samuel believes that he still has a lot of room for improvement. Sooner or later, he will pee with one hand and hit the Kingslayer with only the other hand. Next, Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell will face Hound Sandor Clegane. However, when Loras came out, he only wore a linen shirt and said to Sandor, "Dear Sir Sandor, you just shot to save my life, so the victory is yours." "I'm not a jazz," Sandor muttered. Indeed, the second son of the Clegane family has always refused to accept the canonization of knights, although he already has enough qualifications. However, he still accepted Loras' kindness. In this way, there are only 2 players left on the field. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, and Samuel Caesar. The 2 of them will compete for the final championship. Chapter 137 Champion Knight. 100 golden dragons, I bet on Hound Dog to win. In the auditorium, Littlefinger, Petter Baelish announced loudly, "I beat Caesar." Duke Renly said, "The knight who can beat me must be the champion." King Robert laughed when he heard his brother's words. "If you can win, you are the champion, and those present may find hundreds of champions." Ha ha ha. Duke Renly didn't feel embarrassed, he still had an elegant smile on his face, and asked, "Your Majesty, who do you think will be the champion?" Robert put down the horn glass and said, "The brandy is brewed in that boy Samuel's territory." "Right, yes, okay, then I will pressure him to win. To brew such strong wine, he must be a man who can fight." Queen Cersei suddenly said coldly, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Samuel was once named Tully?" "Of course I know." Robert snorted softly, "Isn't he the son of Randall Tarley?" "So you remember, I thought you forgot how badly you lost at Ash Beach." "Woman, you think I'm as narrow-minded as you. Tell you, even if Lando Tarley is here now, I can drink with him. Of course, after drinking, we have to fight again." Ha ha ha. Queen Cersei rolled her eyes and said to Petter, "I crush Sir Sandor Clegane. I crush my good dog too." Prince Joffrey yelled after his mother, "I over Clegane. I crush Caesar." Ellipsis. The nobles spoke out one after another to participate in the gamble. Marjorie Tyrell also stood up and said loudly, "Lord Petter, I and my brother Loras are all over Baron Caesar." After finishing speaking, Marjorie looked back at Natalie beside her, and asked, "Natalie, do you want to press too?" Natalie clutched the corner of her clothes aggrievedly, "I don't have that much money." "It's okay, I'll pay for you first." After Marjorie finished speaking, without waiting for Natalie's reply, she said loudly again, "Lord Petter, and Miss Natalie, also suppress Baron Caesar." But he said that Baron Caesar was gulping down a glass of iced milk on the sidelines, and then ate a few berries before putting on his helmet again and getting back on his horse. 40,000 golden dragons, Lao Su is here. Samuel cheered himself up in his heart, took the lance from the attendant, put his horse under his stomach, and came to the arena. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, also came to the field at this time. He covered his mask without saying a word, and then lowered his long gun. Woo! As the horn sounded, the 2 accelerated at the same time. Blah blah blah. The temporary stands vibrated accordingly. Samuel was riding on the horse, leaning forward, and the spear was as steady as a rock, but just when the tip of the spear was about to hit the breastplate of the Hound, the opponent twisted and Samwell's strength was captured by the picture on that side. The shields of the three black dogs fell away, and he himself was stabbed squarely by Sandor's lance. While the sawdust was scattered, Samwell swayed on the horse and almost fell. Natalie took a breath, and her heart was in her throat. I should think about how to spend your money. Petter smiled at Duke Renly beside him. The game is not over yet. Duke Renly countered. On the sidelines, the hound, Sandor threw down the broken gun, and when he reached out to grab a new gun, he suddenly heard the attendant exclaim, "My lord, your hand." Sandor looked down, only to find that his right hand was already stained red with blood. He knew that when he fought against his brother, Magic Mountain, before, his mouth had already been cracked, and the impact just now aggravated his injuries. "Stop talking nonsense, give me the gun," Sandor yelled at his attendant. The attendant didn't dare to say anything, and hastily handed the wooden spear to the big blood red hand. Sandor clamped the horse's belly hard, and galloped forward. Samwell on the opposite side has also rode to greet him again. This time Samwell has experience. At the moment when the two met, he did not rush to shoot, but patiently waited for the opponent to make the first shot. Just when the hound dog's spear was about to touch him, in a flash, he suddenly sent out the lance in his hand. Boom! Two spears exploded at the same time. When the wood chips fell to the ground one after another, they saw that the horse of hound dog had lost an owner, but Samwell still sat firmly on the horse, continuing to move forward in the aftermath of the charge. Cheers suddenly exploded in the venue. "Caesar! Caesar! Caesar!" In the auditorium, Littlefinger, Petter shook his head and sighed. Alas, the **** of luck has never favored me. Duke Renly laughed loudly. "Littlefinger, maybe you should quit gambling." "How can that be?" Petter shook his head resolutely. "What's the point of a life without excitement?" Boom! King Robert slapped the table hard, and shouted, "Ha ha ha! I'll say that boy will do." Then, he turned his head and looked to the side. "Woman, pay." Queen Cersei's fair complexion was turning blue, and she said coldly, "Lannister, you must pay your debts." Then he no longer cares about his proud husband. Win, win. Lord Caesar is amazing. Natalie cheered bouncingly. Then she hugged Margaret's slender waist and asked excitedly, "Will I have a lot of money?" "That's right." Marjorie also hugged Natalie with her backhand, kissed her pink cheek, and said, with a smile, "A lot of money." At this time, Samwell, who won the championship, was riding a horse around the field, accepting the cheers of the audience, and at the same time thanking them in return. Finally, he came to the main stand, got off his horse, knelt down on one knee, and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I dedicate this victory and glory to you." Robert laughed and waved. "Come here, boy." Samwell stepped up to the stands and came to the king's long table. Robert stood up holding two horn glasses. It was only then that Samwell realized that the king was actually taller and stronger than him. Standing in front of him was full of oppression. "Come, my champion knight, this is your brandy, do it." Samwell looked at the huge wine glass in front of him, and took a deep breath in his heart, as if he had returned to the scene of being drunk by a client during a social gathering in his previous life. But at this time, he could only grit his teeth, take the wine glass and pour it into his mouth. Gudong gudong. By the time Samwell finished drinking the big cup, his head was already dizzy. Seeing this, Robert laughed loudly again. "Boy, you can't drink." After finishing speaking, he took out a laurel wreath from the tray in the hand of the maid behind him and handed it to Samwell. "Go ahead and choose your Queen of Love and Beauty." "Yes, your Majesty." Samwell took the wreath and laurel crown, but keenly noticed a trace of sadness in the king's eyes. He immediately understood that the king remembered the Harrenhal tournament that year. The champion of the spear joust at that time was the former Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, and after he won, he passed his wife, Princess Elia Martell, and handed the laurel wreath to Robert's fiancée, Lyanna Stark. This started a period of evil, until the detonation of the War of Looters. It can be seen that this wreath and laurel crown really cannot be given randomly. Now, it's Samwell's turn to give this honor. He knew he had to be careful. Marjorie Tyrell is a good choice, but he doesn't want to expose his ambitions so early. Natalie Dane is also good, but it will attract suspicious eyes. The two knights who pursued Natalie had just died, and he did this, which easily attracted the attention of interested people. In fact, If you don't have a favorite object, the winning knight will usually give a wreath and laurel crown to the sponsor's daughter as a token of gratitude. The tournament was held in the name of the hand of the king, and though he was not there, his daughter was. But in the next second, Samwell thought that Sansa Stark was Prince Joffrey's fiancée. Forget it, let's not mess with that, eternal emperor. Just Arya Stark. However, when Samwell searched the seats of the nobles in the north, he did not find the second daughter of the king's hand. Probably slipped away to play again. In desperation, Samwell had no choice but to set his sights on the king's daughter, Princess Myrcella Baratheon. This princess is less than 10 years old, and has inherited her mother's beauty, but not her bad character. Well, this one should be safe. So, under the eyes of everyone's anticipation, the young champion knight slowly came to the royal seat and placed the wreath and laurel crown on Princess Myrcella's lap. Your Highness Myrcella, you are the Queen of Love and Beauty, in my heart. Thank you, Baron Caesar. Princess Myrcella's cheeks were flushed, and her heart seemed to be jumping out of her throat. All this was the same as the song sang, making her feel like a dream. This is my greatest honor. As Princess Myrcella put the wreath and laurel crown on her head, the audience cheered enthusiastically. At this time, it was dark and the spear competition was over, so the king announced that today's meeting was over, and the archery competition and group competition would be held tomorrow. The people gradually dispersed, discussing today's contest and the last young champion knight. While walking, the nobles continued to go to the river to participate in the bonfire dinner. Samwell was thinking about his 40,000 golden dragons, so he found Littlefinger, Petyr Baelish. Don't worry, Sam, Petyr said with a smile, the prize money will be distributed uniformly after the tournament is over. Samwell sighed. Okay, Lord Petyr. Please forgive my impatience, but you also know that my territory is in a critical stage of construction and urgently needs money. Really? But how did I hear that after the last battle of Starfall City, you received a large amount of war compensation from the Dane family? Sigh. Samwell sighed again. My lord, I'm afraid you don't know that the Dane family doesn't have that much money for the time being, so I asked them to give priority to paying the war compensation to my allies. Got it. I didn't expect you to be such a humble gentleman. Petyr's smile narrowed. However, listen to my advice. In King's Landing, it's best not to be humble, let alone find any allies. My lord, I don't quite understand what you mean. Samwell put on a simple and honest expression just right. This is a city built on lies, and the air is filled with the smell of betrayal. Petyr patted Samwell on the shoulder, with a look of heart and soul. So you can't be so honest anymore, Sam. My lord, I'm afraid this is against the spirit of chivalry. Samwell was like an ignorant boy from the countryside at this moment. Ha ha ha, chivalry doesn't work here. Petyr seemed to be instructing the students. When you walk into a women's branch, you can't pretend to be a decent person. You have to learn how to asterisk 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 a couple of asterisk 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 first. After speaking, he laughed and left. Chapter 138 Group Competition. The moonlight is hazy, shining quietly on the Haishui River, like a bright silk. Piles of bonfires were lit on the banks of the river, and the air was filled with the smell of barbecue and fine wine. Samwell said goodbye to his good teacher, Petyr Baelish, and found Marjorie and Natalie by the campfire. Because it was a bonfire dinner, Gayotting Rose was dressed more casually tonight. A simple linen dress was covered with a green brocade shawl, and a pair of sandals were on her feet, revealing her crystal clear and flawless jade feet. Natalie beside her also changed into a dress with puff sleeves, which looked cute and sweet. Our champion knight is here, Margaret joked with a smile. Sam, come quickly. The beef is roasted. Natalie was holding a huge barbecue, worrying about what to eat. Samwell went over to greet everyone with a smile, then took the barbecue in Natalie's hand, cut it into small pieces for her, spread cream and spices on it, and accepted compliments and jokes from the nobles of the river bend. Natalie squatted obediently beside Samwell, waiting to be fed, smiling very sweetly. The maids wandered among the bonfires, serving barley venison soup and fruit and vegetable salad. Marjorie personally poured red wine for the river bend nobles by the bonfire, and then giggled while watching the performance in the center of the venue. It was a juggler throwing burning sticks into the air, but he could throw them, but he couldn't catch them. He was frightened by the fire sticks falling from the sky and ran away in embarrassment, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Margaret told everyone that the man was the king's clown, called Yutong. Yutong, who failed to play with fire sticks, soon changed into colorful clothes, jumped up and down on stilts, and kept saying some jokes, making jokes about the old men present. As today's star figure, Samuel was naturally not spared. The clown imitated his horseback riding charge, but plunged into the tent, then got up and yelled, saying that he had won and was the champion. Of course Samuel would not be angry at this kind of joke, and this clown even dared to joke about the king and queen, so he was obviously quite favored. At this time, the maid brought garlic boiled snails. Natalie had never eaten this kind of thing, and looked at it curiously and in fear. In the end, it was Marjorie who taught her how to dig out the meat from the snail shell and encouraged her to take the first bite. Then the little girl was overwhelmed by this delicacy, and enthusiastically started to do it herself. But when she dug out a piece of snail meat, she brought it to Samuel's mouth. "Sam, try it, it's delicious." Unfortunately, attributes cannot be added. Samuel ate the snail and rubbed the little girl's hair to express his thanks. Afterwards, the maid brought sweet bread, pigeon pie, and lemon cake. Natalie ate until her belly was full, and finally she couldn't eat any more. Just when she was thinking about going for a walk by the river to digest food, a loud voice suddenly sounded on the field. "Shut up." Natalie was startled to find that it was King Robert, who staggered and stood up flushed. He was holding a goblet in one hand, and he was so drunk that he swayed and said, "Woman, stop worrying about me sitting here and doing that. I am the king. I can do whatever I want. I will fight tomorrow." Queen Cersei's face was pale, as if wearing a mask carved from white snow. "As a king, you actually want to compete with a bunch of lowly mercenaries? It's really shameful." "Shame." Robert slammed his wine glass on the table with a loud bang. "How do you think I got the throne? Is my warhammer only for nobles? Servants, mercenaries, pariahs, farmer, whoever blocks my way, I will smash his head. You have disgraced the royal family," Queen Cersei said coldly, then pulled up her skirt and left in a hurry. The king was still yelling from behind. Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister reached out and pressed the king's shoulder, trying to dissuade him. Robert jerked his shoulders, knocking James to the ground. "Ha ha ha." Robert laughed wildly. "Did you see that? What kind of nonsense, White Knight? I have plenty of ways to make the dog eat shit." The king pounded his chest loudly. "As long as I have a hammer in my hand, no one can stop me." Littlefinger, Petter Baelish hastily stepped forward and handed the wine glass to the king. "Your Majesty, drink, drink." Duke Renly and others also stepped forward to persuade, and finally pushed the furious king back to his seat. Samuel saw all this in his eyes, and then realized that King Robert actually wanted to participate in tomorrow's group hand-to-hand combat. In this competition, many fighters participated in the melee in their personal identities to seek the final victory alone, which is simply the Game of Thrones version of the chicken game. And unlike the special wooden weapons used in pike competitions, real swords and guns are used in group competitions, so the scenes will be very bloody. Severing hands and feet is commonplace, and even death on the spot is not uncommon. Few aristocrats are willing to participate in this dangerous project. Generally, they are relatively low-status people such as mercenaries, servants, and civilian swordsmen, just to show off in front of the nobles of the kingdom and win appreciation. Therefore, it is indeed inappropriate for the king to want to participate in this project. Only a weirdo like Robert would come up with such an idea. After this farce, the atmosphere of the banquet became more dignified. After the queen left, the rest of the royal family also left. Princess Myrcella also ran to Samuel. She was cute in a pink princess dress with a laurel wreath on her head. "Baron Caesar, thank you again for choosing me to be the Queen of Love and Beauty today. I'm going back to rest. Good night, my champion knight." "Good night, Your Royal Highness." Samuel got up to return the salute, and then returned to the Red Castle with Marjorie and Natalie. The next morning, the dense morning fog hadn't cleared yet, and the competition field was crowded with people who came to watch. Outside a gorgeous camp near the Blackwater River, there is a huge warhammer and an iron shield. The shield is decorated with the crowned stag of the Baratheon family. In the tent, King Robert is drinking wine while putting on his armor with the help of his squire. Lancel Lannister, Your Majesty, this armor is too small to fit. Lancel was so busy that he was sweating profusely. Damn fools, none of you Lannisters are useful. Robert cursed. I shouldn't have listened to Cersei and took you as a squire, not even helping people put on armor. You what kind of servant is that? Lancel looked at the huge protruding belly of the king, but he didn't dare to speak back. He was so wrong that tears almost fell down. Robert was so angry that he threw his glass on the ground and shouted, "Damn it, get the pincers that open the breastplate." Stupid. Lancel ran out of the tent in a hurry, just in time to meet Queen Cersei head-on. Cousin, Your Majesty, he still wants to participate in the group competition. Yes. Cersei's face sank, and she strode into the tent, and then there was a heated argument. The sound was so loud that almost half of the people in the camp heard it. When Samwell brought the two little beauties to the auditorium, he also heard the quarrel between the enemy couple. Your Majesty won't really want to participate in a group competition, will he? Margaret laughed. That would be too nonsense. Someone should be able to persuade him. Samwell frowned. With the beating of drums, the group competition officially kicked off. There were nearly 50 contestants, all servants, mercenaries, commoners who wanted to seek fame, and of course, our good king, Robert Baratheon. Come on, boys, let me see your skills. Robert stood on the arena, laughing in a contemptuous tone. The king was wearing an exquisite plate armor, but the protruding belly propped up the breastplate, which made him even more majestic. He held a terrifyingly huge hammer in both hands, and the huge antler helmet on his head. The sun was shining brightly, and even though he hadn't fought for many years, the once invincible **** of war still had an unrivaled aura. The contestants around looked at each other, but no one dared to attack the noble king first. Robert got impatient waiting, so he swung his warhammer and rushed towards Thoros from Myr. The red-robed monk shaved his head and held a flaming sword. Apart from the king, he was the most eye-catching person on the field. That's why he was targeted by Robert. The king obviously couldn't understand that someone was even more arrogant than himself, so he rushed forward with a warhammer, laughing wildly. Come on, Soros, let's make gestures. However, Soros looked at Robert, who was charging aggressively. He didn't know whether he was afraid of the opponent's strength or the identity of the opponent. Others saw that the king had an opponent, so they also started to fight. For a while they formed a small team to join forces to fight against the enemy, and for a while they fought among themselves and killed each other. They tried every means to drive others off the field so that they could stand in the end smoothly. The scene quickly became chaotic and bloody. People kept having their fingers cut off, their bones broken, and they vomited blood. Fortunately, as long as they opened their mouths to surrender, they can quit the game, so no one has been killed yet. Damn it, Soros, you bastard. Seeing that Soros had been afraid to fight him, Robert cursed angrily for a while, and finally swung his warhammer and charged into the most chaotic battle circle. I have to say that this king is really powerful. Even though his body has become fat due to his indulging in alcohol and **** all these years, he is still extremely fierce. As soon as he made a move, he smashed the shield of an unlucky mercenary. Robert laughed a few times, swung his warhammer again and rushed into the crowd. At this time, everyone was already jealous, and they didn't care about Robert's honorable status. They started to fight back one after another. Some people even saw the king's threat and started to join forces tacitly. Robert was not afraid, but even more excited, swinging his warhammer so fiercely that no one dared to approach him. But at this moment, Robert's breastplate burst open. Chapter 139 Murder. There was a sudden exclamation from the audience. Samwell also narrowed his eyes. Is this the fault of the king's potbelly? Or is it a deliberate arrangement by some people? Soon, he learned the answer. Just as Robert himself was in a daze, several people around him suddenly exerted their strength at the same time and rushed forward. Ha ha ha, want to take advantage of Lao Tzu's danger. Delusion. Robert was not afraid at all, holding the warhammer with both hands and swiping with a sudden sweep. Blood and flesh flew all over the place, bones shattered and skulls shattered. However, Such a terrifying and blow not only did not scare everyone away, but more people rushed towards the king at the same time. Seeing this scene, Samuel finally became convinced that this was deliberately arranged. This is a murder against the king. Stop, stop, stop. The match is over. Barristan Selmy, captain of the Kingsguard, rushed into the arena first, trying to stop the match. Protect the king. Queen Cersei also screamed. Gregor Clegane, the loyal dog of the Lannister family, Magic Mountain, was moved when he heard the sound, and rushed into the arena holding a giant sword. But at this time, it was too late. I saw Robert swung his warhammer again. Although he knocked over a mercenary who rushed up, he was still stabbed by another man in his unarmored belly. The severe pain caused the king to let out a roar, and he just swung his warhammer and smashed the man's brains. But in the blink of an eye, another person quietly appeared on the right side of him, with a scimitar in his hand drawing a stern arc, cutting a long, narrow and hideous mouth on the king's belly. Wow! The fat intestines spurted out mixed with blood, like a slaughter scene. Screams, shouts, and howls reached their peak in an instant, and the entire venue was in chaos. No! Barristan let out a desperate and angry roar, rushing towards the king like a mad white bear. Knocking away the murderer who had cut open the king's stomach, then drew his sword and looked around, rushing towards the king around him. Joe's contestants yelled, "Back off! Back off, all!" The murderer just got up and seemed to want to escape, but he saw that Magic Mountain Gregor had already rushed to him, and swung the huge sword in his hand. Swish! He cut the man in half. This terrifying scene frightened the rest of the contestants, and then they scattered. And Magic Mountain seemed to have become red-eyed, and chased after him with a blood-stained giant sword. Although he was not fast due to his huge size, the guards around the martial arts field had already surrounded him and blocked him the way of the contestants. Then, this mad dog raised by the Lannister family started to kill. For a moment, blood flowed across the arena, stumps flew around, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Natalie was so frightened that she got into Samuel's arms. While comforting the little girl, he watched everything in the field coldly. Unexpectedly, the king did not die at the hands of a wild boar as in the original book, but died in a tournament. But he can be sure that this is definitely not an accident, but a murder against the king. He has even guessed the real culprit behind all of this. Undoubtedly, it is the Lannister family. Magic Mountain, Gregor Clegane's behavior now seems to be avenging the king, but in fact he is trying to silence him. As for the person who let King Robert step into this well-designed killing situation, there is no doubt that it was Queen Cersei Lannister. Yes, although the queen has been trying to prevent the king from participating in the group competition, it was her blocking that pushed the king into the competition field step by step. This woman really knows her husband too well. She knows that the king likes to fight against her most. So her sentence, "You are not allowed to participate in group competitions," is more effective than thousands of words of encouragement. What's even better is that she can also clear herself of the suspicion after this demeanor. She obviously tried her best to dissuade the king, but he himself refused to listen. There is also the king's broken breastplate. Is it really an accident? Is it really the king's pot belly to blame? Obviously not. Who put the armor on the king? It is the king's attendant, Lancel Lannister. Yes, another Lannister, and also the cousin of Queen Cersei. Finally, there is a loyal dog of the Lannister family to kill those contestants who have been bought secretly and destroy all evidence. On the field, the killing machine of the western region, Magic Mountain, Gregor Clegane, continued to kill, and even the guards on the field were assisting him to block the way of the contestants. Intent to murder the king. This crime is indeed enough to sentence these contestants to death. But such a hasty murder without trial is not silence. At this critical moment, the arena was in chaos. Everyone was busy calling for the bachelor to rescue the king, and no one cared about the Magic Mountain that was rising. Samuel watched all this silently, and suddenly began to suspect that this carefully planned murder was really the work of Queen Cersei. Although this woman wants to have good looks and a good figure, but if she wants to talk about her brain, it can't be said that there is no such thing at all. She is still a little clever. Maybe it is more appropriate to call it cunning. But she has no sense of the big picture at all, let alone sophisticated tactics, and only knows how to flip the table. But relying on the identity of the queen and the support of the Lannister family, Cersei really has the ability to turn the table. She can't understand this Game of Thrones, and she doesn't want to understand it. Anyway, when something goes wrong, she directly turns over the table, and then forces everyone to play Leonleonkin with her. This murder against the king is indeed in line with Cersei's personality, and it is something she can do, but the specific planning and design are extremely delicate, and it doesn't seem like this woman can think of it. So, behind her, there should be someone. Samwell felt that Petyr Baelish, Littlefinger, should be the most suspect. This guy should have noticed the rumor, so in order to divert everyone's attention, he planned the murder to create even greater chaos. Samwell couldn't help feeling secretly that Littlefinger was indeed a master in terms of intrigue. And he was indeed far behind. But unfortunately, this guy probably doesn't know that Samwell has already disclosed this rumor to those who really need it. Littlefinger wants to use chaos to cover up rumors, but he doesn't know that in chaos, poisonous snakes will become more deadly. How is your majesty? We are trying our best to rescue. Grand Maester Pycelle's hands were covered with blood, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Please give us a little time, a little time. The king must be brought back. Must. Do you hear that, Pycelle? Queen Cersei screamed, her face stained with tears. I will try my best, I will try my best. As if he couldn't bear the gazes of the ministers, Pycelle hurriedly turned and entered the room. Outside the door, the atmosphere was oppressive and dignified, only the sobbing of the two young princes and princesses remained. Queen Cersei turned around, as if holding back her grief. Joffrey, take your siblings back to rest. Yes, mother. At this time, Petyr also thoughtfully persuaded, Your Majesty, you should go back to rest too. We are guarding here. Once there is news, I will send someone to notify you immediately. The queen hesitated for a while, and finally left under the asterisk of her younger brother James. The two returned to the queen's bedroom, closed the door, and Cersei could no longer hold back the ecstasy in her heart, and burst out laughing. James looked at his sister's appearance, and said a little speechlessly, Cersei, he is your husband after all. Even if you are not sad, there is no need to laugh like this. Why can't you laugh? Ha ha ha, that fat pig is finally dead. I finally killed it, by you. James was stunned. Is this everything you planned? Otherwise. Cersei picked up the flagon on the table and poured herself a glass. Oh, my dear brother, revenge tastes so good, so good. How I regret putting up with that fat pig so much. Long time. I should have started earlier. Revenge. He is your husband. What hatred do you have with him? What grudge? Cersei's voice suddenly sharpened. So many years of humiliation. So many years of indifference. You ask me what grudge I have. On the first night I married him, I dedicated myself to him with great anticipation. But I didn't expect that he actually called that bitch's name, Lyanna Stark. At that time, I wanted to kill him. Kill him. But he is your husband after all, your king. King shit. Cersei looked at her younger brother, feeling a little unhappy. What's going on? Jaime, you're still accusing me, Kingslayer. Have you forgotten that you also killed a king? James was at a loss for words, but he still said, you should at least discuss it with me first. Discuss with you. Cersei held the goblet and looked at her younger brother with her chin, like a mighty queen. Your head grows on the hand with the sword. What's the use of telling you? Did you know that the woman Catelyn Tully has found King's Landing? Eddard Stark probably already knows that we pushed his son off the tower. Catelyn Tully has come to King's Landing. James was stunned. Why didn't I know? By the time you know this, Eddard Stark has already told Robert our secret. Cersei glanced at her brother disdainfully. The gods are so blind that they gave you and power to make you. You can go on the battlefield and give me menstruation and swollen breasts, so I can only cry in pain on the delivery bed, giving birth to you stupid men. Now that idiot Robert is dying, and as soon as little Joe takes over, it will be my turn to run the country. I want to prove to you that if I hadn't been born with the wrong gender, I would be the wisest king. Dad would be proud of me. I am his best son. Quote. As she spoke, Cersei came to her younger brother, teasing his chin, extremely charming. Come on, let's celebrate. Chapter 140 Wills. How is your majesty? It's not good. Grand Maester Pycelle sighed and shook his head. Your majesty's wounds can't heal at all, they are all gangrene. If I were a normal person, I'm afraid I should have returned to the embrace of the gods. To be honest, I have seen people with such a tenacious will to survive. Duke Renly's eyes flickered. Has his majesty made a will? Not yet. Pycelle lowered his head. The queen also came to ask once before, but her majesty insisted on waiting for the king's hand to return. Wait for him to come back. Duke Renly tugged at his neckline irritably. He went to the Eagle's Nest City. Is there still time to come back? What if your majesty? Pycelle's voice became even lower. Actually, it's not a big deal. After all, his majesty has a legal heir. Even if, nothing will happen. But Joffrey is underage. Duke Renly could hardly hide his impatience and eagerness. He needs a regent. Pycelle fell silent. I'll go see your majesty. After speaking, Duke Renly strode into the king's bedroom. The fireplace in the room was burning hot, and the gloomy red light filled the space, making it look weird and terrifying. Duke Renly saw his brother lying on the bed at a glance, staring blankly at the ceiling, wondering if he was still awake. Lord Renly walked to the bed, reached out and lifted the blanket. There was a terrible scar on the king's abdomen. Although Maester Pycelle tried his best to sew it up, it still had no effect. The oozing blood dyed all the gauze used for bandaging red, and even the internal organs that flowed out were faintly visible. The king persisted like this for 7 days, and the wounds festered and stink. Ed, is that you? Robert suddenly spoke, but his eyes were still out of focus. Duke Renly wanted to correct his brother, but he held back the words. His eyes struggled for a while, and he waved his hand to signal several servants to step back. Then sat by the bed, held the king's hand, and imagined what Duke Ed would say at this time. Robert, how did you do this? I was careless, Ed. Damn it, I haven't fought for so many years, and my body is rusted. Alas, if I was me back then, I wouldn't be afraid of those boys. He really lost his mind, and actually took me for Ed Stark. Duke Renly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Damn it, he tried to imitate Eddard Stark's tone. Robert, do you have to be so reckless? Damn it, Ed, Robert retorted, I don't even have the freedom to fight. Damn it, you killed me back. Then, make me the king. You know me, I don't want that ***** iron chair. I just want to drink, fight, and ***** women. I should have run across the narrow sea and become a mercenary. According to the sequence of inheritance, you are. Fuck the line of succession. Robert dismissed. If the line of succession, there are 2 Targaryens across the narrow sea, why don't you find them to sit on this iron chair? You must ask me to sit. Now it's all right, you say, am I a good king? Lord Renly knew that Ed Stark would shut up at this time. Robert was furious. You should say yes at this time. Damn it, don't you Starks know lies. But after scolding, Robert suddenly laughed. Yes, what a good king I am. Ha ha ha, I'm probably better than Aerys. I didn't set people on fire. Damn it, Ed, I was wrong, but I really can't be a king. And I'm surrounded by people. They're either liars or fools, Ed. Duke Renly was annoyed for a while, but he still held the king's hand tightly. Help me, help my son. Robert's tone suddenly became very weak. He's still so young, so ignorant. You have to help him. I will, Lord Renly promised. Robert pointed to the table. Go get a pen and paper, and write down what I said. Lord Renly's heart was about to jump out of his throat. While silently praying to the 7 gods, he spread the parchment on his knees and held a quill in his hand. Your Majesty, please speak. This is Robert I of House Baratheon, King of the Andals, Rhoynar, and First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms, *********. Put all these ghost titles in there. Robert gasped weakly tone, will. Hereby appoint the Warden of the North, Duke of Winterfell, Eddard of the Stark family as regent and guardian of the whole land. After my death, I will rule the state affairs on my behalf until my son Joffrey comes of age. Writing here, Duke Renly changed Ed Stark to his own name without hesitation. Gods old and new, you know what to write later, I will sign after I finish writing. When Duke Renly finished writing his will, he felt that his palms were all sweaty. He handed the parchment and quill to the king, and prayed devoutly to the 7 gods again in his heart. I don't know if the gods really heard Lord Renly's prayer. The king took the quill pen, signed his name on the paper without carefully reading the words on it, and left a pool of blood at the same time. When the seal is sealed, someone needs to witness it. Go and call all the important ministers of the imperial meeting. Yes, Robert. Duke Renly's eyes shone with excitement, and the hand holding the parchment was trembling. Ellipsis. Where's your majesty? Hand of the king. Duke Eddard Stark dragged his exhausted body into Maegor's tower. He had just arrived in Eagle's Nest City when he received the bad news from the Raven. So he couldn't care about Lisa's mother and child anymore, and hurried back immediately. The road continued day and night, and 3 horses ran to death before finally rushing back to King's Landing. He only wished he hadn't. I'm afraid it's not very good. Varys moved his fat body to barely keep up with Duke Ed's pace. His Majesty's wound can no longer heal, and now he is relying on his will to survive. Maybe he is waiting for you to come back. Damn it, why did you let him participate in the competition? Why didn't you stop him? Duke Ed couldn't control his emotions and roared angrily. We have dissuaded him countless times. Petter on the other side shrugged with a helpless face. But you also know His Majesty's temper. He is not someone who can be easily persuaded. Duke Ed was also a little depressed when he heard the words. Indeed, his brother's temper is really hard to persuade. If only I was here. He suddenly regretted going to Eagle's Nest City. That contest was indeed too coincidental. His Majesty's breastplate just fell off. Hearing what Petter said, Duke Ed suddenly frowned. Did your Majesty's breastplate fall off? During the competition? Yes. Petter sighed, and pretended to explain. Our Majesty is indeed a bit too fat. Duke Ed's mouth moved, but he didn't speak. He suddenly felt that this did not seem like a coincidence. Thinking of the person who put the armor on the king, it was Lancel of the Lannister family. Where are the other contestants in that group competition? Have you interrogated them? Have they been instructed? The few who survived have asked. Varys said, there is no problem. How many survived? Duke Ed couldn't believe it. 7 gods. How many people died in that contest? Actually, there were no dead people in the contest. Instead, after His Majesty was injured, when the Magic Mountain went to rescue him, he failed to control his anger and killed many people. Petter spread his hands. You also know that guy has a hot temper. Now Duke Ed frowned even tighter. How could he not know that the Magic Mountain is a mad dog raised by the Lannister family? Letting this mad dog out at this time is to silence it. Reminiscent of his son Bran, who was pushed off the tower, and the rumors of cheating on the Queen and his younger brother James, Duke Ed became more suspicious of the Lannister family. But at this moment, he had no time to think about it. He just wanted to see his brother quickly. Several people came to the king's bedroom, just in time to run into Duke Renly, who came out. When Duke Renly saw Duke Ed, his eyes shrank slightly, but there was nothing unusual on his face. Lord Ed, you came back just in time. His Majesty has just made a will. Please come in and witness. Your Majesty has already made a will. Petter looked surprised, looking at Duke Renly in disbelief. But Duke Ed didn't notice anything wrong, and strode towards the bedroom. Duke Renly hurried forward, stuffed the parchment into Duke Ed's hand, and said, "This is His Majesty's will, and you will be in charge of sealing it later." Duke Ed received the will and was not in the mood to read it, so he strode into the room. Robert. Duke Ed looked at his dying brother on the bed, his eyes blurred by tears. Duke Renly was afraid that the two of them would reveal their truth if they talked too much, so he urged, "Since your Majesty has drawn up the will, let the king's hand preside over the seal." "Yeah, Ed, hurry up and let me die." Robert yelled, "I'm going to die of pain." Duke Ed suppressed the grief in his heart, opened the will, confirmed Robert's signature, but refrained from reading the content. This will cannot be read by the Imperial Council until after the king dies. Witnessed by everyone, Duke Ed rolled up the parchment, dripped sealing wax on it, and then took the national seal to cover it. "All right, Your Majesty." Robert seemed relieved at last when he heard this, and cried, "Pycelle, come and relieve my pain. Damn it, I can finally die." Grand Maester Pycelle hurriedly made a cup of poppy milk, and served the king to drink it up. Robert threw away the cup, and murmured blankly, "Can I dream?" "Yes, Your Majesty, You will have a good dream. Duke Ed comforted in a trembling tone. That's good. Robert smiled mischievously. I will say hello to John Aaron and your sister Lyanna. For you. I really miss them. After speaking, the king closed his eyes tiredly, and sank his whole head into the pillow. Chapter 141 Respective Means. Everyone exits the room. How long can he live? Duke Ed asked. It depends on the will of the gods. Pai Xie sighed. In fact, it is already a miracle that he can persist until now. Robert. How is Robert? Queen Cersei strode forward, holding her son Prince Joffrey in one hand, followed by her younger brother Jaime Lannister. Grand Maester Paxel said, Your Majesty has just made a will, drank poppy milk, and fell asleep. He has made a will. Queen Cersei suppressed her anger. Why didn't you call me? Several ministers lowered their heads and did not speak. Duke Ed clearly told himself not to show any strangeness, but he still couldn't suppress the anger. In his heart, he took a step forward and asked back, Queen, when His Majesty was dying, why didn't you accompany him? Do you want us to send someone to invite you? This matter is indeed the Queen's fault, but Cersei's attitude is still tough. Do you want me to stay in that stinking room for 7 days and 7 nights? Don't take a bath, or eat. I've only left for a while, and you guys have made your will. Lord Ed, you really know how to pick your time. Duke Ed really didn't want to mess around with this woman. He was worried that he could not control the anger in his heart and let the other party see the clues, so he strode past the queen and said coldly, In this case, then go and accompany the king, he is not dead yet. Cersei was not ready to let him go. Wait. What about the will? Let me see. The will be read out by the Imperial Council after the king's death. Duke Ed put the parchment scroll behind him, feeling more and more disgusted with the unscrupulous woman in front of him. Cersei smiled disdainfully, and warned in an arrogant tone, Okay, Lord Ed, just take that piece of paper and see if it can bring you power. Duke Ed didn't bother to pay any attention to this woman, so he turned around and left. Mother, let's go see father. Prince Joffrey cried. Cersei only stared at Duke Ed's leaving back, gritted her teeth secretly, and only after a while did she shake off her son's hand, and said coldly, Go to yourself. After speaking, the queen strode away without going to the king's bedroom at all. Duke Ed walked out of Maegor's tower, and stopped several important officials behind him. He first said to Grand Maester Pycelle, Master Pycelle, His Majesty still needs to ask you to take more care these few days, and try to ease his pain. I will, Lord Ed. Then Duke Ed looked at Chief Intelligence Officer Varys again. Master Varys, always pay attention to the movements in the city, and report to me immediately if there is anything unusual. Yes, Lord Ed. Duke Ed looked at the Minister of Justice, Duke Renly, and said, Mrs. Lisa still refuses to come to King's Landing. This trial will be postponed. We will discuss countermeasures after His Majesty's funeral is over. Duke Renly seems to have a different opinion. Lord Ed, please go and invite her. If Mrs. Lisa refuses to come, then no one will be able to invite her. In this case, I think it is better to hold a trial directly and convict the Red Viper, so that His Majesty feel free to go. Duke Ed hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. The hideous face and warning words of Queen Cersei appeared in front of him. He felt that he should deal with the queen first and avenge the king. This was the most reassuring way for him to leave. Don't worry yet. Duke Ed made a decision, we'll talk about it after the funeral. Lord Renly shrugged and did not continue to insist. Finally, Duke Ed looked at Minister of Finance Petter Baelish again. Lord Petter, follow me. The two of them took a few steps, but Duke Ed still kept silent, as if hesitating for something. Lord Ed, Petter took the initiative to say, if you are worried about the cost of His Majesty's funeral, leave it to me. No. Duke Ed shook his head, and finally expressed his thoughts. Do you know the commander of the Capital Defense Army? Esser Janos Slint. Of course I understand, we often drink and visit the women's branch together. Petter's gray-green eyes shimmered. Lord Ed, do you want his help? Duke Ed hesitated for a moment. He actually didn't like Littlefinger very much. He thought he was too naughty and disgusting, but after thinking about what his wife said before leaving, he nodded and said, Yes. I'm worried that the king's death will cause chaos, so you need to make sure he follows my orders. That's easy. Petter snapped his fingers. That's a greedy guy, as long as you give him enough golden dragons, you can make him do anything. Duke Ed suddenly lost his affection for Genos, but he also knew that it is better not to easily replace the commander of the Capital Defense Army at this sensitive time, so he held back his anger and asked, "How many golden dragons do you need?" Petter chuckled. 30,000 gold dragons. 10,000 to Janos Slint, 10,000 to his soldiers. How about another 10,000? Of course it's in my pocket. Seeing Duke Ed's anger, Petter quickly explained, "It's the final payment, the final payment, do you understand? If you give them all at once, will they still obey your orders?" "Ed, your excellency, you have no sense of humor. The king is dying, tell me about your sense of humor." Duke Ed said coldly, paused, he seemed hesitant, but still asked, "Can you get 30,000 golden dragons?" "Of course." Petter's lips curled up, "Although there are only mice left in the treasury, I am the Minister of Finance, and I can conjure a golden dragon by snapping my fingers." Duke Ed was really in no mood to joke with Lee Petter, and he didn't want to get involved with bribery, so he waved his hand and said impatiently, "Petter, I leave this matter to you. Make sure that the city's garrison obeys my orders. Leave it on me." Petter bowed gracefully, smiling brightly. In the room with the doors and windows closed, there was a golden light that could blind people's eyes. On a hill made of golden dragons, Samuel was lying lazily, like a giant dragon guarding a treasure. Unfortunately, he is not guarding, but devouring. These golden dragons are his championship rewards for this martial arts tournament. As one gold dragon after another was sent into Samuel's mouth, his strength attribute continued to rise slowly but firmly. Samuel has already felt the urgency of the coming rain, so it is naturally impossible to keep these golden dragons. At this time, converting them into strength is the most sensible choice. While devouring, he was also thinking about the current situation. Littlefinger's counterattack was indeed beyond Samuel's expectations. This guy is really a master at creating chaos, but fortunately, the situation has not completely lost control. He could actually guess that Littlefinger's next plan must be to throw the blame for the king's death on the Lannister family. This is actually very easy to do. After all, in the previous actions, the Lannister family really some telltale feet were exposed. Perhaps these telltale feet were the clues deliberately left by Littlefinger. In this way, he can lead Duke Ed to become suspicious, and even provoke a dispute between lions and wolves against the Lannister family. And because Littlefinger himself participated in planning the death of the king, he must pretend to help the wolf family, but in fact he will definitely stand on the side of the lion as in the original book. They even plan to have Duke Eddie die in King's Landing. In this way, the Seven Kingdoms will be in chaos. Samuel certainly didn't want Littlefinger to succeed. If the Seven Kingdoms fell into chaos at this time, it would do him more harm than good. He still wants to bring disaster to Dorne instead of disrupting the entire Seven Kingdoms. So the best way is to let the Red Viper take action as soon as possible. But this poisonous snake seemed to have learned its lesson, and it didn't do anything until now. Which surprised Samuel. Is this still the violent Red Viper? Or did this guy become more cautious after suffering a loss in Starfall City last time? Actually, Samuel has several alternatives to destroy Littlefinger's plan, but this is the safest and most in line with his interests, and it is his first choice. It seems that the poisonous snake has to be urged. Of course, you can't go directly to see Prince Oberyn. You can fool around the first time, but it's too easy to arouse the other party's suspicion if you go the second time. Have to find a different way. Samuel stuffed the golden dragon into his mouth expressionlessly, while his brain was working rapidly. Finally, Renly Baratheon's handsome face appeared before his eyes. Yes, you can go to Renly. When Samuel heard that the king made a will, it was actually Duke Renly who was beside him, not Duke Ed. He immediately realized that there was a problem. Although Duke Renly is the king's younger brother, the only person Robert really trusts is Ed Stark. In the original book, Duke Ed also wrote the will for the king. Although Duke Ed went to Eagle's Nest this time, the king might be worried that the other party would not come back, so he asked his brother to make a will. But Samuel still felt that it was more likely that Renly Baratheon was playing tricks. The king's younger brother may be eager to participate in this Game of Thrones. In this way, it gave Samuel the opportunity to take advantage of it. While constantly stuffing the golden dragon into his mouth, Samuel's brain was also running crazily, and soon, a plan quietly took shape. Samuel stood up from the pile of gold coins. He ate for so long just now, and it is estimated that he has eaten nearly 30,000 golden dragons. And the originally magnificent hill has shrunk by half. I don't feel much in my stomach, maybe it's been digested directly, even my throat is uncomfortable, and my mouth is full of bitterness. Fortunately, the strength attribute has been raised to 6.74. However, due to devouring a large number of golden dragons, its effectiveness is also rapidly decaying. Now he has to eat more than 200 golden dragons to increase his strength by 0.01. This effect really makes Samuel's heart ache. Based on this speed, and taking into account the attenuation, even if he eats all the remaining nearly 10,000 golden dragons, it may not be able to increase the strength attribute to 7. So he doesn't plan to eat the remaining golden dragon for the time being. Let's keep it as money. First, let's talk later when we have more money. Although the heart hurts, the effect is also extremely obvious. Now Samuel only feels that his body is full of explosive power, and he can't wait to vent it. Even if the magic mountain, Gregor Clegane, is in front of him, he dares to fight head to head with the opponent. He even wanted to pinch Littlefinger's neck directly, but he still took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. In a place like King's Landing, using brute force to solve problems is the most stupid way. He was going to use Duke Renly's ambition to give the Red Viper an ultimatum. Otherwise, if Littlefinger is given more time, the situation in King's Landing may collapse beyond control. Chapter 142. Greetings. Samuel put on a white fine linen shirt and a gray velvet baronial dress, and put the great sword on his back before going out to the residence of Duke Renly. Along the way, you can see heavily armed gold-robed guards everywhere. They keep their eyes on each other and look alert. There was a chilling atmosphere in the entire Red Castle. Sorry, Lord Caesar, the Duke is seeing guests, please wait a moment. The guard recognized Samuel and said politely, "Good." Samuel was not in a hurry, he just stood in the corridor and looked at the scenery in the courtyard. The yard is paved with fine blue stones, and there is a plum tree in the northwest corner, and a lazy old cat napping in the sun is lying on the tree. There are many mice in the Red Castle, so there are also many cats. Some are raised by servants, and some are wild cats. Looking at the smooth hair and fat body of the cat on the tree, it must be raised by someone. Samuel was staring at the cat in a daze, when he suddenly saw a black cat jumping out from nowhere. It has only one ear, its whole body is pitch black, and its figure is strong and alert. However, at this moment, there was a thin and small figure quietly following behind it, as if trying to catch the cat. Samuel couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, because he recognized that the person behind the black cat was actually Arya Stark, the second daughter of the king's hand. This mischievous ghost has bare feet and a dirty body. The leather vest on his chest is full of cat scratches. It seems that he has been fighting the black cat for a long time. Arya's attention was on the black cat at this time, and she didn't notice anyone else. When she approached the black cat lightly and was only 3 steps away, the black cat seemed to have noticed something and rushed away. "Go out!" The little girl yelled and jumped on her swiftly. The black cat hissed and tried to slip between her feet, but Arya saw through its attempt, reached out and hugged the black cat to her chest, laughing happily. The black cat barked even louder, its claws tore at her blouse, but left only scratches on the leather vest. Arya gave the black cat a quick kiss between the eyes, and pulled back a moment before it could claw her face. The black cat purred angrily and spat at her. "Good job," Samuel applauded. Arya was taken aback, let go of her hand, and let the black cat slip out. When she came back to her senses, the black cat had disappeared. "Master Caesar." Arya was not angry. Samuel scared away her cat, and ran over happily. "What are you doing here?" "I'm waiting to meet Duke Renly." Samuel smiled and helped her comb her hair, but it didn't work. Sweat, dirt, and even spider webs were all tangled together. "What are you doing? Do you have to be so embarrassed?" "Catch the cat." Arya put her hands on her hips proudly. "My dance teacher Sirio taught me this. He is the chief swordsman of Bravos, and he is amazing." Water dancer, Sirio Farrell. Samwell's heart moved. Unexpectedly, this legendary swordsman also came to King's Landing, and became Arya's teacher according to the original fate. I've heard of his name, he is a powerful swordsman. It's a pity that this kind of fancy swordsmanship may not have much chance of winning against armored knights, Samwell added. In his heart, yes, he told me to be as quiet as a shadow and as light as a feather, so that I can catch cats. I have caught all the cats in the Red Castle, and only the one-eared black cat is left. It is the most cunning cat. I've heard people say that the cat is the daughter of Rhaegar Targaryen, Princess Rhaenys' pet. It's called Balerion. It's the same name as Aegon the Conqueror's dragon. I be sure to grab it. Good luck. Thank you. Arya chuckled, and then ran away in a hurry. What a carefree girl. Samwell sighed, wondering if this coming storm will affect the fate of this little wolf girl. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Samwell turned his head and saw Margaery Tyrell walking out lively. She was wearing a dark green tunic dress with lace woven into a huge rose shape at the back. Looking majestic and dignified, the girl smiled when she saw Samwell. Sam, I heard your voice just now. Are you also here to see Lord Renly? Yes, Miss Margaery. Samwell bowed slightly in greeting. Then come in, there are no outsiders here. Good. Samwell entered the door, and saw that the two brothers of the Tyrell family, Garland and Loras, were also there. He immediately realized that Duke Renly should be trying to win the support of the Tyrell family. However, the Tyrell family doesn't have much power in King's Landing, so a few dozen guards are of no use. What's more, those guards are still outside the Red Castle. Duke Renly smiled and waved to Samwell. Sit down, Sam. Oh, sorry, can I call you Sam? Of course, Your Excellency the Duke. Don't be so formal, Sam, just call me Renly. I have to say that Duke Renly is really good at dealing with people. Coupled with his handsome appearance and noble family background, he can make anyone feel like a spring breeze. Actually, in peacetime, Renly would indeed be a good king. But unfortunately, Renly Baratheon is even more of a summer night, to borrow the words of the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. In a sunny environment, he will be extraordinarily radiant. But when the storm hits, he will wither like a delicate flower. So Samwell never regarded Renly as his real opponent. The Duke of Storm's End was destined to be unable to defeat those tougher and more sinister guys. Samwell greeted Garland and Loras again, and then sat down on the chair. There were no servants in the room, yet Margaery actually poured Samwell a cup of scented tea. Herself. Sam, what do you want from me? Holding the teacup, Samwell seemed to be considering his words. Lord Renly, please forgive my presumptuousness, but I want to know when will the trial regarding the death of Lord Jon be held. As you know, I am already in King's Landing. I have been lingering for nearly a month, and I am really worried about the situation in the territory. I understand your concerns, Sam. In fact, I really want to hold a trial as soon as possible and convict the Red Viper as soon as possible, so that Robert can leave with more peace of mind. Unfortunately, Lord Eddard thinks it is not a good time. Quote, but you are the Minister of Justice, and you should be in charge of this. Is Mr. Ed a bit lenient? What Samwell said was actually a bit presumptuous, but Duke Renly laughed out loud after hearing this. Lord Ed is, after all, the hand of the king, in charge of the government affairs of the King's Landing, so it's not easy for me to confront him. That's what he said, but Duke Renly hated Eddard Stark more and more, and he couldn't wait to get the regent power. However, for Samwell, Duke Renly looked more and more pleasing to his eyes. Sam, in fact, you don't have to worry, I won't have to look at Eddard Stark's face soon. Hearing this, Samwell became more and more convinced that Duke Renly had tampered with the king's will. The Knight of 100 Flowers, Loras said directly. Sam, Lord Renly told us just now that His Majesty appointed him as regent and guardian of the whole territory in his will. Samwell was surprised when he heard this. But he knows that in the original book, the regent appointed by Robert and the guardian of the realm is Eddard Stark. Is Renly directly tampering with the will? How did you do it? Could it be that Robert has lost his mind? Congratulations, Lord Renly. Samwell smiled and congratulated. The Duke of Renly smiled and waved his hands, and said, I must do my best to maintain the stability of the Red Castle and even the 7 kingdoms due to my brother's trust. This is also the purpose of my consultation with you. This is a hint that the Tyrell family has to express their views. Loras immediately said, Lord Renly, please rest assured that the Tyrell family will stand firmly behind you and work with you to maintain the stability of the Seven Kingdoms. Garland glanced at his younger brother, and had no choice but to follow suit. Yes, Lord Renly, the Tyrell family will provide you with the necessary help. The support of the Tyrell family, I will always remember it in my heart. Duke Renly expressed his gratitude sincerely, and then turned his attention to Samwell. Samwell cursed secretly in his heart, but he could only bite the bullet and say, as a vassal of the Duke of Mace, of course I will follow in the footsteps of the Tyrell family. Very good. Duke Renly stood up excitedly, and said, please also inform the nobles of the Riverbend in the Red Castle about this matter. I believe that with your support, I will be able to stabilize the situation after my brother's death. Do not give some conspirators a chance to usurp it. Loras immediately said, Master Renly, please rest assured, we will ensure that all the nobles of the Riverbend stand firmly behind you. Fools. Samwell cursed inwardly again. Garland and Loras are idiots. Before you expressed your support for Renly, did you ask Lady Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, for her opinion? And Renly, an idiot, actually wants to tell all the nobles of the Riverbend about such a confidential matter. As long as there is a traitor among them, or someone who is not tight enough to let the secret of the will leak out, Renly will immediately become the target of public criticism. All the careerists in the Red Castle will immediately put aside their conflicts and kill him first. Besides, Renly couldn't grasp the point at all. How many Riverbend nobles are there in the Red Castle? How many swords are there? What can be done? As for the accompanying guards, it is estimated that the guards of the Riverbend nobles who came to King's Landing this time can make up hundreds or even thousands of people, but these people are all outside the Red Castle. When the Bronze Gate is closed, these people can only staring blankly outside the castle. It's really going to be a shame. In the Red Castle, the outcome can be decided by two armed forces, the Royal Guard and the Capital City Defense Army. Although there are only 7 members of the Kingsguard, each of them is a top knight with extraordinary combat power, and has a very high reputation in the Seven Kingdoms army system, and is a symbol of the royal family's authority. As long as the White Knights stopped there, most of them soldiers did not even dare to step forward to fight against them. However, the White Knights of the Kingsguard are not easy to win over. But the Capital Defense Army is much easier. This is the focus of Renly's efforts to win over. Instead of looking for the nobles of the Riverbend here to support him, Samwell felt more and more that he was on a thief ship. The key point was that he, as a vassal of the Tyrell family, could not jump off the ship. While feeling depressed, Samwell suddenly saw Marjorie Tyrell, who had been keeping silent. And this, High Court Rose, also looked at Samwell with a tacit understanding. The two people's eyes met, and they seemed to understand each other's thoughts for an instant. Chapter 143. After seeing Marjorie's performance, Samwell was slightly relieved. There are still people in the Tyrell family who understand. Margaret didn't speak now, probably because she didn't want to reject Duke Renly in person. Privately, she probably would persuade the two idiots Garland and Loras. In this way, the nobles of the Riverbend should not follow Lord Renly all the way to the dark. Samwell felt relieved and was ready to continue implementing his plan. It has to be said that with Duke Renly showing his ambition, his plan is easier to implement. Lord Renly, I have a suggestion. Sam, tell me. Lord Renly turned around with an attitude of listening attentively. I think you can order a trial for Duke John's death as soon as possible. Hearing Samwell's old incident again, Duke Renly didn't show any impatience, he just comforted him with a smile. Sam, I can understand your eagerness, but let's put this matter on hold for now. Don't worry, when the situation stabilizes, I will hold a trial as soon as possible. Samwell shook his head and said with a smile, Lord Renly, in fact, I suggest that you hold a trial. Just to help you stabilize the situation. Oh, Duke Renly became interested. Why do you say that? Samwell gave a little hint. Think about it, my lord. If the trial is held now, the life of the Red Viper will be in your hands. As long as there is no result, the Dornishmen in King's Landing will obey you. The command. Yes. Duke Renly stood up excitedly. He already understood what Samwell meant. As long as the trial begins, the life of the Red Viper largely depends on him, the Minister of Justice who presides over the trial. Whether you are grateful for his kindness or afraid of his authority, you will obey his orders. In this way, he gained an extra help for nothing. Okay, I will give an order later, and the trial of the Red Viper will be held tomorrow. Duke Renly walked up to Samwell excitedly, and took his hand enthusiastically. Thank you, Sam. This is really a good idea. Considering this man's sexual orientation, Samwell wanted to take his hand out, but felt that it would be too rude, so he could only smile awkwardly. Lord Renly, in that case, will you offend Lord Eddard, Hand of the King? Loras reminded. Don't worry about him. Duke Renly finally let go of Samwell. This is my duty as the Minister of Justice. Samwell secretly gave Duke Renly a thumbs up. Very good, iron-headed boy, go ahead. Once the news of the trial tomorrow gets out, Samwell doesn't believe that the Red Viper can continue to be a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Then, Duke Renly began to boast, describing the grand plans and great achievements he planned to carry out after becoming regent. It seemed that he couldn't wait to flex his muscles. Samwell listened silently, echoing and praising a few words from time to time, very flattering. It was not easy for Duke Renly to finish his interest before everyone left. Samwell took a few steps, and sure enough, he heard Marjorie's voice behind him. Sam, wait for me. Miss Marjorie. Samwell stopped and waited for Marjorie to follow, walking side by side with her. However, the two of them just chatted casually about topics such as the weather and food. It wasn't until they returned to Marjorie's room and closed the door that she changed the subject. And asked, Sam, at Duke Renly's place, did you have something to say but didn't dare to say? Samwell smiled slightly and asked, you have been silent, you should be the same as me. Yes, Marjorie nodded frankly. Loras is determined to support Duke Renly, but I always hesitate. Samwell is also a little speechless. Loras is such a fool, he puts his family's future on the line for his good friends. Is this called being blind for love? Before you came to King's Landing, did Mrs. Olenna explain anything? As a vassal of the Tyrell family, Samwell was actually not very good at directly interfering in the decision of the monarch. So he pulled out the Queen of Thorns. Marjorie revealed a look of reminiscence. Grandma said, let's come to King's Landing to watch a play. That's it. Samwell shrugged. I let you watch the play, but I didn't make you foolishly rush to the center of the stage. You're right. If Grandma knew that we expressed our support for Duke Renly in this way, she would probably lose her temper. But Marjorie seemed a little helpless. But Loras and Garland have already expressed their stance. If we go back on our word, will it damage the reputation of House Tyrell? Let's put the reputation aside first. Samwell said, let's start with the perspective of strength. What do you think the chances of Duke Renly's success are? I think the chances are quite high. After all, he has the will, doesn't he? Samwell finally knew why Marjorie hesitated. She actually took chances and thought that Renly might win. No, I think Duke Renly will definitely lose, Samwell said firmly, wanting to completely dispel Marjorie's thoughts in this way. Why? Samwell looked at the bright and attractive girl in front of him, and secretly lamented that, although she was smart, had a high EQ, and was good at winning people's hearts, she was still somewhat naive in politics. Because Duke Renly has only one piece of paper, but his opponent has overwhelming strength. What do you mean by strength? Army. To be more precise, it is the army in the Red Keep. Lord Renly has no one in the Kingsguard, and he has nothing to do with the Capital Guard. If he wants to rely on the swords of the nobles of the Reach, at most coupled with the Dornay nobles, it is impossible to win. Marjorie's face changed slightly. Sam, do you think this matter will lead to a confrontation? Samwell nodded seriously. Political struggles have always been the bloodiest and cruelest. Think about what happened to Rhaegar Targaryen's wife and children back then. Think about Jon Arryn. Think about it, Your Majesty Robert. You think His Majesty Robert was also murdered? This city has never lacked betrayal and murder. Samwell said in a deep voice, this is not the Garden of Highgarden, but the bloodiest power arena in the Seven Kingdoms. Margaret was frightened, and her face turned pale. She bit her lips lightly, as if she was still a little unwilling. Actually, I have also thought about the Capital Defense Army before. If Duke Renly can win their support, is there hope? Samwell still shook his head, mercilessly piercing her fantasy. Renly can't win the capital garrison. Why, do you know the commander of the capital garrison? Sir Janos Slint. Marjorie nodded. I heard some scandals about him taking bribes. That's right, Janos Slint only works for money, and he will follow whoever bids the most. So, tell me, Miss Marjorie, can Lord Renly bid more than the Lannisters? Margaret choked for a moment. Yes, who in the Seven Kingdoms can compare with the Lannister family in terms of financial resources? Even with the help of the Tyrell family, Renly couldn't possibly match the Lannister family in terms of money. That is a family with a gold mine under their ass. Marjorie was silent for a moment, then asked again, so, you think Queen Cersei will win this time? Maybe. At least she has a better chance of winning than Renly. Samwell shrugged and didn't finish his sentence. In fact, Cersei is just a self-righteous crazy woman. She will only be used as a gun. As for the real winner in the end, if Samwell does not make a move, I am afraid it will be Littlefinger, Petter Baelish, but now he released a venomous snake, and the rest of the matter may not be certain. Well, I will try my best to dissuade Garland and Loras from getting involved in the political disputes in King's Landing. Seeing that Marjorie finally gave up her previous thoughts, Samwell heaved a sigh of relief. However, Garland should be able to persuade, but Loras, Samwell doubts whether Marjorie can persuade that silly child who is crazy about love. Sam, what are your plans? Marjorie's eyes were full of inquiry. What plans can I have? I just want to stay quietly and watch the show, and pray that I will not be affected by this political storm. I don't think so. Margaret approached with a smile. You have seen the situation in the Red Castle clearly. I don't think you will do nothing. Tell me, Sam, what are you planning? Perhaps I can help you. The two were very close, and Samwell could clearly smell the elegant and sweet fragrance from the girl's body. There was an ambiguous atmosphere in the quiet and closed space, as if he could kiss the piece of her body as long as he leaned forward a little. Delicate red lips. I'm just a little baron, what can I plan? Samwell restrained the temptation. He wasn't that idiot Renly, who wanted everything to be known. I don't believe it. Marjorie pouted aggrievedly, showing a cute expression. You must have your purpose in pushing Duke Renly to hold the trial as soon as possible. Tell me, Sam, my knight. That's because I want to go home early. Samwell spread his hands. King's Landing is too dangerous. I don't want to stay here for too long. Really? True than gold. Marjorie stared at Samwell for a while, then finally shook her head and sighed. Sam, I have never seen your heart clearly. I don't know what you desire. Your dream is my desire. Samwell said sincerely. My dream, yes. You want to be queen. Samwell said with a smile. As your knight, my greatest desire is to help you achieve it. Marjorie giggled, not sure if she believed Samwell's words or not. She stretched out her white and jade-like hand to the Baron, and said, Kiss me, my knight. Samwell lowered his head and pressed a kiss between the girl's fingers. It's the end of the month, and the radish has exploded. Brothers, shouldn't it be time to vote for the monthly ticket? Chapter 144 The Poisonous Snake Out of the Hole. You haven't seen Lisa Tully. Prince Oberyn helped the dusty lover Ellaria Sand take off her cloak, and asked. No, Ellaria said with exhaustion on her face, but she still held her spirits up. That woman dared not see me at all. Oberyn, you guessed right, there is definitely something wrong with Lisa Tully. She even refused to come to King's Landing even though Ed Stark personally invited her. She dared not testify in court under the eyes of the seven gods. She has a ghost in her heart. Prince Oberyn nodded silently, deep in thought. Ellaria took a sip of her wine, took it easy, and said again, by the way, I heard that the king was cut open in the stomach during a group competition. Yes. A sneer appeared on the corner of Prince Oberyn's mouth. In my opinion, this guy may not have a good life for a few days. Will it affect your trial? Ellaria was a little nervous. I always feel that the atmosphere in King's Landing is not quite right now. Prince Oberyn's face was also a bit solemn. It's not right. HMPH, I guess some people can't wait. However, this may not be a bad thing for us. Ellaria looked at the cold light in her lover's eyes, and couldn't help asking, Oberon, you don't want to do it directly, do you? Is there any other way? Prince Oberyn asked back. Ellaria hurriedly grabbed her lover's hand and persuaded. Don't be impulsive, Oberyn. Anyway, the trial won't be held for a while. We still have time. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in, Your Highness." The attendant pushed the door open and said, "Just now Duke Renly sent someone to inform you that your trial is planned to be held in the throne hall tomorrow morning." "I see." Prince Oberon nodded, showing no emotion. When the attendant left, Elaria nervously grabbed her lover's hand. "Oberon, you don't really want to kill Petter Baelish, do you?" "No, I won't kill him." Prince Oberon shook off his lover's hand and strode out. "I want him to stand trial. Renly will hold a trial tomorrow." Petter turned pale after receiving the news. He won't wait for Lady Lisa. The messenger who sent the letter didn't know how to answer, so he spread his hands and said, "Lord Petter, if you have any doubts about this matter, you can ask Lord Renly face to face." Petter's face changed for a while. He already smelled the breath of conspiracy. "Conspiracy against yourself." Before Ed Stark had made it clear that he would postpone the trial, Renly Baratheon dared to risk offending the king's hand to force a trial. Reminiscing about the damning rumor, Petter realized that the black hand behind the scenes targeting him had already begun to collect the net. The opponent is forcing the Red Viper to attack him. He didn't want to face that lunatic in Dorne. Thinking of this, Petter rushed out of the room and shouted, By Lan, take all the guards and go out with me." But after waiting for a while, there was no response. Petter frowned. Before he could speak, he was shocked to find that his knight had appeared by his side at some point. Why are you walking without making a sound? You scared me," Petter complained, but there was still no response. He looked at his knight suspiciously. "Bailan, what's going on with you today?" Bailan finally spoke, without any fluctuation in tone, as flat as ice that would not melt for thousands of years. "The debt owed by the man to the Red God has not been repaid." Petter was stunned for a moment, but then he tensed up and blurted out, "You are not Byron. You are the Faceless One. Someone came to ask for a debt for the Red God." The faceless man said coldly, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten." Petter cursed inwardly, forced a smile on his face. Jachan Hagar. "I always remember it. However, saving people from the prison is not that simple." Quote, "A man owes his life to the Red God, and if he does not pay back, someone will take his life." The faceless man's gaze made Petter feel endless chills, and the smile on his face became more and more reluctant. "I will definitely save people. In fact, I already have a plan. You know about the Night Watchmen, Legion on the Great Wall of Impossibility. They come to King's Landing every year to recruit recruits, but who wants to go to that ghostly place, and they can't marry wives and have children. You can't confer titles. Every time the king will let them go to the Black Prison to pick some criminals to go to the Great Wall. Therefore, my plan is to let Jachan Hagar leave the Black Prison with the Night Watchman, which is the safest and most secure way." The faceless man stared into Petter's eyes for a while, and finally said expressionlessly, "Okay." Petter breathed a sigh of relief, and asked again, "Then, what about my knight?" "Someone is a man's knight until a man fulfills his promise." Petter frowned and said, "However, someone might want to kill me recently. Can you protect my safety? One will not let another take a man's life until the man has paid his debts. You faceless ones have always only killed people. When will you protect people?" Petter muttered to himself, but he also knew that he couldn't argue with the faceless. Thinking of the impending trial gave him a headache. Petter knew that during this period of time, he had to strengthen his guards, and the best way was to go to the commander of the capital garrison, Janos Slint, who happened to be bought by him. So, after his dozen or so guards had assembled, Petter led them out. The faceless man followed quickly. His footsteps were so light that there was hardly a sound. A group of people went to the command post of the Capital Defense Army first, but were told that Sir Janos was not there. Where did he go? Master Genos didn't say anything. Petter was not discouraged. He had already guessed where Janos Slint might go. So, he brought his men to another women's branch hospital. Petter seemed to be very familiar with the charming proprietress, and asked with a smile, "Is Sir Janos Slint there?" "Yes, Lord Petter, I will take you right away." Petter was about to reach out and slap the woman's upturned buttocks, but suddenly found that the faceless man was pulling his clothes, and the huge force made him stagger backwards. Before Petter could question him angrily, a black light flashed in front of his eyes. Boom! Amidst the sawdust flying, Petter was shocked to find that it was actually a long spear, the leaf shaped spearhead was black and shiny, shining with a palpitating faint light. Run! Petter heard a low growl from the faceless man, and when he turned his eyes, he saw a tall figure in an orange-red robe rushing towards him like lightning. Red Viper. Petter ran away. Are you crazy? Petter Baelish. Prince Oberyn drew his spear from the wall and roared, I will kill you. The women's branch suddenly exploded, and amidst the screams, the clients and women fled in all directions. Prince Oberyn charged unabated, swiftly and with unstoppable ferocity, like a storm on the sea, sweeping towards Petter. But amidst the storm, an inconspicuous light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Nail. A tiny crossbow bolt was sent flying by Prince Oberyn, but it also made him stagnate. Who are you? Prince Oberyn noticed this unusual guard. The faceless man didn't answer, but drew out his 2 knives and threw them at Prince Oberyn's eyes. But Prince Oberyn's long spear had already been smashed down, and the pair of knives were knocked away with a slap, and the momentum remained undiminished, directly blasting towards his face. Boom! The wooden floor exploded, and among the flying sawdust, the faceless man rolled over and disappeared. Petter's guards also surrounded him at this time, but Prince Oberyn was not afraid, and swept his spear across, bringing out a ***** light, so that the guards didn't dare to approach at all. Prince Oberyn didn't get entangled with these guards either. The spear rolled like a dragon, piercing a gap. The whole person followed the spear and rushed out of the encirclement, once again locked onto Petter's figure and chased after him. Stop! The sound of fighting and Petter's relentless cries for help finally attracted the commander of the capital garrison, Janos Slynt, who roared and ordered his golden robes to stop Prince Oberyn. Petter was ecstatic when he heard this voice, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Prince Oberyn relentlessly chasing him. Help me! The faceless man sprang out from nowhere again, and the dagger in his hand went straight to Prince Oberyn's neck. Go away! Prince Oberyn shouted. In the blink of an eye, the dagger pierced through the orange robe, but left a mark on the inner leather armor. Prince Oberyn ignored the weird killer at all, and pointed his spear at Petter. Kyla. Bleeding with blood, Petter only felt a sharp pain in his left arm, and then the sky and the earth spun, and the whole person flew out. More than a dozen golden robes finally arrived and cooperated with Petter's guards to surround Prince Oberyn. Lord Petter, are you all right? Janos ran over and asked. Petter was dizzy from the fall, and it took him a while to struggle to get up from the ground, only to see a hideous cut in his left arm, blood mixed with some kind of black liquid gurgling out. His heart suddenly became cold. Quick, cut off my left arm! Petter roared frantically. My lord! Janos was at a loss for a moment. Cut! I don't know if it was an illusion, but Petter felt his left arm go numb and swell, and he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He quickly pulled out the saber from Janos' waist, gritted his teeth, and pointed at his own cut off the left arm. Kai! The long sword pierced into the bone, but it got stuck inside due to insufficient strength. Petterton was crying again. Janos was still hesitating, but the faceless man, Bailan, appeared out of nowhere, with a knife in his hand. A knife flashed. Ah! Broken arm fell to the ground. Petter rolled on the ground in pain. In his blurred vision, he saw the Red Viper, standing proudly, pointing the spear in his direction, and shouted, Petter Baelish, you conspired to poison Lord Jon Arryn. I want you to stand trial. Mental fear and physical pain surged up like a tide. Petter rolled his eyes and passed out. Chapter 145 The King's Bastard. Duke Ed hesitated for a long time in front of the gate of the women's branch, and finally walked in. The rich aroma wafted out of his nostrils, and the kitsch laughter went straight into his ears. Duke Ed lowered his head, imagining the news that the king's hand entered the women's branch that would spread in King's Landing City tomorrow. He couldn't bear it. Can't help cursing the Octospider, in my heart again. My lord, is this your first time here? A tall woman came over to say hello. Duke Ed ignored her and searched the hall with his eyes until he saw a fat man waving to him before walking over, but soon, he frowned again. Because after getting closer, I realized that the man was not Varys. Master Ed, I didn't expect you to come here without any disguise. The fat man smiled sweetly. Hearing this familiar voice, Duke Ed realized that the man in front of him was really Varys the Octospider, but clearly disguised. The chief intelligence officer of the Iron Throne has completely changed, with messy black hair. On his head, a small beard around his mouth, and a rough leather armor. He looks like a rude mercenary. He was playing tile guessing with a plump girl who had been forced to take off her coat and shoes, and Varys was eagerly planning to unbutton her pants, which is something a ***** can do. I have nothing to be afraid of, so I never pretend. Duke Ed said stiffly. Varys shrugged, sent the opposite girl away with a rude kiss, and then walked in with Duke Ed. I know, you are a decent person, of course you don't like our little tricks. Varys glanced at the king's hand beside him, as if to imply something, especially at this moment. Duke Ed frowned again. What did you hear? Varys lowered his voice. My little bird told me that Lord Renly received the nobles of the Reach in the Red Keep. Renly. Duke Ed only felt a headache for a while. He actually had a good impression of the king's younger brother, but he didn't expect that when the king's life was dying, even this man became restless. Help me keep watching him. Yes, my lord, I am happy to serve you. Duke Ed walked away for a while, and suddenly asked, has the queen done anything recently? This, I haven't heard of it. Duke Eddard glanced at the fat man next to him with scrutiny, and couldn't help but think of what Robert said to himself in the tomb of Winterfell. My side is either a liar or a fool. Duke Ed was thinking, is the intelligence chief in front of him a liar or a fool? And, Littlefinger, Petter Baelish, these two don't look like fools, so they are all liars. But the wife swore that Petter could be trusted, and Varys, who else could provide him with information besides him? Duke Ed just felt a headache. He misses Winterfell very much now, misses that cold but simple place, where everyone's likes and dislikes are clearly written on his face, unlike here, where everyone wears masks. My lord, this is the place. Varys, wearing a mercenary mask, pointed forward. Duke Ed retracted his thoughts, and saw a young girl standing in front of her with light red hair, holding a baby in her arms. My lord, she looked very nervous. Did he entrust you to see the child? Duke Ed didn't know how to answer, so he nodded vaguely, and then stepped forward to stroke the baby's soft black hair. My lord, can you tell him how beautiful this child is, tell him that I have been waiting for him, and since that day, I have not picked up guests, and I have been waiting for him to come back. He won't be coming back. Duke Ed answered silently in his heart. Even if Robert hadn't been murdered, he wouldn't be coming back. Bastards like this probably Robert himself had forgotten. Duke Ed glanced at Varys, wondering why the other party brought him to see the king's illegitimate son. Before, in order to find evidence of the queen's derailment, he tentatively asked the chief intelligence officer, and then this person brought him here. Is this illegitimate child evidence? Duke Ed was confused. Saying goodbye to the reluctant girl, the two left the gate of the women's branch. Varys said, Master Ed, let's go to Steel Street now. There is an illegitimate child there. He is almost an adult, and now he is a strong and powerful blacksmith apprentice. Varys. Duke Eddard couldn't help asking, what exactly do you want to tell me? Please tell me. Lord Ed, do you know how many illegitimate children the king has? Varys asked back, I only know that there are many. Duke Ed was also very helpless about his brother's passion. A lot indeed. Varys suddenly lowered his voice. 3 years ago, when His Majesty went to the Western Territory to participate in Lord Tywin's tournament, he gave birth to twins with a girl from Castle Rock City. Both children were killed. Duke Ed was stunned for a moment, wondering why Varys specifically mentioned the illegitimate son of Castle Rock. The queen didn't come to find trouble with the illegitimate son of King's Landing. No, this spider is reminding itself of the ***** of Castle Rock. Duke Ed understood, but then he had even greater doubts. Why did the queen only kill the illegitimate children in Castle Rock City, and let go of the illegitimate children in King's Landing and other places? Could it be that the queen was particularly angry because it happened in her own backyard? Duke Ed was tired of this kind of guessing game from the bottom of his heart, so he stopped and said coldly, Master Varys, what do you know? Varys shrunk his neck aggrievedly, and said, Master Ed, I know everything, and I have already told you. Duke Ed suppressed his anger, and already labeled Varys a liar in his heart. No, this guy is not only a liar, he also likes to pretend to be a fool. At this moment, the attendant rushed over and reported in a hurried tone. My lord, it's too bad, Lord Petter was stabbed by Prince Abarin in the street. What? Why is everyone making trouble? Duke Ed just felt annoyed for a while, and then extremely tired. He cursed the ***** Red Viper in his heart, and then hurried away with his attendants, ignoring Varys. So he couldn't see Varys at this time, but there was no trace of surprise on his face, but a meaningful smile. Kitten. Arya Stark jumped up a tall, narrow window, but lost track of the one-eared black cat. Balerion. Arya climbed over the window, jumped onto the roof, and finally saw the cat. The black cat also found the girl, and ran away with a whoosh. Arya chased after her with all her teeth and claws. Following the agile kitten, she jumped into the courtyard, around the corner, over the wall, squeezed into a low hole, and finally came to a dark cellar where you can't see your fingers. Kitten. Arya hesitated, but slipped in anyway. She must catch that cat. The smell in the cellar was a bit unpleasant, but it was still tolerable, but the dark environment without a ray of light made Arya panic. She groped forward, her eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, the cellar seemed to gradually light up, and things around her slowly appeared. In the dark corridor, countless huge and empty eyes stared at her fixedly, making her almost unable to breathe. Monster. Arya closed her eyes in fright. She silently recited her father's name, mother's name, and fencing teacher's name. Finally, she opened her eyes again. The giant monsters were still there, but Arya knew they were just bones. She walked over cautiously, and curiously reached out to touch one of them. It was cold and hard, and looked like a tooth in shape, but just one tooth was already bigger than her whole body. Arya thought of the black cat she was chasing, so she dropped the bones and moved on. She touched a wooden door and pulled it hard. The door resisted for a while before slowly opening. Behind the door is a darker place. Arya groped her way to the rough wall, moving on. She thought her eyes would gradually adapt to the darkness, but unfortunately, she still couldn't see anything after waiting for a long time. Arya finally decided to give up. She couldn't catch the black cat at this kind of place. But just as she was about to return the same way, the voice of a man talking was faintly heard. Arya was slightly startled, and saw flickering flames appearing from a distance. By the light of the fire, she could make out that it was two people. Their shadows were cast on the wall, and their voices echoed in the space. How did Littlefinger fall into the hands of the Red Viper? One said. Arya recognized the accent of the free cities on the other side of the narrow sea. Her fencing teacher Sirio spoke like this. Because a little guy who didn't notice messed with Littlefinger behind the scenes. Another human said. Arya felt that this soft and greasy voice was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Who? A little baron. Caesar. The man with a foreign accent seemed to understand immediately. How could he know Littlefinger's plan? Only the gods know about this. However, I have already seen that this person is playing tricks in the dark, but I have not exposed it. Instead, I have helped him hide some lies. Why did you help him? Hey, it's not that Littlefinger is too dangerous. I'm always worried that he will play off. But once the situation completely collapses, he can go to the valley, marry that stupid woman Lisa Tully, and then send out elite soldiers guarding the Blood Gate. The storm outside has nothing to do with him, but we will be in trouble. That's right, the Seven Kingdoms can't be thrown into chaos so quickly. It's too early, we're not ready yet, so letting Littlefinger out is the best choice for us. It's just a pity. We originally hoped that when the time was right in the future, we could let Littlefinger mess up the situation in the Seven Kingdoms. Littlefinger is no one's pawn, we cannot control him. What about now? Now he is almost cornered. Well, the soft and greasy accent hesitated. Let me try. Okay, the man with the foreign accent asked again, and Eddard Stark. Did you tell him about Robert's bastard? Yes, I have revealed some. But you don't have to worry, with his elm head, you can't find out the truth based on the information I gave, but you will get deeper and deeper on the wrong path. When the time is right, I will tell you, give key clues. Hey, he will become our pawn. Hee, don't play it off. Don't worry, I'm a magician. Haha, then please change your tricks for a while. The sound gradually faded away, and Arya pressed herself against the wall, not daring to move. Chapter 146 Keel. In the darkness, the light of the torch was only a small dot. The voices of the conversation between the two can no longer be heard clearly. Arya dared to follow behind secretly. Need more birds. I can arrange. Young, literate, is safe, risky. Arya didn't dare to follow too closely. She almost lost sight of the other party several times. She kept moving forward. She almost kicked a stone halfway and almost hit a wall. Fortunately, there were no dangers. She didn't know how far she had traveled, maybe how many miles. Finally, she lost track. In the dark, she lost her way and could only for the wall to move forward. After an unknown amount of time, she finally saw the light. Arya smelled the salty sea breeze, excitedly accelerated and rushed out, and then saw the endless black water bay. Under the setting sun, a few seagulls flitted across the sea, and countless white sails crowded in the port, like flags. Arya realized that she had actually left the Red Castle. Fortunately, as long as she is still in King's Landing, she can see the Red Keep standing tall on the Aegon Hills as soon as she looks up, so Arya won't get lost. She quickened her pace, afraid that she would miss dinner if she went home late, and would be scolded by her father again. However, when she arrived outside the gate of the castle, the gold-cloaked guards looked at her with disgust and drove away. Get out of here, boy, this is not the place for you. But I live in it, Arya cried. The gold-cloaked guard laughed loudly. Then I'm still the king. Arya knew that she must be in a mess right now. Her clothes were covered in dust, her hair was messed up, and her shoes were all lost. She really didn't look like she lived in a castle. I am Arya of House Stark, my father is the Hand of the King, and I really live in the Red Keep. She tried to explain. It's a pity that the gold-cloaked guards still don't believe it. Boy, the story is well written, but you got the gender wrong. Miss Arya is a girl. Get out, if you don't leave, I'm going to beat someone. I'm not a kid. Arya was angry. If you don't let me in, I'll let the king's hand fire you all. Get out, a gold-cloaked guard yelled angrily, and shook his fist at Arya. It's a pity that she deftly dodged it. Stop. Arya heard a familiar voice behind her. She turned her head, and suddenly showed a surprised smile. Lord Caesar. Arya, why did you run outside the Red Castle? Samwell looked at the little girl who was dirtier than before, and couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Sure enough, it's Arya the troublemaker. I was catching cats, and then I entered a dark place. Arya hesitated, not saying what she overheard, and then I ran outside the Red Castle without knowing what happened. Quote, Samwell's heart moved when he heard it. This little girl won't slip into the secret passage of the Red Castle, right? That's a good place. Samwell is worried about not finding it. Let's go, I'll take you in. Samwell took Arya's hand and walked towards the gate. Of course the gold-cloaked guards knew this young baron who had just won the championship of the tournament, and quickly bowed to salute, while being secretly amazed. That dirty kid is really the daughter of the Hand of the King. Lord Caesar, are you out on business? Arya asked with her head raised. Yes. After hearing the news that Petter was attacked by the Red Viper on the street, Samwell ran to watch the excitement. It's a pity that he was one step too late, and both of them were taken away by the Hand of the King. Hearing that Petter had lost an arm, Samwell secretly laughed for a long time. But for Petter, it is obviously not the end. Next, he is also on trial for the murder of Jon Arryn. Let's see what you do this time. Passing through the Bronze Gate, the two walked into the Red Castle, and Samwell suddenly asked, Arya, can you show me the place you caught the cat before? Okay. Arya nodded. Shall I go now? Yes. Samwell couldn't wait, because he knew that there were some good things in that secret passage. So, led by Arya, the two came to the hidden cellar entrance again. However, the entrance is very small, and the passage inside is also very narrow, so Samwell can only crawl in. Fortunately, he has already lost weight, otherwise he would really be stuck here. After climbing through this passage, Samwell came to a spacious space. Lord Caesar, come quickly, those monster bones are here. Arya waved in front. Samwell waited for his eyes to adapt to the darkness here before moving on. After pushing open a wooden door, he really saw dark shadows. Samwell suppressed the excitement in his heart, stretched out his hand to hold the giant sword. Dawned behind him, and slowly pulled it out. As red gold lines appeared on the milky white sword body, the fire-like light dispelled the surrounding darkness. Wow, Lord Caesar, your sword will burst into flames. Just like that red-robed monk. Arya exclaimed. Samuel didn't try to argue that his sword was not the same as the red monk's flaming sword, he just wanted to see the things he had been waiting for a long time. The skull of a giant dragon. He thought that the remains of the dragon must be daunting, but when he saw the things in front of him clearly with the firelight of dawn, he found that they were such beautiful things. The dark bones are like agate, smooth and bright, shining crystal luster under the firelight. Such a terrifying giant beast, but the bones left behind are so shockingly beautiful. It's unbelievable, it's so beautiful, Arya also exclaimed. She was frightened by these things in the dark just now, but after seeing them clearly, she realized that they were not scary at all. Instead, she couldn't help reaching out and touching them. Are these crystal sculptures? No, they are the remains of a dragon. Dragon. Arya was taken aback, and quickly moved her hand away. Yes, the dragon. The most terrifying war machines of the Targaryen family are all here. Samuel brought Dawn closer to those skulls, and then found that the fire seemed to be brighter. These bones seem to welcome the sword, or welcome the fire. The dragon in front of me has only skulls left. There are 19 of them, big and small. Arya pointed to the 2 smallest skulls and asked, are these 2 also the remains of a dragon? Why are they so small? Those are the last 2 giant dragons hatched by the Targaryen family. They are deformed and short-lived. Samuel looked at the 2 skulls about the size of ordinary hounds, his eyes flickering. Oh, Arya looked at the largest dragon skull again. That must be Balerion, the Black Death. Right, yes. Samuel walked over and stood in the ****** maw of Balerion, feeling the horror of this terrifying monster up close. It is said that the Black Death can swallow a whole bison in one bite. Now it seems that it is really not an exaggeration. Arya also stepped in cautiously, and found that even if there were 2 people standing, there was still extra space in the big mouth. It's so big, the little girl exclaimed. It's so big with only one head. How big and terrifying the whole dragon would be. Samuel couldn't help imagining the appearance of the giant beast in front of him, imagining the scene when it spread its wings, soared into the sky, and breathed out flames. When Conqueror Aegon Targaryen landed in King's Landing, he had an army of less than 2,000 people. With these troops alone, no one thought he could gain a foothold on this continent, let alone conquer the 7 kingdoms. But he also has 3 dragons. Balerion, Meryxes, and Vigarhar. These 3 giant dragons, named after the ancient gods of Valyria, showed extraordinary power. In the subsequent war, in the most famous battle of Raging Fire, the coalition forces of King Casterly Rock and the King of the Reach were directly burned to death by the flames of 3 giant dragons, including the King of the Reach and all his descendants. After this battle, the people of Westeros finally admitted that the dragon is invincible, and the 7 kingdoms finally surrendered one by one under the command of the Iron Throne. But unfortunately, just over 100 years later, the giant dragon became extinct. The Targaryen family, which lost the dragon, was also kicked off the Iron Throne in the War of the Reavers. These keels, which were supposed to be placed in the throne room, were also left in this corner by the new King Robert. Samuel withdrew his thoughts, looked at the keel in front of him, and the desire in his heart resurfaced again. As a person who aspires to become a master of gourmet food in another world, how can he not taste the taste of a giant dragon? So he came to one of the teeth of Balerion's skull, the greatsword raised high in his hand. Lord Caesar, what are you doing? Arya asked. Take a souvenir and go. Samuel laughed, and swung the long sword in his hand. Clang, sparks are flying. However, there was only a small gap on the dragon's teeth, and the huge shock force made Samuel grin his teeth. The bones of the dragon are so hard. He can no longer swing the second sword. It seemed that Balerion's bones could not be taken for the time being, so Samuel had no choice but to go to the smallest piece of skull, which was about the size of an ordinary hound, and took it away in its entirety. Although this dragon is deformed and short-lived, it is still a dragon anyway, so it should have the same effect. Go back and make some bone soup to drink. Let's go, Arya. Do you remember the road ahead? Arya shook her head hesitantly. There is still a long way ahead. I am afraid I will get lost. I followed 2 people before. 2 people? Samuel's heart moved. Yes, a fat man, and a man from the other side of the narrow sea, they were talking about. Littlefinger, the Red Viper, the king's bastard, oh, and your and my father's names were mentioned, and they were talking about magicians, jugglers, and so on. Weird words. Samuel was speechless for a while. The little girl didn't understand what she heard, so she narrated it in a mess. However, he had already guessed who those two people were. Moreover, this also reminded him of a plot in the original book and a problem that he had ignored. Then do you remember where the last exit of the secret passage leads to? Yes. Arya nodded heavily this time. Leading to Blackwater Bay, there is a cliff when you come out, and you can see Port King's Landing. Okay. Samuel looked at the darkness ahead, his eyes flickering. Let's go back the same way. Next time I have a chance, I will take you to explore again. Good. Chapter 147 Advice. You said Petter was the real murderer of Jon Arryn. In the Prime Minister's tower, Duke Eddard looked at the Red Viper, Prince Oberyn in surprise. Yes, otherwise why would I attack him for no reason? Duke Ed laughed angrily. Petter wasn't in Starfall City at the time, how did you murder Jon? Oberyn, if you want to absolve yourself, you have to find a good reason. Petter and his secret lover, Lisa Tully, poisoned Jon Arryn. That's why that woman hid in Eagle's Nest and dared not come to King's Landing. She felt guilty. This is your evidence. They said that I killed Jon Arryn. Do you have evidence? Prince Oberyn asked back. Duke Ed paused, and said, that's why you have to be tried. If there is real evidence, you should have been sent to the gallows long ago. In this case, I ask Petter Baelish to stand trial with me. Prince Oberyn made the request in a flat tone. Duke Ed stared at Prince Oberyn for a while, then nodded and said, yes, you will be tried as suspects tomorrow. Prince Oberyn smiled triumphantly. I believe the gods will make a fair verdict. Duke Ed made a soft snort, and said, then you shouldn't attack Lord Petter either. It's just to teach him a little lesson, who let him design to frame me. The so-called framing is just your one-sided statement. You attack the Minister of Finance in the street, Oberyn, you go to the Black Jail and reflect on it. Duke Ed made no secret of his dislike for this person. Okay, I'll just stay for one night anyway. Prince Oberyn was also a bachelor, however, as a suspect, I asked Petter to stay in the dark cell with me. You are not qualified to make demands with me. Duke Ed waved at the gold cloak guards. Put him in a black prison. Lord Ed, tomorrow you will know my innocence. Prince Oberyn said, innocent. Duke Eddard looked at this man with disdainful eyes. Red Viper, even if you really didn't murder Jon Arryn this time, you can't be called a murderer just because of the ***** things you did before. Innocent. Prince Oberyn laughed. Lord Ed, do you really regard yourself as a moral role model? Believe me, since you have entered this game of power, don't even think about not having blood on your body. Otherwise, your blood will become a badge on someone else's armor. Take it away. Duke Ed waved again. The guards escorted Prince Oberyn out of the room, and this person was still laughing all the way, not knowing whether he was complacent or mocking someone. Duke Ed sat on a chair, rubbed the space between his brows tiredly, seemed to think of something, and asked the attendants beside him, how is Petter Baelish doing now? Master Pycelle has treated his wound, and it should not be life-threatening. Okay. Duke Ed nodded, and couldn't help but think of Prince Oberyn's accusation against Littlefinger. Could it really be Jon Arryn who this person secretly murdered? But Jon Arryn is this person's lord. He also single-handedly promoted this person to the Imperial Council. My wife also said that this person can be trusted. But Lisa Tully. Duke Ed suddenly felt a nausea, and finally failed to suppress the anger in his heart, and ordered to the attendant, go and put Petter in the dungeon. Yes, my lord. After the attendants left, Duke Ed looked out the window at the gradually darkening sky, dazed. It wasn't until the housekeeper came to remind him that it was time for dinner that Duke Ed came back to his senses, left the study and came to the restaurant in a daze. Father, Master. Duke Ed nodded in greeting, only to find that only his eldest daughter Sansa and sister Mordane were at the table. Where is Arya? Let's go out and play. Sansa said, I haven't seen her today. Sister Mordane complained. My lord, Miss Arya has been catching cats in the castle recently. Crawling around, and making herself dirty. This is not something a noble lady should do. You should take care of it. Her. Duke Ed's brows frowned even tighter. At this moment, Arya's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Father. Duke Ed looked back and saw his little daughter in a mess, and immediately became angry, but when he saw that there were people behind his daughter, he suppressed his anger and said, "How did you do this? Go change and eat." Oh. Arya stuck out her tongue and ran away in a hurry. Duke Ed looked at Samwell and squeezed out a smile. "Thank you for sending Arya back." "It's my honor." Samwell bowed slightly to pay tribute, and then he was about to leave. "Baron Caesar." Duke Ed suddenly stopped him. "If you don't mind, you can stay and have dinner together." Samwell looked at the hand of the king whose face was full of exhaustion and trouble, and said, with a smile, "Good." Samwell stepped forward to greet Sansa and the nun, and then sat down at the long table. The servants served supper: venison stewed with mushrooms, leg of lamb roasted on charcoal, carrot pie, green salad and a cream of onion soup. After Arya changed her clothes and sat down at the long table, Duke Ed announced the start of dinner. Arya enthusiastically talked about her cat-catching adventure today, and also mentioned the secret passage and the two mysterious people she met. However, the content of the mysterious man's conversation she relayed was messed up, and it didn't arouse her absent-mindedness at all. Of the hand of the king. After a dull dinner, Duke Ed greeted Samwell to the balcony. At this time, the sky was completely dark, a crescent moon hung on the treetops, and the stars were sparse and dim. "Baron Caesar, I heard that you went to see Duke Renly today." Duke Eddard just said, maybe. Because he felt that his tone was too stiff, he added, "Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to ask questions." Samwell smiled, and said frankly, "Yes, Lord Ed, I went to see Lord Renly today, but the content of the conversation, please forgive me for not being able to tell you, because it involves the affairs of several other nobles' privacy. But I can assure you that we will never do anything that endangers the stability of the kingdom." Duke Ed looked seriously into Samwell's eyes. His mind was full of thoughts. He actually didn't know whether he should trust the young baron in front of him. But now, he really has no one to trust. And he and his men are surrounded by eyes and ears. He had to find someone who had little to do with him to help. King's Landing is full of lies, and everyone who lives here is also a liar. Duke Ed is determined not to trust anyone here anymore. A baron from other places should not be polluted by the environment here, he thought. Moreover, this person once gave himself a very good suggestion, and repeatedly expressed his kindness to the Stark family. Duke Ed felt that he should give it a try. He did not believe that the gods could be so cruel, and repeatedly disappointed him. "Baron Caesar." Duke Ed's face was extremely serious. "You are the champion knight of King Robert, and he personally awarded you the wreath and laurel crown in this honor. Do you know how to repay the king's grace?" Samwell seemed to realize something, and quickly suppressed his smile, clasped his right hand lightly on his chest, and solemnly said, "I will repay this grace with unparalleled loyalty." "Okay." Duke Ed finally smiled. "Now I want to give you a secret mission, which is related to the honor of the king and the rise and fall of the country, but it is also full of danger. Are you willing to accept it?" Samwell had already guessed what Duke Ed's so-called secret mission was, and he couldn't help but secretly sighed that the king's hand was so desperate that it found him. Of course. Samwell was like an impassioned young man at this time. "It is my duty and honor to serve the king." "Very good." Duke Ed patted Samwell's arm, and then lowered his voice. "Everything I told you today, you must keep it a secret, and you can't tell anyone, you know." "Yes, my lord." Duke Ed paused for a moment, and then said, "I suspect that what happened to the king at the tournament was not an accident, but a murder." Samwell put on a shocked and angry expression, as if hearing it for the first time. Duke Ed recounted his suspicions. Of course, Samwell already knew these things, and he dared to guarantee that these doubts should be revealed to the king by Petyr Baelish Littlefinger, in order to detonate the dispute between lions and wolves. Samwell pretended to be terrified, and it took him a long time to digest the news, and then said, "So, you suspect the queen?" "Yes," Duke Ed said in a deep voice. "The queen cheated on her younger brother, and she murdered the king because she was afraid that the matter would be exposed. I have no evidence for this matter, so I need you to help me investigate secretly." Of course I am willing to serve you, but I am worried that I will not be able to find out. You don't need to be under pressure. Duke Ed reassured, I will continue to investigate myself. It's just that my goal is too obvious, and some people dare not tell the truth to me, so I need another person, one they won't those who notice help me, so that we may be able to find out the truth through light and darkness. I know the truth. Samuel sighed secretly, but he didn't dare to hand over the truth to the king in front of him. This person is too straightforward and honest, and he pays too much attention to the so-called glory. If he really wants to hand over the truth to him, Samuel dare not predict how the following plot will evolve. Perhaps the situation will completely collapse and the 7 kingdoms will be in chaos. This is not what Samuel wants to see. It is better to keep the queen's secret in your own hands. Okay, my lord, I will try my best to investigate. If there is any progress, come to me directly. Good. Duke Ed sent Samuel to the door. Seeing that the other person was about to leave, he remembered the advice that this person had given him before, and suddenly said, Sam, do you have any suggestions for the current situation in King's Landing? Samuel scratched his head, I'm just a little baron, how can I give you advice on national affairs? You don't need to be modest, just say it. Duke Ed sighed, his face couldn't hide his fatigue, I need advice now. Samuel thought for a while and said, before going to the battlefield, my father gave me a piece of advice, now please allow me to give it to you. What advice? I am the pioneer, Samuel said to himself, but when the words came to the lips, they became, one time, only face one enemy. After speaking, Samuel bowed again, then turned and left. Leaving Duke Ed in place, he stood there for a long time without saying a word. Friendship recommends a book. The 7 heroines of The End of Love have different styles. Friends who like harem texts should not miss it. Chapter 148 Secret Release. When Littlefinger, Petter Baelish woke up again, his eyes were dark. The air smelled of urine and blood, and behind her was not a soft feather bed, but a cold floor covered with straw. Hey, Petter opened his mouth, only to realize that his voice was very hoarse, give me water. No respond. The empty left arm and the excruciating pain finally reminded him of what happened before. Red Viper. Petter gritted his teeth and said the name, as if trying to chew him up. Come, come, Petter called again, but only heard his own echo. In the boundless darkness, he was no different from a blind man, or in other words, no different from a dead man. How so? Petter forced himself to calm down, thinking about the current situation. The sudden madness of the Red Viper is actually not too unexpected. After all, when he heard the rumor, Petter guessed that he had been exposed, so he tried his best to create confusion to attract attention, but unexpectedly, Red Viper still stared at him. I hate that he was only a little bit close, just a little bit close to being able to control the situation. In King's Landing through Cersei, that stupid woman, and then he can slowly deal with the Red Viper, and the Tyrell family hidden behind it. Just a little bit. The darkness in front of him prevented him from feeling the passage of time, and Petter hadn't felt this hopeless feeling for many years. The last time he was so desperate was when he had a duel with the running wolf in the northern border. At that time, he was still underage, thin and small, only half the height of his opponent. But for the woman he loved, he rushed again and again. In the past, being knocked down again and again, charging again and again. In the end, he still failed, almost lost his life, and lost the love of his life forever. Since then, he has understood a truth. He will never try to defeat those great nobles head-on. His only chance of winning is in the dark, in the midst of conspiracy and trickery. He will smash them from behind. Unexpectedly, one day, he was also shot by a poisonous arrow from the darkness. Are the gods laughing at themselves in this way? At this time, faint footsteps came from the darkness. Petter hurriedly shouted again, trying to attract attention. A moment later, there was the sound of iron chains colliding outside, and then the door was opened. The strong light of the torch made Petter squint his eyes, but he still tried his best to move his body in the direction of the light, hissing, "Water. I only have wine." A rude voice responded, passing the wine bag in his hand. Petter quickly took it and drank it in big gulps. "Lord Petter, are you okay?" The man spoke again, but his tone suddenly changed. "Become soft and greasy, become very familiar. That's the voice of Octospider, Varys. Varys, Petter called, putting down his wineskin. By the light of the fire, he saw that the fat face of the visitor was covered with a stubby black beard, which was not at all the appearance of Varys in his memory, and he was wearing the clothes of a jailer, reeking of sweat and bad wine. But Petter knew it was Varys. I have guessed that you have a false identity as a prison guard in the dark cell. Sure enough, Varys didn't deny it. Now that he recovered his original voice, he obviously didn't want to hide his identity. Master Petter, I really didn't expect you to have such courage to cut off your own arm. Hissed Tilda, doesn't it hurt? Nonsense, Petter scolded angrily, if I don't kill me, I will die. Speaking of this, Petter suddenly froze. He suddenly realized that he had been fooled. Red Viper would never dare to kill himself. Otherwise, he will not be able to get rid of the suspicion of poisoning Jon Arryn, and he will also be charged with killing the Minister of Finance. So, the poison on the spear must not be fatal. I was tricked. Petter was shaking with anger. Varys saw that Petter understood, and comforted him. Master Petter, there is no need for you to blame yourself too much. After all, it is difficult for you to keep calm in such a life and death situation, not to mention the Red Viper has a bad reputation. Maybe he is really desperate to kill you. So, it's best to cut it off. Petter could hear the ridicule in the other party's tone, and he would definitely retort if he was in the usual situation, but now he is not in the mood at all. Where am I now? You are in the dungeon of the Red Keep. Dungeon. Alas, Lord Petter, the king's hand was so indignant at the street fight between you and Prince Oberyn that he ordered you both to be thrown into a dungeon, and, because of Prince Oberyn's accusation, he also you are suspected of murdering Lord Jon Arryn, so tomorrow, you two will stand trial together. I did not murder Jon Arryn, cried Petter. You should save this and tell the adults tomorrow. Varys shrugged, pretending to be indifferent. Petter lowered his head with a gloomy expression. He knew that tomorrow's trial would be very unfavorable to him. Although everyone thought it was the Red Viper, before, there was no real evidence after all, and no one saw the Red Viper poisoning with their own eyes. Of course, the accusation against Petter is unsubstantiated. In this case, the Red Viper is likely to request a trial by combat. Trial by combat is a method of adjudicating disputes generally recognized in Westeros. Simply put, whoever has the biggest fist is right. It may seem absurd, but it actually makes sense in this world. Because the Westeros believe that the gods will help the righteous side win the trial by combat. Of course, it doesn't mean that he has to play in person. If so, then Petter just wiped his neck and killed himself. It is possible to hire a proxy knight for a trial by combat, that is, to find someone to fight on his behalf. What? You said you couldn't invite me. You can't find a righteous knight who is willing to help you compete, then you must deserve what you deserve. In short, Petter knew that he would most likely face a trial by combat tomorrow, and his opponent was the Red Viper. Although it is possible to hire a proxy knight, who dares to say that it will definitely be better than the famous Red Viper? Which knight is willing to die for him in the Red Viper? The more Petter thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Lord Petter, if you need an agent knight, I suggest you go to the Queen for help. Lannister has many knights with extraordinary bravery. Maybe they can help you defeat the Red Viper. Varys laughed as he gave advice. He seemed to know the secret of Petter's hookup with the Lannister family. But Petter did not speak. He didn't think that heartless woman Cersei would help herself in this situation. Although they conspired to kill the king, if he dared to use this to blackmail Cersei to help, based on Petter's understanding of the mad woman, there is a high probability that Cersei would directly send someone to give him a glass of poisoned wine. Even if Cersei agreed to help, Petter didn't want to hand over his life to a ****** proxy knight. Go ****** trial by combat. Go ****** God's verdict. The gods are not qualified to decide my life or death. Petter pondered for a moment, finally gritted his teeth and said, Varys, get me out. I know you can. Warriston put on a look of helplessness. Master Petter, you really make things difficult for me. I know you can do it. Petter said, otherwise why did you come to see me? Just say what conditions you have, as long as you can get me out of this place. We can talk. Varys took a few steps forward, and squatted down in front of Petter. Oh, Lord Petter, why did we become old friends for so many years? I really can't bear to see you. Well, how about this, since you don't want to accept a trial by combat, you can't stay in the Seven Kingdoms any longer. Why don't you go to the other side of the narrow sea? Go to Governor Illyrio Mopatis, and he will introduce you to a new master. Maybe one day you will have a chance to return to Westeros. Quote, good. Petter nodded without hesitation. He already knew that Varys was secretly planning to restore the Targaryen dynasty on the other side of the narrow sea. If he hadn't come to the end of the mountain, he didn't want to participate in such an extremely dangerous thing, but now, he has no choice. Even if the gods be blessed and let him win the trial by combat, he can't stay in King's Landing any longer, because he has been exposed. Winning a trial by combat would save him from being hanged, but not from suspicion. And this is exactly the nightmare of a schemer like Petter who has no strength to support him. Only by hiding behind the scenes can he engage in all kinds of conspiracies and calculations, and once he is suspected and guarded against, he will not have any chance. Hearing this answer, Varys finally showed a satisfied smile, stretched out his hand to support Petter and said, come on, Lord Petter, I'll send you out right away. Petter struggled to get up with the help of Varys. His body was very weak, and the pain from his broken arm was unbearable. He felt that he was still running a low-grade fever, but no matter how difficult it was, Petter had to hold on and go out. He must escape from here. Out of the prison door, Petter breathed as lightly as possible, for fear of alarming the guards. But Varys on the side strode forward, seemingly not worried at all. The dungeon is dark and damp, with no one to be seen. Every cell here is separated by stone walls, so you can't see the scene in other cells. Varys went straight to a bare stone wall, and knocked here and there. Before Petter could see clearly, he lifted a stone slab, revealing a dark hole, leading to nowhere. Place. Be careful, it's a little slippery below. Varys turned around and warned, and then got in first. Petter also climbed in with difficulty. After passing through a narrow tunnel, the two came to a relatively spacious passage. Varys held a torch and swaggered ahead. Petter noticed that Varys's gait and posture were different from usual, with impatience in his might, as if he really became another person. How many identities does this dead have? Petter pressed his mind, followed closely behind Varys, turned around in the passage, and soon lost his sense of direction. He couldn't help but think of certain rumors about the cruel Maegor Targaryen. It was during the reign of this king that the Red Castle was completed, and this person dug densely packed secret passages extending in all directions in the Red Castle. All craftsmen will be brutally killed after completion, so that these secret passages will not be leaked. After the War of the Reaver, House Targaryen fell, and the secrets of these secret passages were buried. But now, Petter discovered that there seemed to be another spider controlling these secret passages in the Red Keep. Chapter 149 Interception. In the dark passage, the two walked slowly by the light of the fire. Passing the corridor where the dragon skulls were placed on the way, Littlefinger, Petter Baelish, couldn't help staring at these black crystal-like things. He knew that these dragon bones were originally placed in the throne room, but after the War of the Reavers, the new King Robert didn't like to be stared at by the empty eyes of these dragon bones, so he sent someone to throw them away as trash and replaced them with brocade tapestry. Looking at these keel bones, Petter couldn't help asking, Varys, you sent me to the other side of the narrow sea to serve the brothers and sisters of the Targaryen family, right? Varys turned back and smiled mysteriously, but did not answer directly. You will know when you go. Petter frowned and complained, but as far as I know, those brothers and sisters are wandering around in the free trade city, and they don't have many subordinates around them, let alone any power. Since you plan to help them regain the Iron Throne, why do nothing for so many years? Just let the brother and sister wander around like ghosts. Who said I didn't do anything? Varys defended a sentence, but there was no more content. Petter said anxiously, Varys, I have decided to join you. Why didn't you tell me anything? You don't think I have room for repentance, do you? Or, you still refuse to treat me as your own? Varys was a little helpless, so he had to say, Master Petter, of course I trust you. However, sometimes the plan is not always fixed. I will tell you one now, and maybe I adopted another plan. At that time, instead, you will think that I lied to you. Then tell me all the plans. Petter said, I can help you complete them. Varys giggled, shook his head and said, Master Petter, thank you for your kindness, but our plan is already perfect, but we didn't bet all the chips in one place. Petter's eyes flashed. Besides those brothers and sisters, where else can you bet your chips? When you arrive in Pentos, you will know. Varys still refused to reveal more. Petter secretly cursed the **** is dead, but there was nothing he could do. Perhaps because he was worried about chilling the hearts of his allies, Varys finally revealed something. Actually, we didn't do nothing for the pair of brothers and sisters. Illyrio has already sent someone to contact Khal Drogo of the Dothraki. The girl will be given to this Horse King as a gift. If successful, then we will get more than 40,000 mounted warriors. Petter still frowned after hearing this. Dothraki. Those barbarians on horseback, they don't even have armor. How can they fight against the Iron Knights of the Seven Kingdoms? Varys smiled. If the Seven Kingdoms are united under the Iron Throne, of course there is no chance, but if the Seven Kingdoms are in chaos. Petter was not convinced by this reason. He always felt that Varys' real bargaining chip should be placed in another place, the place that he still refused to say. The brothers and sisters of the Targaryen family should be just bait put on by the fat man to attract attention, but since Varys refused to say anything, Petter couldn't ask. Because of the broken arm injury, Petter was very weak, and he needed to stop and rest after walking for a while. Drink some more wine, Lord Petter, it will be more comfortable. Varys handed over the wine bag. Again, Petter took the wine bag and took a few more sips, but he drank so fast that he coughed. He leaned on the wall, panted, and then changed the subject. Varys, have the Tyrells gone to see Renly? Varys smiled, nodded and said, yes, the 3 Tyrell brothers and sisters just went to see Duke Renly this morning, and they talked for a long time. Damn Tyrell, damn Renly, Petter cursed, I'm afraid that idiot Renly has tampered with the will. That idiot can no longer restrain his ambition. Varys, help me get this, tell Cersei the secret. Lord Petter, you are going to the other side of the narrow sea, so stop worrying about King's Landing. You help me this time first. Varys, this is good for you too. Believe me, the situation in King's Landing will definitely be controlled by the Lannister family. It is the best choice for you to serve the Queen at this time. I will consider your suggestion. Varys smiled softly. Petter nodded in satisfaction, but then he said, also, you can help me mention Red Viper, to let him know that he was used by the Tyrell family. This time Varys shook his head and refused. Okay, Lord Petter, you should do the revenge yourself in the future. Varys, I know that you want to weaken the Seven Kingdoms, which is good for your plan. Think about it, the Reach and Dorne are blood feuds. If the Red Viper knows that those roses are behind the scenes, I will definitely not let it go. Helping me is helping yourself. I'll consider it. Varys shrugged and didn't agree on the spot. Petter didn't say much anymore. The secret passage became quiet, only the sound of low footsteps remained. After walking for more than half an hour, the two finally got out of the secret passage, and their eyes suddenly opened up. At this time, the sun is about to set, and the Hishui Bay under the afterglow is quiet and beautiful, like a girl before going to sleep. Varys handed a money bag to Petter, saying, go to Port King's Landing and look for the Lightseeker. Remember clearly, the Lightseeker, it will take you to Pentos. Goodbye, my friend. Petter took the purse, opened it, and frowned immediately. That's all. Varys shrugged. Master Petter, I am not like you, who can conjure a golden dragon with just a snap of my fingers. And in your current situation, too much money is a disaster instead. Don't worry, the money is enough. You arrived in Pentos smoothly, and Governor Illyrio will treat you well when you get there. Petter had no choice but to put away the money bag, and asked Varys to make a simple disguise for himself to prevent being recognized. Goodbye, Varys. The two waved goodbye. Petter turned around and walked a few steps, but turned back unwillingly. I will be back. Unfortunately, it was discovered that Varys had disappeared. I will come back and take back what is mine. Petter could only promise himself in his heart. Then, he finally gritted his teeth, turned and walked towards the port. The Chancellor did not notice that a falcon was hovering above his head. It is quietly watching the scene below with extremely human eyes. In the silent night, Petter came to the port with difficulty and found the lightseeker. On the deck, someone was already waiting, and when that person saw Petter, he lowered the gangway and led him aboard. "You are Master Salawa, I am very happy to serve you." Petter knew that this, Salava, should be the pseudonym Varys gave himself. He nodded and asked, "When will the ship leave?" "Let's go right away. Now the wind direction is just right, and the tide is starting to rise. Make some preparations, and we will set off." "Okay." Petter heaved a sigh of relief. He just wanted to leave this nightmare place immediately. The man led Petter to the cabin, opened a room, and said, "My lord, please rest here first, someone will come and deliver your food later." "Good." The cabin is not big, there is only a small bed and a simple table, but Petter is not qualified to be picky. He is no longer the Minister of Finance, but a fugitive in distress. Petter's heart throbbed when he thought that everything he had struggled for so many years would disappear from today. After secretly feeling sad for a while, someone knocked on the door. Petter moved his body and stepped forward to open the door. "My lord, here are venison, potatoes, and wine for you." "Okay, let it go." "Yes, my lord." Petter was not used to eating because he was missing a hand. "But it's okay, at least the left hand is missing. If it is the right hand, he still needs to learn to eat." With his left hand, Petter pretended to be strong to comfort himself, but he couldn't help thinking about everything that happened in King's Landing City. He wants revenge, he wants House Tyrell, Renly to pay the price. Although Varys agreed with his lips, he may not actually follow his own suggestion, so this revenge, I am afraid he will have to avenge it himself in the future. Revenge. Petter tried hard to conceive his own revenge plan, but the severe pain of the wound made him unable to concentrate on thinking, and his brain was dizzy, as if rusted. He just wants to sleep right now. After a hasty dinner, Petter was about to go to sleep when he heard a knock on the cabin door. Petter actually didn't want to be disturbed, but he could only drag his tired and weak body forward to open the hatch. "Who are you?" Petter asked, frowning. The person outside the door lowered his head, unable to see his face clearly in the dark night. "Lord Petter." Hearing the other party call out his real name, Petter's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was about to close the door, but a big hand grabbed his neck. "Ho!" Petter's shout turned into a small shriek, but it quickly disappeared into the sound of the wind and waves. At this time, he finally saw the face of the person who came. Samwell Caesar. How could it be him? Could it be him? In the blink of an eye, Petter finally figured out everything. It turned out that it was this young baron who had been neglected by him who designed him. Behind the scenes. Yes, if the Tyrell family really planned to deal with themselves, why did they only send those 3 young men to King's Landing? If the Queen of Thorns sees through his plot, she will definitely come here in person. I was tricked. Varys. Mountain. Petter tried to speak, but the big hand around his neck was tightening like a pincer, making him unable to breathe. "Let me go. Let me go." He could only beg for mercy with his eyes, begging for mercy very sincerely. Unfortunately, the Baron Yingzeu on the opposite side was like an iceberg, with no sympathy in his eyes, but a very familiar smile on the corner of his mouth. That was Petter's own trademark smile, full of narrow-mindedness and mockery. Petter tried his best to use his remaining right hand to slap his big iron clamp hand with the last of his strength, but it seemed extremely futile. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness gradually faded. Before he fell into a coma, Petter heard Samwell whisper in his ear, "I bring you greetings from Jon Arryn." Chapter 150 Death of the Conspirator. Waking up again, Petter found an endless starry sky in front of him. "You are awake, Lord Petter." Hearing this voice, Petter shuddered. He struggled to sit up, only to realize that he was in a small boat, with Samwell Caesar sitting in front of him, rowing his oars towards the port of Blackwater Bay. "Sam." Petter forced a smile. "How did you find me?" "A little bird told me," Samwell said with a smile. In fact, after being led by Arya into the secret passage of the Red Castle, Samwell guessed that Varys might steal Littlefinger away. After all, Varys has a convict record. In the original book, this spider secretly let go of the little devil Tyrion Lannister, who was locked in a black prison. So, he has been sending falcons to monitor outside the exit of the secret passage, and then he found the whereabouts of these two people. After Petter heard the little bird in Samwell's mouth, his first reaction was that Varys had betrayed himself. But the next moment he immediately denied this possibility. The **** didn't need to play with himself like this. Where are you? Are you taking me? Of course I brought you back to King's Landing, Lord Petter. You have to attend the trial tomorrow. So don't be late. Petter's heart felt cold, and the warm summer wind blew by, making his body shiver with cold. Only then did he realize that he was completely soaked through. Petter immediately guessed that he should have been taken to swim in the sea by Samwell. But the thing is, his broken arm. Petter quickly lowered his head, and sure enough, he saw that the white cloth bandaging the broken arm had been completely dyed red, and the blood was still remaining, forming a shallow pool of blood on the boat. Suddenly, Petter only felt a burst of dizziness, and he fell back weakly. Boom! Sam! Petter lay on his back, only feeling that the strength of his whole body seemed to be flowing away with the blood from the wound. He tried his best to concentrate his gradually lax spirit, and begged, "Help me, save me." Samwell put down the oar, came to Petter, grinned and said, "Sorry, Lord Petter, I accidentally soaked your wound in water just now. I really want to help you deal with it, but unfortunately, I can't. It's very simple, I'll teach you." Petter resisted the urge to curse in his heart, and tried to put on a smiling face. "You first use fire to burn the red sword, and then press it on my wound to burn the flesh and blood. Can stop." "Okay, Petter, why bother?" Samwell didn't bother to continue talking to this person. "You know I'm here to kill you. Stop struggling uselessly and save yourself some dignity." "Sam, listen to me, don't kill me. I'm useful, I can give you everything you want." "Ha ha ha." Samwell laughed loudly when he heard the words, "Petter, you have nothing yourself. Give me everything I want." "What will you give?" "I have nothing." "Ha ha ha." Petter also laughed. "Samwell Caesar, you really underestimate me. Since you can guess that I killed Jon Arryn, you spread the news about me and Leon Shaw Tully's rumors. Don't you see my control over the valley?" Samwell chuckled. "You don't think you can control the valley with those orphans and widows, do you? Even if you marry Lisa Tully, the nobles of the valley will obediently obey Baelish's orders. Of course I won't just rely on the mother and child. My control over the valley is far beyond your imagination." Petter tried to seduce. "Want to know? Sam, help me stop the bleeding first." Unfortunately, Samwell looked at him quietly, indifferent. Petter only felt that his body was getting colder and colder, and the feeling that his life was passing away made him extremely terrified. "Sam, listen to me." Petter had no choice but to continue to show his worth. "I worked as a tax collector in Seagull Town for 5 years, and I increased the tax revenue of the largest trading city in the valley by 10 times. To and from the narrow sea the merchants, captains, adventurers, and bankers are all my friends. Do you know how big this force is? Those stupid aristocrats who only know how to wield swords can't understand this emerging power, let alone control it. But I can." Quote. Samwell frowned, a little surprised by Littlefinger's vision. Did this guy become the spokesperson of the emerging bourgeoisie? However, this is not surprising. After all, the other party can be the Minister of Finance, and he must be a powerful presence in the economic field. Of course, there must be bragging in it. Before the start of industrialization, the so-called bourgeoisie were businessmen with a little money, and their energy was limited. Petter saw that Samwell hadn't moved, so he had to continue to give evidence. "Do you know that the Corbray family in Hardland City is about to go bankrupt? Lord Leonor Corbray just passed away his wife recently, and I'll give him I introduced someone, not a noble lady, but a commoner. A lowly commoner." Count Leonor certainly did not agree, but I have already seen his struggle and hesitation. "Why, it's not because that commoner is rich. Believe me, he will say yes sooner or later. And Lord Gerald Grafson of Seagulltown, who has always wanted to give his son to me as a squire, and Lord Lindley of Snakewood City, Lord Wackley of Candlehole City. They are all in financial difficulties, thanks to my help. Rescue. Sam, believe me, I don't need that stupid woman Lisa Tully at all. As long as Jon Arryn is dead, no One in the Vale can resist me. At most that Bronze John is a bit of a problem, but I have plenty of ways to isolate him. So, trust me, Sam, stop the bleeding. Quote. Samwell rubbed his chin, thinking about the information revealed in Petter's words. I have to say that although I know that this person is full of lies, some of the words are probably true. For example, this person really didn't take Lisa Tully as a ***** very seriously, and he was merciless when killing this woman in the original book. Another example is Earl Leonor Corbray. It seems that he did marry a commoner woman later, and became a laughing stock in the aristocratic circle. This also shows that this valley noble may really be on the verge of bankruptcy. As for Bronze Jorn, in order to oppose Petter's custody of young Robert and the right to rule the valley, he did form an alliance of the righteous, but he was drawn in and rebelled by Petter several times. Operation collapsed. Petter was getting weaker and more panicked, so he had to continue to reveal the secret. Trying to impress Samwell, think about it, John Arryn promoted me to be the Chancellor of the Exchequer just because am I his vassal, or will Lisa Tully be able to compromise that old fellow? Who puts honor above all else? No, John Arryn knows my worth. He knows this country can't do without me. The Iron Throne owes a huge debt of up to 6 million gold dragons. Do you really think that this was squandered by Robert alone? Did you know that the whole of Westeros is about to face a storm? Only I can save this. Trust me, Sam, your mother is from the Florence, right? Let me tell you, the foxes in Liangshui City are about to go bankrupt. That ***** who married Stannis. Damn, I'm so out of my mind I can't even remember her name, but you know what, she turned her back on the faith of the Seven and offered to the Red God believers borrow money. There is also Hightower in the Old Town. Regardless of their glory, they have made a lot of money in ocean trade, but they don't know the risks at all. All it takes is a major storm, or a rampant pirate raid, to wipe out their fleet. Seeing that the other party was getting more and more exaggerated, Samwell interrupted with a smile. Okay, Petter, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child, and I can be frightened by a few words? According to you, is it true that all the gentlemen in Westeros are about to go bankrupt and rely on your help? You don't understand, you really don't understand. But, Sam, even if you don't believe what I said, you should be aware of the current situation in King's Landing, right? Robert's death was planned by me, and you should have guessed it with your intelligence. Quote. Yes, I guessed it. Samwell saw that Petter dared to admit such a thing. It seemed that he had lost too much blood and his mind was confused. Of course, it might be that there was really nothing he could do, so he could only confess some secrets. So Samwell wondered if he could squeeze out more secrets. So what? It doesn't do me any good. If you plan this, why not? Petter said hastily. Sam, can't you see? The situation in King's Landing is completely under my control now. Ed Stark is a mindless fool, and Cersei is even more desperate crazy. Every step of theirs is so easy to guess, I can easily play with them and applaud. As for the Red Viper, he was just a reckless man with only brute force. It was because, in short, I can easily play him to death. Believe me, Sam, the City Watch is under my control, and the Kingsguard, and my men. Really, I'm not lying to you. Don't you look at me like that. Really, I can give you his name, Esser Mandon Moore, although he was recommended by John Arryn, but in fact, follow my orders. Sam, as long as you help me, we can control King's Landing and let the situation of the 7 Kingdoms evolve according to our ideas. Sam, I can help you sit on the Iron Throne. Sam, save me. Unfortunately, no matter how Petter tempted, Samwell remained unmoved. As the blood loss increased, Petter's eyes began to blur, and his speech became more and more illogical. Samwell thought about whether to help him deal with the wound, so as to spy out more information, but in the next second, he dismissed the idea. What Littlefinger said was true or false, Samwell really didn't have the time to distinguish one by one, and this person was too dangerous. If he was not careful, he might fall into a trap. So, one of the biggest conspirators in Game of Thrones, it is better to die. Moreover, only after he dies can Samwell proceed with his plan. After making up his mind, he no longer managed Petter, leaving him here to fend for himself, and went back to rowing. Kate, Kate. Littlefinger's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally he said the name of Caitlin Tully. Samwell listened silently, and suddenly felt that this was probably the only sincerity in this man's heart. Of course, this relationship is also the biggest incentive for this man to turn into a careerist. A little noble fell in love with the Duke's daughter. If it was in a fairy tale, it might become a legend. But alas, this is Game of Thrones. Kate, why, don't reply to my letter. The night fell, reflected in Peter Baelish's gray-green eyes, and finally completely frozen into darkness.